Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Law and Crime's live coverage of closing arguments in the United States versus Sean Combs. I'm Chris Stewart. It's great to be with you. We're going to be live throughout the day here on Law and Crime. We'll be taking your questions. We'll be bringing you the latest from inside the courtroom. We're expecting attorneys to arrive at the courthouse in Lower Manhattan any minute now. The government today expected to have their closing arguments at 10 o'clock Eastern. And then tomorrow, Sean Combs' defense team expected to give their closing arguments to the jury. And then once closing arguments are done, after testimony that's gone on for more than a month, those jury deliberations will begin in this sex trafficking and racketeering trial. We have so much to break down. We have a panel of experts that we'll be going to in just a moment. But let's start things off by going live to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And that's where we find our Sierra Gillespie, the host of our YouTube channel, Scandal. She has been covering this trial every single day since it began. I had to go back, Sierra, into the calendar. May 5th is when jury selection started. And here we go, closing arguments. First off, what is the vibe that you're seeing outside of the courthouse today?
Good morning, Chris. I'm so excited to be on with everyone here in Lower Manhattan. And let me tell you, when I got here this morning, I thought, okay, it's going to be wild. You know, we've got closing arguments. There are going to be lines down the street. Can I even get in? And honestly, it's been pretty quiet. I haven't even seen Diddy's family arrive yet. I did see the government
4 hours for the government to lay out their case. I mean, they had more than 30 witnesses. We'll see how they're able to condense it into that 4-hour time span. As far as celebrities we've seen, and I know you cover a lot on Scandal when it comes to the celebrity aspect of everything we've seen in this case involving Sean Combs, are there any celebrities you're thinking that could show up for what's a really pivotal part of this trial?
We were just talking about that. Actually, Elizabeth Milner, who I know the Law and Crime audience loves. She's been here every single day. And I was meeting with her before we went live here. And we were talking about, oh, who could we see? And the person we both thought of, honestly, was Kanye, because he was just, a couple days ago, right outside these courtroom doors here. There were photos. I know we talked about it here on Law and Crime on probably all of our shows. Kanye is the one who I'm thinking maybe, honestly, maybe. But then, of course, there's Diddy's entire family who are celebrities in their own right when we're talking Justin Combs or Christian Combs or even Quincy Brown. I mean, I'm expecting Diddy's family for sure. For celebrities on that side of things, I know prior to all of this, when we were talking about the civil lawsuits, we thought, oh my goodness, could it be Leo DiCaprio was mentioned or Jay-Z, and we heard Michael B. Jordan was mentioned in the courtroom. But I don't know if we're actually going to see any high-profile celebrities here in support of P. Diddy.
Right, and you had obviously the witness testimony from Cassandra Ventura, Diddy's on-again, off-again girlfriend. He's been at the center of this case. You had Kid Cudi. Those were some high-profile celebrities. The quick appearance that Kanye West made that one day. But other than that, there hasn't been a lot of other big-name celebrities. You're looking at video right here. This was when Kanye West showed up, and it was a bit of a surprise. But outside of this, you haven't had some of the big A-list celebrities, even though a couple have been named. during testimony, like Usher, like Neo, of what a dinner that they were apparently at when Cassie Ventura was allegedly assaulted. They didn't say that they saw it, but they were some of the big names that were brought up. We'll see what happens today, because the government's going to be making their closing arguments again, that beginning at 10 o'clock this morning. Then we're going to have the defense tomorrow for Sean Combs laying out their case, and then it'll go to the jury for deliberations. That's expected to happen on Monday. So we have a lot to talk about. Sierra Gillespie, host of our YouTube channel, Scandal, outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Thanks for being there for us. Appreciate it. I know it's been a little hot in New York, so hopefully the weather's not too bad today. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, of course. I'll be here all day, so come back and chat with me.
Hey, we'll be sure to give you a call, Sierra. Thank you. Let's bring in our panel of experts right now to bring in some analysis of what we could hear in the closing arguments. I'm joined by Serena Townsend, former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney, and Mauricio Padilla, criminal defense attorney. Thank you both for taking the time to be with us here on Law and Crime today. We'll be going for the next 2 hours. Then Jesse Weber will follow me, and then Anjanette Levy will finish things up as court's expected to go to 5 o'clock. So roughly 4 hours we'll hear from today from the government as they make their closing arguments. Serena, as a former prosecutor, where would you begin if you were the government making your final appeal to this jury?
Well, it's really important to explain to the jury the elements of the crime. I'm not saying I would necessarily begin there. I would probably try to begin with some drama. I would bring in that video with Cassie in it. I would remind the jury of a lot of the very horrible things that they heard early on in the case that they might have already forgotten by the time closing arguments are here. As you mentioned, jury selection was a month and a half ago, almost 2 months ago. And there's stuff that came out, despite it being alarming and very upsetting, that they might have forgotten. So if I'm the prosecutor, I'm reminding them, I'm setting the tone, I'm making it very clear that this is a person who not only committed domestic violence, like the defense is going to say, but created this environment, this criminal enterprise, essentially, for himself. I will remind them of all of the bad things that he was doing and all of the coercion and power that he had over these people in order to accomplish those criminal acts. And then, towards the end of the closing, you really want to get very specific about the elements of the crime so that the jury understands what pieces of evidence and what pieces of information relate to the charges that the judge is going to ultimately charge them about.
And Mauricio, I'll turn to you. We have our first question coming in from the chat. It actually comes from Germany. So how about that as a start? This is from Annika Anonym. Which bombshell was the most explosive for you personally during the trial? And was there something that really surprised you?
I mean, when you're talking about bombshells, you're talking about something that is impactful to me and to a jury. I'm going to start off with that video. I mean, I had seen it before, so for me to say it's a bombshell, it was a bombshell when we all saw it. I don't think anybody that saw that video, stayed with the same impression of P. Diddy. And I think that it was leaked strategically because at that point they really killed him in the court of public opinion. So I think that's a bombshell, and I agree that the prosecution is probably going to start off at some point with that because it's going to bring drama and it's going to remind the jury of who this guy is. The person that you're making this decision about, this is who he is. He's someone that victimized this young lady because he wanted to, pursue his own perversions. At this point, I'm pretty sure because I've been part of the show since the trial began, and at some point I've been thoroughly disgusted, and for me to be thoroughly disgusted, it's really hard. So for me to listen to all the allegations that they've made about P. Diddy's perversions, I've been pretty much shocked, and to shock me is really hard. I've been doing this for 23 years, so I'm pretty sure that the jury itself at this point is pretty disgusted with P. Diddy.
Right, and that video has come up a couple times. So the prosecution has definitely tried to use it to their advantage because it has just been, it's so difficult to watch every time that you see it, thinking back to the first time that it was leaked. Serena, prosecutors took 6 weeks to present their case. The defense team took about 30 minutes. They didn't call any witnesses. Was that a good idea for them?
It is such an important strategy to consider when you are on the defense side, whether to call witnesses, how many, and what that kind of tells the jury about your confidence in the case. A lot of time, listen, first of all, the burden of proof is always on the prosecution. The defense doesn't have to put on a case ever. If anything, the best thing a defense can do, especially in a situation like this, is argue to a jury that we didn't even have to put on a case because we didn't have to refute anything because the prosecution failed to meet their burden. And I think that is what the defense is trying to telegraph to a jury. It's this attitude of like, we don't even need to respond to these allegations because they didn't meet their burden. And that is a strong strategy a lot of times in front of a jury to say, listen, we're not even going to have to rebut this. There's nothing to rebut. This is all, BS. They didn't meet their burden. And I think that's the strategy they employed here.
And Mauricio, is there anyone who Sean Combs could have called that could have helped his case?
I mean, I'm not an insider in his world. From looking at it and the fact that they didn't call any witnesses, it leads me to believe that that there really wasn't. If he was the kind of person that was really engaged in this type of activity, maybe anybody that the defense could have put up there would have been like a double-edged sword. It's somebody that could have, checked off some boxes on behalf of Diddy, but he's somebody that now is subject to cross-examination by the prosecution, and it could get even worse. So a lot of times when you see that the defense is not calling any witnesses, sometimes it's strategy, and sometimes it's because there are no witnesses. That happens.
Serena, did Sean Combs' defense, though, because they really tried to lay out, even with some of the victims that had very emotional testimony, like Cassie Ventura, like the victim that went by the pseudonym Jane, that these were consensual relationships. And the text messages that the defense really tried to point to laid that out. Did they score enough points down the stretch to try and get people to maybe, if the jury was really emotional, and we heard from Elizabeth Milner, who's been in the courtroom every day, that when Cassie was giving her testimony at the start of this trial, that it was just, you look at the sketch that's on your screen here. She was very emotional. It must have been very emotional to be in the courtroom. But from what we've heard, did the defense do enough to try and make it seem like it actually was a consensual relationship?
I have to say, I think the defense scored a lot of points throughout the course of this trial. I think Cassie was the strongest prosecution witness, and even she had issues with the text messages and the content that they were able to show, that she was a willing participant, at least at some point. I think the prosecution has to hammer home over and over again that consent can be withdrawn at any point in time, and that while she at one point was, consenting to certain things, she withdrew that later on, maybe when she became really aware of what was going on and aware of the coercion. But I absolutely think the defense scored many, many points because it only petered out from Cassie. I think Cassie was the strongest for the prosecution. And then after that, Jane, I don't think Jane did a great job for the prosecution overall. I think they were really able to show that, maybe these women were, involved willingly. Maybe they participated and it was disgusting, but, at some point they had to make a decision and they made a choice for themselves. There was some testimony that came out where they were allowed to make certain decisions, certain choices about who they were going to have at the freak offs. So I do think that helps the defense. Then again, objectively, there were certain acts that happened, right, that Cassie testified to in particular, where people would be like, nobody in their right mind would ever consent to doing that or having it done to them. So defense scored points, but let's see how many.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, always in hindsight when you hear from jurors of what stood out to them. We're getting a couple of great questions coming in on the chat from Alana Rodriguez asking if Jesse and Queen Elizabeth, and she's been awesome throughout this trial. Breaking down every moment that's been happening in the courtroom. Obviously in federal court, we can't have cameras. So she's really been our eyes with just the emotion every single day. Will they be on today? Yes, they will. They're going to be doing our lunch show 12 to 2. We're going to be live throughout the day here on Law and Crime. And then Anjanette Levy, you know her from Crime Fix. She'll be coming on a little later in the day, taking us to the end of court, which will be at 5 o'clock today. Now, as far as what we're expecting today, once again, this is just going to be the prosecution today. Those closing arguments are expected to begin at 10 o'clock this morning. Prosecutors expected to go for 2 hours. They'll take a break for lunch, and then they're going to go for 2 more hours today. And then that is expected to be it for them, unless they have a rebuttal after the defense tomorrow. That is the defense's day tomorrow. Part of this too, the defense said that they're expected that their case is going to be less than 3 hours, their closing arguments. Mauricio, what do you take away from the government taking more time than the defense when it comes to the closing arguments?
They probably have a lot of stuff that they want to get out in front of the jury and remind the jury about. I know that they've admitted a lot of different pieces of evidence. And when it comes to the defense, you only want to use the time that you have to. The attention span of juries is limited, and you don't really want to be redundant. You want to get in there. You want to make your points, and you want to get out as quick as possible. So that's probably was a strategic decision on the part of the defense. But if the prosecution is taking 4 hours, it's simply because it's been a long trial and they do have a lot of evidence that they want to point to the jury and remind the jury about.
And another question coming in here for Serena, and this is a good one when it comes to understanding this RICO charge that Sean Combs is facing. There's been a lot of conversation about that within the last 24 to 48 hours, with the prosecution saying that they're going to streamline their words for the predicate crimes underneath that RICO. Question from Show and Tell Knitting. Regarding the predicate crimes for RICO, do all 12 jurors have to agree on the same 2 crimes, or can it be a mixed bag? How do they indicate that on the questionnaire judge will give them?
That is a good question. And that's going to be brought out in the judge's instructions to the jury. As we heard, those instructions are going to be streamlined, but they will be very, very specific. Both sides are going to argue to the judge to write down certain things on that verdict sheet, to instruct the jury in a certain way. And so the judge is going to essentially instruct the jury on what they need to consider and how they need to consider those charges. And yesterday, as we saw, some of the underlying predicate acts were taken out. And that's also a strategy taken by the prosecution because they don't want a jury to be confused. A judge is going to instruct a jury exactly what they need to find and how they need to find it, whether or not they need to agree on exactly everything. Look, overall, even when finding guilt or non-guilt, a jury doesn't necessarily have to agree on every single reason why they came to their decisions. They just have to agree whether the prosecution has or has not met their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
We're starting to get some really good questions coming into the chat. We also have the response to our first poll here from all of you viewers on YouTube. Thanks for being with us. Are you as pumped as Law&Crime is for closing arguments today? 73% say heck yeah, sorta at 15%, and nope at 10%. If you voted nope, thanks for continuing to watch with us. We promise it'll be a good time throughout the couple hours that I'm with you today, and then Jesse Weber and Anjanette for the rest of the way. Mauricio, I'm going to turn to you next for a question coming in from Nancy Nicole D. What issues do you foresee being argued on appeal if one is necessary?
Wow, that's a good question. So regarding appeals, you know what? I mean, I've been following the case from sitting here on this show. So that's a question I think that really entails listening to the trial and the testimony to see exactly what possible appellate issues can come up. But anytime that you have people testifying and objections that are overruled, that's where you're going to see those appellate issues. So the type of cursory review that I've done of the case, I don't think is sufficient for me to be able to talk about the specific appellate issues that could be raised, honestly.
But on that, when you look at some of the objections that Diddy's defense team has had, and when you read the transcript, at times it just feels like every other question that they were having an issue. Did that seem like more objections than you would typically see in a case like this?
No, actually, listen, you object when the question is objectionable. You don't want to be that lawyer that didn't object, because if your lawyer doesn't have a contemporaneous objection, you may waive whatever appellate rights. So your job as a criminal defense attorney is to make sure that if the question is objectionable, you object for the record. And if you have to do a sidebar and you have to make the record clear, that's your job. So, and I'm sure his team has an appellate lawyer sitting at the table, and often, in high profile cases such as this, you have an appellate lawyer there with you to make sure that you don't miss those types of issues. But that's why you see so many objections, because you don't want to miss one. Because if your client is convicted down the line, eventually when that appellate attorney gets, the stacks of transcripts and starts highlighting and he's looking for it, he's gonna ask himself, did the attorney make a contemporaneous objection? And you really don't want to commit a malpractice if you're sitting in that chair at that time.
And Serena, getting another question here. This is from Stephanie Seltrick. She says, how is it possible that Diddy could get such a long sentence?
Well, in general, federal crimes carry very high sentences anyway, more so than a lot of state crimes do. And the feds usually go pretty hard. A lot of times, what the prosecution will do before a trial is make an offer. And if you reject that offer and then go to trial and then lose, a judge will almost always give you a higher sentence than the offer that was given to you before. We like to call it the trial tax. It may not be fair, but it happens. I have to assume that the deal that was offered to Diddy, which I don't think we ever knew about or learned about the details of, was too high, so high that he rejected it pretty quickly. If it was that high and he loses, I believe that the judge is going to take that into consideration and sentence him even higher than that. And then just in general, when you look at the sentencing guidelines for these kinds of crimes, they just are high. And, very rarely will a judge just go below that sentencing guideline.
And if we have a live shot, just to our producers to put up once again, the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, where these closing arguments for the government expected to begin at 10 o'clock Eastern, we did just see a couple SUVs roll up, and Sean Diddy Combs' children have arrived. They've been in court for the majority of this trial. You just think about how difficult it is with some of the things that have been alleged against him, to hear that about your dad as this trial has continued on. For both of you, a question that I think needs to be cleared up, because over the last couple of days, we've seen the headline that says that charges were dropped against Sean Combs related to the predicate offenses, the underlying crimes related to the racketeering conspiracy charge. And I've seen people who are former prosecutors say this is just streamlining the process, and that's what the government had said in their letter, that that's what they were doing. But I've also seen criminal defense attorneys say they just didn't have enough evidence to prove things like arson in the case of Kid Cudi or the kidnapping of Capricorn Clark. Serena, I'll start with you. What's your read on that decision by the government?
They're both right, prosecutors and defense attorneys alike, and I've been both. It is very, very common for prosecutors to start a certain way at trial, to start out with as much as possible, as much as they think that they're going to be able to solidify during the trial, and then later on streamline things. It's very typical. It happens a lot, and it's we don't like to necessarily say it means the case is weak. It just happens that way. Trial never goes exactly as planned. And so they have everything perfect before trial. And then, of course, things happen during trial where things don't necessarily rise to the elements that they expected it to. And therefore, they'll streamline it. Because the worst thing you want to do is present something to a jury that gives them an excuse not to convict. If you're the prosecution, right? You don't want to overdo it and make them say, like, they didn't prove that. Now I don't trust them at all. I'm not going to find any guilt here. So they streamline it. On the other hand, the defense attorneys are right. Like, if the trial went exactly as the prosecution planned and exactly, with every single thing that they expected to show happened, then they wouldn't have to streamline it like that. So the defense attorneys are not necessarily wrong in saying the proof wasn't all there, obviously, because otherwise they would have put it all in front of the jury.
And Mauricio, on that note, we do have a question coming in from Annie related to some of those underlying crimes being dropped. Question is, what if any time do you expect Diddy to get if convicted, now that some of the charges have been dropped? And we're talking about those predicate offenses like arson and kidnapping that the government he's charged with RICO, but that's not something that they're going to have in the jury instructions.
I mean, listen, I don't know where he scores on the guidelines, but, I anticipate that if he's convicted, even if they didn't include the arson and the kidnapping, he's looking at 20 years, something like that. I don't know. Like, it's the judge is going to definitely, in my opinion, launch him, for lack of a better term, because the crimes of sex trafficking, and those are serious offenses, and the guideline ranges are high for those. And I don't think that he's going to do a downward departure for what reason? I mean, I think that factually, what's come out in this case is not the type of facts that you would see a federal judge is going to go out on a limb and do a downward departure for somebody like Diddy.
And then, Serena, getting a good question here from Matthew Robillard. I know it's subjective, but do you think this case comes down to the closing arguments? Is it that close, or does one side have the edge going into today?
That is a great question. I do think it comes down to the closing arguments. There are some trials where you could sit back and watch and be like, oh God, they blew it out of the park, and you're like, oh, okay, like when is this thing over? Let's just get to the deliberations. This is not that case. I think, not only was the case a lengthy case, there was a lot of evidence, there was a lot of cross-examination, very skilled attorneys on both sides. I definitely think that it's close enough that the closing arguments are going to be the make or break here.
I want to go to a piece of video that I don't believe came up, producers, if we have it, came up during trial, but it was the day after the CNN video came to light of Sean Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura in the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016. And the fascinating part is Sean Combs apparently thought that he had the only copy, destroyed the only copy, based off the testimony of a security guard at the Intercontinental who he allegedly paid $100,000 to get rid of it. That video, we've all seen it. It comes to light. But then Sean Combs the next day posts this video on Instagram. Let's take a look.
I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. But sometimes you gotta do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
So I don't believe that video was ever played during this trial. That he posted on May 19th, 2024, 2 days after the CNN video of the assault at the Intercontinental was up. Mauricio, why not insert that into evidence, considering that's really the only time he didn't testify in his own behalf, but also that's the only time I believe Sean Combs has ever accepted responsibility for what happened to Cassandra Ventura?
Listen, if they didn't use it, I'm going to say it's because the rules of the federal rules of criminal procedure prohibit them from using it if he doesn't testify. I can't quote you which one, but I can imagine that if they were legally allowed to show that to the jury, that they wouldn't have done it. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that they just were prohibited, pursuant to the rules of evidence. But one comment that I have to make about that video is that video shows how demented he is. I remember when he posted that, 50 Cent went crazy on Instagram, like clowning him, saying, like, I don't know who's in your PR team. And I mimic that because I don't understand what kind of person thinks that they could come out, make a statement, and that everything's gonna be okay. Certain things in life go beyond explaining, apologizing, and beating down a woman the way that he did in that video is not explainable. Like, that's something that he should have shut up. He should have never made any comments. But apparently he thinks that, and he's talking about he went to rehab. I heard that when they went to arrest him, he had drugs in the hotel room. So I think that the video shows the level of narcissism, a complete egomaniac, that he thinks that he can control the narrative himself, because he's been living in this fantasy for so many years that he thinks that he can control something that's completely out of control, including what was happening to his reputation when that video came out.
And the interesting thing is that video is no longer on his Instagram. So he or his team deleted it at some point, which is interesting considering when you're a music mogul, everybody's going to save the video within 5 minutes of it being posted on your Instagram, and we have it forever. Another question coming in, and just a reminder, drop questions in the chat. We're going to answer them live here on this live stream as we await closing arguments from the government today in the case of Sean Diddy Combs. This comes in from Mr. Popinski. Any chance, Serena, the defense team tries to plea out during this day off, a day that they won't be speaking in court?
I think it's a 0% chance that that happens. They might want to, right? They may want a really great plea offer on the table, but I do not believe an offer would even exist from the prosecution at this point to take. And so if that's the case, then you'd have to ask the judge for mercy, and you'd have to plead guilty to like everything. So I really don't see it happening. I don't see the offer being made. I don't see an offer being taken. I think we are in it for the long haul. We're going to hear the closing. We're going to hear a verdict.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting. I mean, these are some complicated charges when you think of racketeering, and then you're also trying to say Bad Boy Records, Sean Combs Enterprises that we all grew up with watching, that it was actually a racket, which feels a little bit more of a complicated path than maybe looking at a street gang and saying that it's a racket. So we'll see how that plays out. Questions starting to come in, which we really appreciate. This one coming in from, I'm going to take this one, just going to make sure I get the person's name right. This is from Show and Tell Knitting. Once again, Mauricio, isn't he charged with arson, just not attempted arson, since the government feels arson wasn't just attempted, but completed?
I think that the charge was attempted arson. I may be incorrect. So is the question whether or not they're sticking with the arson charge?
I believe so, as the underlying, the predicate offense underneath that RICO charge, all related to Kid Cudi's Porsche, which took a Molotov cocktail back in 2011. But on the note of Kid Cudi, because when you think of his testimony, and he was high profile when he came in, he was smoking a cigarette like on his way into the courthouse, but he talks about this moment where his Porsche is lit on fire. Someone called him and told him that someone had put a Molotov cocktail in his passenger seat. There was no DNA evidence of Sean Combs on the Molotov cocktail. There was apparently partial female DNA, but we don't know whose DNA that is. They had the fire investigator on the stand who said that it was really just an open case, but it fell flat because not a lot of witnesses were talking. And then you had Kid Cudi go and talk with Sean Combs. They had this water under the bridge conversation about the beef over his short relationship with Cassandra Ventura. And I remember Kid Cudi asking Sean Combs, he said, "What about the car?" And Combs said, "What car?" And it was really left at that. Mauricio, what did you make of that testimony? Does it make sense that the government maybe looked at it and said that it would be a reach to get Sean Combs to be seen as guilty of committing arson underneath the RICO charge?
Yeah, listen, the government probably realized that they didn't have enough. And if you don't have enough, you don't want to leave that door open for criminal defense attorneys in closing to stand up and say what a horrible job the prosecution did trying to, show you the elements of this particular crime, because then it highlights their failure as prosecutors. So why would you want to do that when at the end of the day, the prosecution thinks that they've done enough to show that, he was engaged in sex trafficking, that he used force, fraud, or coercion, that he was engaged in transporting prostitutes across state lines for the purposes of committing prostitution, that he was in charge of crossing drugs from state lines, for the purposes of these freak-offs. So if you have enough, the last thing that you want to do is give ammunition to these criminal defense attorneys, which, by the way, if I'm representing them, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to say, listen, this is a RICO case, and you got one guy sitting here, because you don't have to be an expert in the law. You don't have to be a lawyer to realize that it's abnormal to have a guy sitting there for RICO by himself, a conspiracy, and he's there by himself. Another thing is, I would bring those 300 bottles of baby oil, put them on a table, and make a big joke about it. Because usually in RICO cases, you could be dealing with 500 kilos of cocaine. You could be dealing with, Oxycontin. You could be dealing with a bunch of other things. Here, we're dealing with baby oil. Try and make light of it, and try and convince a jury that this is about the federal government attacking P. Diddy because they were upset at him, and they've tried to create this RICO Act. And at the end of the day, you may dislike him, which I'm sure they're going to get into this. You may dislike him. You may think the things that he did are repugnant, but is he a criminal or is he just a freak? And that, I think, is going to be, one of the main key points that the defense is going to try and hammer home.
And when it comes to closing arguments, Serena, good question coming in here from Danny, kind of to Mauricio's point, as if the defense were to pour baby oil on the desk there as they're making closing arguments. During closing arguments, are they allowed to play videos or previously introduced evidence or text messages?
Yes, they can. Anything that's been put into evidence is fair game. They could even take things that are presented in evidence and already in evidence and make a slideshow on it or a timeline or whatever else it is to manipulate the evidence that's already in to kind of influence the jury to see things their way. And it is a technique that everybody really uses in their closing arguments if they have compelling evidence like that. I wouldn't be surprised if the prosecution replays the Cassie video. I wouldn't be surprised that, maybe the defense brings in a wheelbarrow's worth of baby oil and says, this is what they're calling RICO. So you can definitely use any of that, the text messages included.
And Mauricio, a question just related to the Diddy apology video that wasn't brought in. And it's one I think a lot of people look at the video and outside of the courtroom would just think, how can he claim to accept responsibility if he is claiming he is not guilty?
Yeah, listen, I agree. I mean, well, listen, one thing is claiming responsibility for the domestic violence abuse of Cassie, which is a completely separate crime. And one thing is saying that you're innocent of sex trafficking, that you weren't involved in the force, fraud, or coercion, that these people were consensual. So I think it's two separate crimes, and not charged with the domestic violence battery. He's charged with other crimes that it's associated with the force, fraud, or coercion, but it isn't a domestic violence case. So I think the two things are separate.
And then Serena, another question here from Desiree Martin, and this has to do with Christina Coram, who, second to Sean Combs, may have been mentioned as much as anybody in this trial, and she was not called as a witness. Desiree Martin asks, do you think the prosecution is going to charge RICO on KK since they did not call her to the stand?
It is possible. A lot of these decisions that are made with respect to co-conspirators and everybody else who might have been participants in the RICO criminal enterprise, they may not be charged now, but it's not like they can't be charged later. And sometimes a prosecution will be strategic about that, and they'll look at the result of the Big Fish case and then make other decisions after the fact. If he's convicted, maybe, I don't know, maybe they'll say, you know what, we've got our guy, it's fine, we don't need to go after everybody else. Or maybe they'll be emboldened to do just that. So time will tell. It's possible.
Because we have seen some witnesses, lesser known witnesses, some of I think George Kaplan, a former assistant, he was given immunity for his testimony. He was able, or he was going to plead the fifth. Who knows what conversations and communications the government has had with Christina Coram. But knowing that we don't know specifically that part of it, Mauricio, why not call Christina Coram to the stand in this trial?
Well, listen, because if she's gonna get on the stand and point to certain give some testimony that incriminates P. Diddy, but then she was involved herself on cross-examination, she's gonna be the criminal defense attorneys are gonna be able to break her down and show that she's that she has a reason to lie against P. Diddy, that the reason that she's testifying is to save her own skin from her own illegal actions. So that could have been a decision that they made. Like maybe she cooperated, maybe she gave them a lot of evidence, maybe she was able to shine the light on a lot of things that the prosecution couldn't. But at the end of the day, they didn't want to put her up on the stand because they didn't want the criminal defense attorneys to take advantage of a lot of the weak points that she had as a witness. So that's just a strategic decision that they could have made. Or she could have just gotten cold feet and said, I don't want to cooperate. If that's the case, and they were expecting her to cooperate and she just got cold feet, then I would totally anticipate that the federal government is going to, indict her in the future, because they would be extremely upset at that.
Sean Combs has been in the Metro Detention Center in New York since September of last year when he was arrested. We don't see him enter court every day. He's brought in through the back, only people who have seen Sean Combs since he was arrested are people like our Elizabeth Milner, who's been in the courtroom every single day. Do want to point to a poll that we just had come in. We appreciate all 353 of you who just voted on this. When the investigation into Sean Diddy Combs was first announced, how did you interpret the timing? We have 57% saying it was overdue, 24% saying it was appropriate, 9% said didn't hear about it, and 8% said it was unjustified. When you look, Serena, at the evidence the government has laid out, which goes back, I believe, to about 2008. And then you have Cassie Ventura, her testimony. You have people who say that they witnessed Cassie Ventura being assaulted, being forced to take part in these freak-offs. How did you interpret the timing of when the government made their move after they had raided Sean Combs' homes in Miami and Los Angeles to then arrest him?
You know, unlike state prosecutions, federal prosecutions take a very long time, and I'm not excusing it by any means. I'm actually just commenting on facts. They take forever, especially on these kinds of RICO cases. And in a way, that timeline is a huge detriment to them. I mean, you can even just look at the Luigi Mangione case where they scrambled to get their indictment against him because the state, did their thing. And they were not used to that at all. And frankly, I think they messed certain things up because of it. They're not used to like looking at a crime that has happened or is, that they're looking to indict because it's an ongoing thing and just biting the bullet and indicting somebody. Nope, they take forever. They do their wiretaps, they collect evidence slowly. And the reason they'll say to justify that is because they don't want to lose. And it's also the same reason why a lot of people say once the feds get their claws in you, they don't lose. They don't like to lose. They like to have their good stats. They like to have everything beautifully in a nice bow. Whereas in the state level, usually the cops who are on the street, they arrest somebody, they're arraigned, the state indicts them within 6 days, and now the case is going. And it's a very difficult thing for prosecutors at the state level to do that because you have to scramble and collect everything. But here the feds, my God, did they take a long time with Diddy? I don't know if it's because that's just the status quo for them or if they just became motivated later on and decided to look back and take all of these things into account much, much later.
I'm happy you brought up the Luigi Mangione case because he is facing charges both at the state and federal level. And we've seen kind of the jockeying back and forth from the DOJ and the district attorney in Manhattan in that case. But in this case, we have a good question from Britt Mauricio. I wonder if any of the states are going to sue him based off trafficking charges.
If any of the states are going to sue him?
Yeah, if any states would sue him, could he see federal charges even after all of this is over?
Federal or state charges?
Could he see state charges once this case is wrapped up?
Yes, and the reason being is because in the United States of America, you could be charged for a federal crime, and then you could be charged for the same thing on the state level, and it is not double jeopardy. If you ask me how it is that it is not double jeopardy, as an attorney, I cannot even start to explain it to you, but that's already the Supreme Court has decided. I think, and I could be, dumbing this down, but I think that the explanation is that, in one, you're doing your time for the citizens of the nation, and in the other one, you're doing your time for the citizens of the state. But, I have a personal friend of mine that got convicted. He did 2 years in Florida, in a Florida state prison, and then they came back and they gave him, he did 2 years in the federal system, and they came back and they gave him 10 years in the state system because the state prosecutors were not happy with the federal deal that he took. So the answer is yeah, they can. Can we expect it? I don't know. I don't know if states out there wanna cannonball into something like this. It's a lot of resources that they'd be taking away from other crimes that they have, and depending on whether if he's not convicted or not, it depends. But it's a big decision for any prosecuting department to take on a case like this.
And Serena, another question coming in from Alana Rodriguez. Alana, we really appreciate you because I know that you've been putting in some really good questions in the chat. And this is related to the freak off videos that were shown to members of the jury. And we've received evidence photos like pictures from the raid at Sean Combs' house in Miami, a lot of the drugs that were found in his house, a couple AR-15s that were found in the house, images like this of some of the items, we'll say, that were used during freak-offs. We've seen evidence photos of that. She wants to know, will the freak-off videos ever become public?
Probably not. I don't think so. I think, first of all, you have to take into consideration the people who are in those videos, right? We want to know what happened. We're curious. We want to see what the evidence is. We want to know what P. Diddy did. But keep in mind, there are very strong rules and laws that help protect people who are victims of sexual abuse, rape shield laws. And if anybody who is depicted in those videos, are claiming that they did not want to be in those videos, that this was something that was done non-consensually, now you're publishing essentially rape scenes or sexual content that they don't want out there. That is a violation of the law. And so it's a violation of rape shield laws. It's also, commonly referred to as revenge porn, right? If somebody puts something on there, publishes something that a woman or a man who didn't want to be recorded doing those things, they don't want that published. It's against the law to publish it. And so I don't think that we're going to see it. Even though it was evidence in the case, it was strictly put into evidence for the jury's consideration, not for publication.
Mauricio, another good poll that we're getting from our viewers that I want you to react to. The question was, do you think others in the industry enabled Diddy's alleged behavior before All right, welcome back to live stream coverage here on Law&Crime's YouTube channel ahead of closing arguments in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Apologize for a little bit of the technical issues we had there just a couple of minutes ago, but we're back and we're rolling. A lot to talk about today. We'll be live throughout the day here on Law&Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. I'm going to go for the next hour or so until 11 o'clock, and then my colleague Jesse Weber will pick things up at noon. And then we'll have Anjanette Levy finishing up the day. Court expected to go to 5 o'clock as the government, just about a little less than 10 minutes from now, expected to begin closing arguments of their case against the disgraced music mogul, Sean Diddy Combs. Let's go live to outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. That's where we find Sierra Gillespie, the host of our Law&Crime YouTube channel, Scandal. Sierra, I know you're keeping an eye on some of the people who have been arriving this morning. We've seen a couple SUVs roll up. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Chris, we saw Diddy's family. They finally arrived a bit later than I anticipated, actually. We saw the government go in first. I haven't seen any of the defense, assuming that they're in there, but I did see Diddy's family. And the way that you can tell Diddy's family is here is because everyone is quiet and all of a sudden rushing over there. So they got out of this big black van. They walked through, you know, it's like the paparazzi. The cameras are flashing. Everybody's rolling. I saw Quincy Brown. Some of his children are there. So they're now inside the courtroom. And as you said, about 10 minutes from now is when we're going to start, or jurors rather, are going to start to hear those closing arguments. So things are really getting moving here.
Right, and they're expected to go, just the government today, 2 hours. So they'll go till about noon, break for lunch, and then they'll go for 2 more hours as they finish up their case. I want to bring in Sierra, stick around with us here as I bring in Mauricio Padilla, criminal defense attorney, and Serena Townsend, our panel of experts joining us, former prosecutor, criminal defense attorney. Thank you both for taking the time to be with us. I find it interesting that throughout this trial, we haven't seen large crowds of people outside. It's been a lot of media members outside, where you think of, 2 cases, one in New York, Luigi Mangione. We've certainly seen his supporters outside the courthouse. And then even completely different kind of case, but Karen Reed, obviously a ton of supporters there outside of her trial in Boston. Mauricio, what do you make of it seems every day there's not a lot of people showing up in support of Sean Combs?
Yeah, listen, I'm not shocked. He wasn't a liked person from before. I mean, I grew up with him because I was like 19 years old when Biggie blew up. So my whole life I've been like dealing with him and watching him. He's not a really likable guy. And then after the video surfaced of him beating down Cassie and everything, I think a lot of people really are not going to support him. They don't want to go and show their face. He's, I think people think of him of like an elitist, someone that hasn't really garnered a lot of fans himself. I think he had artists underneath him that had a lot of fan worship. But as far as him himself, I don't think he was a particularly good rapper. And I think a lot of people just are sick of him, especially after that video came out.
Live stream. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We had a bit of technical difficulty with our host, Chris Stewart, which you guys know we've all had that. We've all working from home, had our internet go out. So I am here now hosting from the field behind me. You can see the courthouse where just inside is P. Diddy. So we've got a lot of updates for you, and I'm going to bring you some of them right now, and I have them. Okay, we are getting these as soon as we can to you guys. This is an update from the judge. Good morning. We emailed the charge to the parties, but there are still some times government is capitalized. We'll charge that and an instruction about witnesses. There should be no disruptions during closings. Now, the judge says, I'll tell the jurors that it will be a shorter day today, meaning right now, longer tomorrow, and then deliberations, it will be up to them. So then the U.S. says, Ms. Slavic, we will be here at 10 to deliver the closing. Now, Shapiro comes in from the defense and says there are some italics we want out. Okay, break until 10, which, it's 10:01 now. So that means the closing arguments are beginning. And I want to bring on our guests now because we have two. We have Serena Townsend, former sex crimes prosecutor, which is why I've got a question for her, and current criminal defense attorney, and Mauricio Padilla, criminal defense attorney. Thank you guys for being on with us. And Serena, I've got to ask you, closings are happening right now. So what do you think they're saying?
They've been preparing. Mark Agnifilo is probably getting himself ready to write down a bunch of things that the prosecution is going to say so that he could rebut it tomorrow. The prosecutors are collecting their evidence to show during the closing to really bring home what P. Diddy has been doing this whole time. I expect that they're not just going to rely on their own words. I expect they're going to put text messages up. They're going to probably replay the Cassie video to remind the jurors of just how terrible P. Diddy is. And I think that, they have to grab this jury real quick right out the gate. They're going to be up there for like 4 hours, I think they said. So it's going to be a long one, but they're going to have to start off strong and end strong, in my opinion.
Okay, the Cassie video, that has been subject of conversation for more than a year now. I mean, some of the jurors going into jury selection talked about how they had actually seen this video in the past. And Mauricio, I know that you talk about this a lot, this video. What do you think they're making of all of this, these jurors having to see this really intense video once again?
Listen, I'm sure they're probably sick of seeing the video, like they're sick of hearing about all these things that Diddy is accused of doing or the freak offs, but it's part of the case, and it's definitely part of the prosecution's case. They're probably gonna use that video to start off with because you want to be dramatic. You want to be dramatic because at the end of the day, jurors have a limited attention span. So when I first started, practicing law many years ago, I would look at dramatic criminal defense attorneys, and sometimes I would say to myself, wow, they're being too dramatic. Now, after more than two decades of being a trial attorney, I'm here to tell you, you can never be too dramatic. You got to be dramatic, use props, keep the attention on you, because if they're not paying attention, they're very likely to convict your client.
You can never be too dramatic, Mauricio. I love that. Actually, that's a great segue, a plug for my channel Scandal, where we talk about celebrity true crime, including P. Diddy. So you guys, if you're interested in it, make sure you subscribe. I agree with you. You can never be too dramatic. And I want to hear from our viewers as well. And we've got a couple. This is a question from Donna Herman. She says, question, will prosecution highlight the witnesses needed to have deals to testify? And does that not prove the inner circle knew they were involved in illegal activities? Serena, what are you thinking about that one?
Yes. So the prosecution is definitely going to want to address that because the defense is certainly going to address it in their closing. They're going to call all of these people cooperators, interested witnesses, and tell the jury that even the judge is going to instruct the jury to consider the fact that they're getting something for their testimony. They're getting immunity or they're getting a benefit, and therefore there's a reason for them to lie. So the prosecution has to take the bite out of that in their closing argument. They have to explain to the jury that although these people are getting some sort of deal, they're getting some benefit from their testimony, they're still believable because of X, Y, and Z. Usually it's a convincing argument from a prosecutor is they're still believable because the evidence that can't lie, videos, text messages, support what these witnesses testified about. And those things can't lie even if a witness can.
Okay, talking about immunity, this is something we've seen a lot throughout the case. I mean, Brendan Paul, for instance, he talked about that, how he testified he was planning to plead the fifth. And another person who I personally thought was going to get immunity and testify for the prosecution for the government was KK, Christina Coram. And I know you guys were watching the Scandal episode we did about that. And Mauricio, I got to go back to you to ask about that because we still didn't hear from her. And so I'm wondering about that. A lot of people, a lot of our viewers are asking, you know, why didn't we hear from her? There's a lot of discussion about her through text messages and things like that. So what are you thinking about Christina Coram in relation to potential immunity?
Well, I think it's either one of two things. Either she was a cooperating witness that provided the government such amazing insight into the world of P. Diddy and all the criminal acts that he did, and the prosecution took that, used it, but then said, we don't want to put you on the stand because number one, we don't need to, or number two, we don't want criminal defense attorneys to chip down at your credibility because you were part of it. You were not only a co-conspirator, but you had an active role in committing all these crimes. So we're going to use you, but we're not going to use you on the stand. That's number one. Number two could be they planned on using her, and at some point she got cold feet. I don't think that's probable because people, when they're in her situation, usually cooperate and do whatever the federal government wants them to do. But if that's the case, I think, and I theorize that if that's the case, we can expect an indictment in the future because the federal government is not going to take lightly to, relying on you and thinking that they were going to use you and then not being able to at trial. And if that's the case, I would anticipate that she's going to get indicted in the future.
I think that's so curious that potentially she could face an indictment in all of this. And that's obviously something we're going to watch and follow and see if it happens down the line. I do have another question from one of our viewers, Courtney Dobbs. Thank you, Courtney, for watching. And she's asking, do the jurors get offered therapy after the trial? And Serena, I'm going to go to you for this one, obviously because of your history as a former sex crimes prosecutor. And you and I have talked about this at length, the fact that these women who have gone on the stand are talking about really traumatic things. I mean, we're talking Cassie, Mia, Jane, even me reading the transcripts, it got really personal and upsetting. So for jurors who are there and watching these women, by multiple accounts, breaking down on the stand, it can be very upsetting for them. They're talking about really difficult allegations. So are they offered therapy after this?
They're not. I wouldn't be surprised if they went out on their own privately to get therapy to kind of deal with the things that they're seeing. But no, that is not something that is offered to jurors by the government or by the state or the feds or anything like that. They would have to up and go themselves if they felt that they needed it. And I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, people like us, I guess we're just jaded. We're used to these things after a while. You just kind of see it so often that it becomes kind of mundane after a while in a weird sort of way. But for jurors, this is hopefully their very first experience seeing these kinds of horrible things. And it could certainly, be traumatizing for a long time.
And this is something we hear a lot of feedback from our viewers who talk about how we are sometimes lighthearted in terms of covering these really, in-depth stories. And to that, I have to say, we really have to compartmentalize because, like you said, Serena, if we have to go back and think through all of these things, it would affect us so much. And so I do kind of agree to your point. I think jurors might, in fact, reach therapy outside. Now, I do have another update from all of this. This is the judge. While we wait, Ms. Comey, obviously government, do we have the laptop already? And Comey says, I'll defer to Ms. Garagos. Garagos says, we'll have it ready tomorrow. So the judge replies, with only the admitted exhibits. I'll ask tomorrow. Okay, on to another question from one of our viewers. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Matthew Robillard. Regardless of the verdicts, can Diddy realistically come back from this? Ooh, this is a great question. It's hard to see major brands backing him or celebs wanting to be seen with him after everything's come out. And you guys have been looking at our poll too. They said, our poll, we wrote, do you believe the public will accept the verdict regardless of the outcome? So here's the results. No, 35%. Yes, 32%. And not sure, 31%. And Mauricio, this one's for you. Can Diddy ever come back from this?
I mean, it depends on your definition of comeback. I mean, comeback financially is one thing. Comeback in the court of public opinions, I don't think so. I don't think that people are going to accept them like they did before. I think that what's come out it's damning in the sense that, you know, it shows you as an abuser, and it shows you as somebody engaged in a level of perversion that's not routinely accepted by any segment of the population, you know, including the target audience that he had, the people that were into his music, the people that were into rap music. These are not people that are really usually accept even the swinger lifestyle. Forget about the force, fraud, coercion, the sex trafficking. You know, in my opinion, people that are into that music are not the type of people that are really accepting to the type of behavior that he was involved in. I don't think that he's ever going to be able to come back from this. Now, if he beats the charges, well, you know, he's got a book deal. He's got, you know, Tyler Perry can make the P. Diddy movie. I don't know. There's other avenues, but I don't think he's ever going to be able to get back to where he was. He was extremely accepted. He had political ties. You know, he was friends with Obama. You know, those days are over. He's never going to get back to that level of acceptance.
I mean, outside of judges and juries, people, normal everyday people, are very judgmental. So you're right. Let's say something happens and he's completely acquitted. I mean, people are still judgmental. And this kind of goes into our next question we have here from SL600. This is a very important question, Serena, for you. What is the legal difference between a freak-off and a threesome, or being a swinger? Did you learn that in law school, Serena?
Oh, yes. We spent at least 6 months studying this. You know, we had in-person. That's a great question. It's great. Listen, the difference, as probably you wouldn't be surprised to hear, is consent. Right? So nobody is going to jail because of a threesome or a freak off or a throuple or swinging or anything that you could imagine in your sordid brain and my sordid brain. Nobody's going to jail for that as long as everybody is consenting. And also, I mean, I should probably also say you can't support still prostitution. You can't really pay for this kind of stuff. That is still technically a crime as well, even though there's pushes to decriminalize sex work. So yeah, if you are amongst friends and you all decide that this is the kind of thing that you want to do, and you check in on each other throughout, and you make sure that everybody is comfortable throughout the entire event and consents, then there's nothing wrong with it. Oh, and also make sure that you're not recording it and publishing it without people's consent either, because that's another type of crime that you could be found guilty of. So there are rules to having fun, I guess, but not everything that's fun is a crime.
Oh, yeah, and the videos, I mean, those were huge. The freak-off videos, alleged, I should say, that were shown in court. And by the way, I have a huge update from court. It's now 10:13 a.m. and closings have began. So this is our update. The judge brings in the jury. He says, you know, let's get them all rise. And here's the judge. He says, give your attention to the parties' closing arguments. Today will be shorter, the U.S. closings. Tomorrow, the defense, the rebuttal, my instructions, and begin deliberations. The jurors who will stay. Now, here's the government, Slavic. She says, over the last few weeks, you've learned that Sean Combs is the leader of a criminal organization. He doesn't take no for an answer. He's into kidnapping, arson, forced labor, bribery of a security officer, and the brutal crimes of sex trafficking. So this is kind of how they're kicking off right away this morning. Mauricio, I want to toss over to you because recently there were some arguments. Actually, yesterday we know went very long. Elizabeth Milner and Jesse Weber were on call for a very long time last night, bringing us the updates as they're going through, you know, what sort of instructions there are going to be. And there was that whole Rule 29 thing talking about, you know, what can be included in and what's not. And the huge news that a lot of people thought charges were dropped, which is not the case, in related to attempted kidnapping and attempted arson. So what are your thoughts about all of that going into the closing, Mauricio?
I mean, I think we've discussed this previously, that the prosecution, I mean, can make a decision not to pursue certain crimes. And I think at that point, they've probably looked at their case and they're probably going to stick with what's strongest for them. They don't want to leave the door open for the defense to come up in their closing argument to highlight what a poor job they've done. I think that they've done a good job improving a lot of the elements of a lot of the crimes that they've charged, and I think that they're going to stick with that and they're going to highlight those.
All right, we have a couple of more things from our viewers, and I'm sorry to go back to freak-offs, but that seems to be what the chat is all about. So we have Old Hollywood Angels who says, I love how Law&Crime includes viewers into the discussion, which I do too. Thank you for writing in. Mess Dog, she says, KK, I need more baby oil. It needs to be on a t-shirt. I love that. So Serena, I got to ask you another freak-off question. She says, if Diddy didn't profit from the freak-offs, how is that RICO? He's just a big freak, this is his words, her words, that wanted privacy. What are your thoughts on that?
That's great commentary. He's just a freako. He's not doing RICO, right? Like, I guess put that on a shirt. So I think that the enterprise portion of this is a little bit more amorphous. I don't think it's a quick and easy, dollar to dollar transaction. I think what they're going to try to say essentially is he's running this entire criminal enterprise, this music enterprise, simply because he wants to gain access to all these other illegal activities that he wants to pursue. And so he is in a way making money off of it in different ways. Like is he making money by using people in this scenario, by getting them music deals in exchange for their activities that are in the freak-offs? And so it's not just simply a pay for play type of situation, but it's bigger than that. And this is exactly why RICO is a difficult charge to be able to prove, because it is not as simple as A plus B equals C. So you're right to kind of see it that way. And that's what the defense is essentially banking on, saying he was a freak, but he's not, a freak mogul. He's not a criminal over it.
I think you're right, Serena, and I believe, Mauricio, you've said this too, that I think the RICO one is the really big question mark, especially when it comes time to deliberation. And now we're there. We're in the closing, so we're so close to deliberations. I'm going to pause for a really quick second because we do have Chris Stewart who is coming back. Obviously, we've had some technical issues today. I'm now hosting from the field, and you guys have bared with me with my hair flying in my face. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to subscribe to our channel, Scandal, where I talk about all things like this. I have Serena on, Mauricio on, a lot of people on. It's great stuff to talk about Diddy, so make sure to subscribe. And we're going to pause for a quick second, and we'll be back with Chris Stewart shortly.
Thank you for your services. This might be one of my last days out here. Because it's winding down now. It's almost over.
Yeah. You'll probably want to get done before 4th of July. So.
Yeah. Somewhere probably next week it'll be done. Either you'll be free or you're going to jail.
You're not coming back for that?
No.
Good, stay away. You'll bring all the crazy job for that.
No, everybody gonna be out here for that.
I know.
Whether he gets out or he gets sentenced, they all gonna be here for that. That's gonna be crazy. I don't know. Listen, they respect this. They respect this though. They know not to go across that.
Yeah, it's been pretty decent. Not too bad.
Yeah. Then you got the guy protesting.
He'll be done in 5 minutes. He's the usual thing.
Okay.
He's been out here for years. When we bang pie,
I'll see you later.
guys, I'm back. We are doing more live coverage of P. Diddy from the field here in Lower Manhattan. Our guy Chris Stewart has been having some issues with his internet back at home, so no worries, we're here. Thank you all for bearing with us. I've been having such a great time, and right now is a crazy time, you guys, because its closings are happening literally as I speak. In this building behind me is where we're hearing from the government, and I have some updates for you that I will read, and then we'll get to our all-star panel. So here are a couple of updates from the court, and this is Christy Slavic, by the way, who is one of the prosecutors who's presenting the closings. So she's saying, consider two moments. March 2016, at the Intercontinental Hotel, the defendant got violent with Cassie. You saw what happened. He dragged her back to the freak-off. 2024 at Jane's house, the defendant choked and hit her. She ran away, couldn't get away. These are chapters in the same book. The defendant counted on silence and shame. He thought that his fame and wealth and power put him above the law. Over the last 7 weeks, you've heard how he used his staff to promote his power. No one could stop him. We'll talk about RICO, including sex trafficking and transportation for prostitution, which are also separately charged as standalone crimes. You may have heard of racketeers. When someone commits a crime as part of a group, they are more dangerous. A group of people whose purpose was to serve and protect the defendant. It's his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him, fulfilling all of his desires, including his sexual desires. We need to show at least 2 racketeering crimes. So that's where we're at as of now. The updates coming into the courtroom. We have our amazing panel of producers, Jordan, Alex, Nick, who are all helping out, and Bailey and Nicole. Hi, guys. You're doing the best you can, and it's great. And I want to bring on our all-star guest that we have. We have Serena Townsend, former sex crimes prosecutor and criminal defense attorney, and Mauricio Padilla, criminal defense attorney. Hi, guys. Thanks for bearing with us today and sticking with us. And Mauricio, I want to ask you about what we were just talking about with racketeering. The fact that there are no co-defendants with Diddy, it's kind of hard for even me to understand. Can you explain that?
Honestly, I've never seen anybody stand trial for RICO by themselves. And if I was, and I know that we've talked about this before, like Dave Chappelle made a joke about it. You know, he's like, you know, this guy's standing trial for RICO by himself, and it's something that the defense is definitely going to hammer home. This is not a normal RICO case by any stretch of the imagination. The fact that he's there by himself, the fact that they're talking conspiracy, but there are no co-conspirators sitting at the table with him, the fact that we're talking about baby oil and orgies and not kilos of cocaine, that's something that you have to emphasize for the jury. The defense is gonna say, this is about the federal government being upset at P. Diddy and trying to make him into a villain, a RICO case where it's actually just a domestic violence case and a guy that had very unsavory and perverted fetishes. That's pretty much going to be, you know, their defense in a nutshell, as I anticipate.
And my question mark for you, Serena, about all of that is we've talked a lot on this live stream and past episodes of my show Scandal, which, by the way, you guys can subscribe if you like what you're seeing. We've talked about this, the fact that, okay, maybe Diddy's sex life is different than what you or I or whoever does. We've got the 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube, and he's a little different. But is that a crime? And I think that's one of the questions I'm wondering if you think the defense is going to bring up. Maybe he's odd to you, but it doesn't mean it's illegal. What do you think?
Absolutely. I do think so. I think that they're going to say, listen, they're trying to paint him as just a bad guy. They are going to throw all of these unsavory, kinky, weird things at you to just turn you off because they think that you can't handle that. They think that you think that that's a crime, and it is not. They have to prove I would say to the jury, the law is very, very technical, because it is. And if they cannot prove that he actually committed specific crimes that fall into the elements of what they've charged, he is not guilty. And yeah, these freak offs are weird and they're strange, and it might not be something that you would want to participate in. But look at the text messages from the participants who took the stand. They were eager to participate. They went and bought outfits. They went and procured other people to participate. Now, in that sense, it is a little bit strategically nerve-wracking, because you might then be admitting to other things like sex trafficking. And I do think the defense has to worry about those other counts. But the RICO count, I do think, is very much in play here. And the defense can double down on the fact that they're just trying to paint him as a weirdo, and he's not a criminal.
All roads are leading back to RICO, including one of our viewer questions that I have to bring up, which, by the way, if you guys have questions, write them in the chat and we will pick them out and talk about them. This is going to be a question for you, Mauricio, and it's from one of our viewers, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name, Abilisha Derwal. I believe I pronounced that correctly, and I'm sorry if I didn't, but they ask, what do people think will be the 2 RICO crimes that will prove his guilt? So what do you think, Mauricio? I mean, we heard, a lot of testimony on the government side of things. That could be a different question. But what are you thinking are the 2 incidents that would really hit that home?
I mean, I think that they have them on the procuring sex workers and having them transported from state to state. There's been a lot of testimony about, different people, doing it for him, or that they brought, 3 guys in one night to have sex with his girlfriend, and all these guys are flying around. And I think the government did a really good job at bringing in the airline tickets, showing who paid for the airline tickets, and that's I think something that P. Diddy had been doing for so long that he never even occurred to him that this was illegal. So I think that there's plenty of evidence that he was doing that. And then also they're going to have him with transporting drugs from state to state for the purposes of these freak-offs, which is another predicate crime. And I think that they had his former assistant testifying and other people testifying, including Jane, that would take place. So from the evidence that I've heard, I think they got him on at least those 2.
It's so wild that now we're at the finish line, because we've had 6 weeks of the government going through and having all of this evidence presented. I mean, we've talked about the freak-off videos. By now, you guys have seen the actual photos of the lube and the Johnson & Johnson baby oil, the brand loyalty that was featured in all of this in the exhibits. And now we're at the closings. We're at the finish line, so we're hearing them kind of tie a bow on everything. And I do have an update for that for you as well. Here's right now the closing argument. Slavic says, this is to the jurors, the defendant was the head of the Combs enterprise. There was an inner circle, his chief of staff and his bodyguards. The names changed, but the roles remained the same. You've heard about KK, Combs' right brain. She lived in 2-Star, and when they say 2-Star, they're talking about Miami, Star Island. She communicated with the defendant's girlfriends, his security. You heard names, D-Rock, Bonds, Rube, Uncle Polly, Fahim. They were armed and ready. Remember the incident at the diner with Suge Knight? David James told you Combs had guns. In the search, law enforcement found guns, including a rifle with the serial number defaced in LA, 2 AR-15s with their serial numbers cut out in the defendant's closet. You also have rotating cast of assistants paid by the defendant's business. Brendan Paul, for example, one of the recent people who testified, said he made $100,000 a year. KK made 6 times that. When your boss asks you to buy drugs, you're committing a crime. When you kidnap someone or locked his girlfriend in a hotel room after your boss stomped on his face, it's a crime. And there's another really important thing. One of my producers sent me a powerful line from closing. The defendant was at the top of this enterprise. Remember, it's his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him. And I know that this is something that we've talked about a lot, the fact that it's only Diddy and he doesn't have any co-conspirators who are charged in relation to this. As of now, we kind of inferred potentially KK maybe down the line, who's to say, but it's all about Diddy. And I want to talk about our poll too. This is the question that was written. How closely have you been following the case? Some people say 65% very closely, not very closely, 22%, not at all, 11%. And to those not at all, welcome. We're here to talk about it and break everything down. I want to go back to Serena Townsend and ask about all of this. I know that Serena has been following this case, honestly, probably before the indictment even came down. We saw those civil lawsuits. And that's actually what I want to talk to you about, Serena, is the civil lawsuits. The one, in my opinion, and I assume yours, that started it all. That was Cassie Ventura, who filed the first of many back in November of 2023 under the New York Survivors Act, the Adult Survivors Act, rather. So can you talk to me about the civil suits? Where does everything stand now?
Yeah. Well, the civil suit is, going to benefit greatly from a guilty verdict in this case. I think it's a wonderful strategy, even if she didn't mean for it to be a strategy. It will be a wonderful strategy for her to use if there's a guilty verdict having to do with anything that P. Diddy did to her. Because the standard of proof in a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a very, very high, it's the highest level of proof you'd have to show. It's basically like the government has to prove 99% that this happened in this way by this person. And a civil suit only has to be proven by a preponderance of the evidence, which basically is 51%. It's a more likely than not standard. And so routinely, when people want to pursue civil suits, you know, the criminal case happens and then the civil case can get, you know, found in a person's favor if there's a guilty plea. Now, in this case, Cassie has already been found, you know, has already succeeded in her civil case. It's very strange and different when it goes in that direction. Usually the strategy is get the guilty verdict and then get a civil payout. So for her, I think it makes her look very good and very credible because she's already gotten that result. It's not like the decision in this criminal case will help her. So she doesn't have, the prosecution can't use her as an interested witness in that way in their closing argument. They can't say to a jury, look, the only reason Cassie is saying all of these things is because a guilty verdict will help her civil case. So she's very clean on that front as a witness. So it's just a very interesting dynamic to see how this thing played out differently than a lot of other cases.
I agree. And I mean, we heard lengthy witness testimony from Cassie at the start. She was the star witness. Before this trial even began, she was going to be the star witness. And it turned out it was true. However, Cassie with her civil lawsuits, and then there were many that followed suit. Surprisingly, even some people, I guess not surprisingly, I don't know, you make the determination. Other people listed Cassie in their lawsuits and said, because of Cassie's bravery, I felt comfortable coming forward. And we've done other episodes on this on Scandal, my channel, where we talked about, okay, how many suits are against P. Diddy? And there's upwards of, I think, 50 civil suits that were filed at one time, which leads me to my next question, Mauricio. If there are that many people who are making these allegations against P. Diddy, Cassie being one of them, then of course Jane and Mia, why don't we hear more witness testimony from the government, some of these people who had already filed civil suits against him?
Because the government doesn't want to water down, you know, their witness list with people that, number one, have a financial reason to get involved, and those are people that their credibility could be challenged immediately with, you know, with questioning, like, you know, you're actually suing, you know, P. Diddy, and you know, there's actually a financial motivation for you to be here. You know, the government probably felt that they didn't need to go that route, and they probably felt that they were better off with the witnesses that they brought forward. I mean, the fact that he has, I heard it was more like 70 civil lawsuits. The fact that he's got that amount of voluminous civil lawsuits is something that affects him greatly, because people are looking at it and they're going to say, okay, well, you know what? What if half of them are fictitious, but half of them are real? It's something that hurts his credibility. And, you know, listen, jurors, just like everybody else, they're not supposed to be looking at the news. They're not supposed to be doing their outside research, but it's just a fact that they do. So anything that's out there in social media, anything that's out there in the news that hurts your client, a jury could look at it, and it's not beneficial for him at all.
You're right, jurors. Those are the ones who we really should be talking about today, right? Because they're the ones who are going to decide what happens. I'm so eager to see. And I have another update for you guys from court. This is happening right now, as we talked about. Those of you who are just tuning in right now, the government is presenting its closing arguments right now. So these are some updates. The law does not require us to know that they liked committing these crimes. You saw KK chiding the defendant to not be so reckless. But she got him cash, drugs. She was a member of the enterprise. It impacted interstate commerce. Minimal is fine. Combs knowingly became a member. He was the boss. He was the through line. The racketeering acts, distribution of drugs, kidnapping, arson, bribery, facilitating sex trafficking of Cassie and Jane, forced labor, travel for commercial sex, cover up. You only need to find that someone would commit 2 acts in any of these categories. It could be 2 acts of drug distribution, 1 kidnapping, just 2. You have far more than 2. Let's start with the drugs, an essential ingredient of freak-offs. The most involved were D-Rock, KK, and Fahim, but others helped keep the drug supply high. We are not talking about marijuana, but what Brendan Paul called hard drugs. There are stipulations of the drugs found in the searches: cocaine, meth, oxy, ketamine, a dissociative drug, GHB, mushrooms, Molly, 2C, a combination tied pink. It's 1305 and 1306. The quantities are not relevant. It's an element of this crime. Distribution does not require a sale. So that's what's going on right now in the courtroom behind me, which, by the way, for those of you guys just tuning in, we're live in Lower Manhattan outside of the courthouse. So that's why my hair is acting like a wild person based on the weather that we've got here in New York. We do have some questions from you guys who have been following along. This one's from Smarty Pants. Question: could the prosecutors have charged Diddy with a separate kidnapping, forced labor charges, and gun charges in addition to RICO? To which I asked Serena Townsend, former sex crimes prosecutor, what do you think?
Strategically, they probably decided not to, because it makes more sense for them to seek out this bigger RICO charge, which has more serious consequences and higher amounts of prison time. They could have, but think about what forum we're in right now. What you're identifying, and you're not wrong, Smarty Pants, you are very smart. You're kind of identifying what it would look like in a state prosecution. That's usually what you would see on like a lower level, although those counts also carry a high amount of prison time at the state level. But usually when the feds get involved, they usually try to seek out those counts where only the feds could charge. And so in their minds, they're looking at RICO, they want the big sexy crime rather than like the state typical crimes that you're thinking about.
I like what you said, the big sexy crime of RICO. And maybe it's perhaps because RICO is so mysterious. There are so many things that go into it. I mean, there are the predicate counts or the allegations. There's so much happening there. And I guess this kind of leads into my next question, Mauricio. I've talked to you a lot today about this alleged domestic violence situation. And I guess I say alleged, but P. Diddy's team, right in opening, said, yes, this was domestic violence. So I guess hand up, they did say that. The video I'm, of course, talking about is the Intercontinental video with P. Diddy and Cassie in LA. We've all seen it. It was originally leaked to CNN. And a lot of people I have asked me the question, okay, why wasn't Diddy charged with domestic violence? A lot of people are wondering about that. What do you think, Mauricio? Why wasn't that a charge in all of this?
Well, because they're charging him with RICO, like she said, it's like the big sexy crime, and they don't want to at the end of the day, what he did in that crime could have been a misdemeanor if she didn't go to the hospital. It's just a domestic violence charge. I don't think that the federal prosecutors are going to charge a crime like that. They're going to use it to satisfy the force, fraud, or coercion of sex trafficking. Because at the end of the day, that the amount of time he's looking at on the sex trafficking is gonna shadow whatever time he would be looking at regarding a misdemeanor domestic violence case. So I don't see them charging that. But they are going to use it over and over again. Now, the defense is going to do something that we talk about a lot in death penalty litigation, which is called run to the bummer. That means like whatever's negative, bring it up first. So I anticipate you're going to see his defense counsel stand up and immediately fall on the sword and talk about the video and talk about the domestic violence and tell him, yeah, my client may not, be the greatest person, and my client may have had a problem, and my client may have committed an act of domestic violence, but my client did not commit RICO. My client is not the head of a criminal organization. And I think that's where he's going to start highlighting the differences between this case and what jurors are used to seeing or hearing about when they think about a RICO case: mafia, organized crime. That's the type of thing that they're looking at. So I think that the defense is going to go back and show the distinctions between what the jury probably expects to see from a RICO case and what this case is about.
And I think we did see that, right, in the openings from the defense where they talked about, I remember very specifically 10 years ago said, P. Diddy, you might think he's a jerk. You might not like my client. You might not want to be friends with him. But does that mean what he did was illegal? And they talked about the domestic violence allegations with Cassie and the Intercontinental. And I do agree with you, Mauricio. I think that we may hear from the defense in their closing something like that, something kind of similar. Now, a lot of you have been writing in, watching the live stream. Thank you for everyone who tuned in. Brooke, it looks like, just started watching. That's my sister. But I do have a question from Christiana Robertson. She says, So being that they dropped those charges against him, does that mean the evidence that comes with those charges go away too? They can no longer be factored as evidence, right? And I'm going to go to you, Serena, for this question. It's kind of complicated because there were a lot of things floating around, like charges were dropped against P. Diddy, and charges necessarily weren't dropped. It was just the predicate, you know, the attempted arson, the attempted kidnapping. So can you explain that a bit, Serena?
Yeah, of course. So it gets super technical and really confusing. None of the charges were actually dropped, but in order to prove RICO, you have to tell a jury that there were certain predicate crimes underlying the criminal enterprise that shows that RICO exists. Meaning RICO is the crime, but what makes it a RICO, they have to show at least 2 criminal acts that are not RICO that happened in order to support the criminal enterprise. So what they did was they didn't drop any charges, but they decided not to move forward with asking the jury to consider the attempted kidnapping or the attempted arson as part of those potential predicate crimes that underlie the RICO charge. And so, but very astute question, because you're right. And not only are you right that the evidence is not going to be spoken much about now about the attempted arson and attempted kidnapping, but the reason why is strategic. The prosecution's streamlining of those predicate crimes is not only because they kind of are admitting that they didn't really get where they needed to be with those crimes, evidentiary wise, but it also takes away the ability to talk about those crimes if the jury's not being charged specifically about them. And what that does for them is it takes away the defense strategy of telling the jury, hey, the prosecutor wants you to consider these ridiculous predicate acts that never really happened, and therefore you cannot trust the prosecution. They don't know what they're talking about. They're not able to meet their burden, and therefore you shouldn't find them guilty of anything because prosecutors don't know what they're doing. So smartly, the prosecution is taking this ability away from both themselves and the defense to speak about these predicate acts to the jury in closing.
You know, it's really complicated when we talk about things like this because we have to remember that it's a jury of P. Diddy's peers. So they're not people who have law degrees that are practicing law or like me who talk about it every day. They're, you know, just going to job. One is a deli worker, one is an architect, and they're not thinking about these things. And that's why I think what you just said, Serena, is so important, as will be jury instructions. And I actually have another question from one of our viewers, Emily Brown. She says, the verdict, is it going to be today? And Emily, no, unfortunately, it's not. So right now we are in the prosecution, the government's closing arguments, and then the defense's closing arguments are actually going to be tomorrow, followed by jury instructions and then deliberations. So honestly, we don't even know if deliberations will 100% happen tomorrow. It might trickle into next week, which, by the way, this is a great time for me to announce that we will be doing these live coverage, these live streams all throughout then until we get a verdict, and probably thereafter too. So keep tuning in for the latest updates, which, by the way, I do have some updates for you now. P. Diddy, he talks about not testifying, or excuse me, this is what he talked about in court. He said, "I'm doing great, Your Honor." He added, "I've been wanting to tell you thank you. You're doing an excellent job." And the judge chuckled and said, "Thank you. I appreciate it." And this actually happened a while ago. This is when P. Diddy was asked in the courtroom whether he was going to testify. And obviously, this is something that is up to the defendant themselves. They can obviously discuss this with their attorneys, say, with the pros and cons, what can go right, what can go wrong, whatever, but it's up to him. So that's when he said, you know, you're doing a great job to the judge, which a lot of people are talking about, but he chose not to testify. Mauricio, I've got to ask you, was that the right choice?
For P. Diddy, for him not to testify, 100%. Like, there's very limited circumstances where a criminal defense attorney is going to put up his client to testify, and I'm talking extremely limited. I have friends of mine that are excellent trial attorneys that believe that a criminal defense attorney, that a defendant in a criminal case should never testify. And for sure, P. Diddy was not a candidate. It's very difficult to explain away the things that he's done. So he was going to do himself way more harm than good by testifying. Now, whether he should have opened up his mouth in a high-profile case and thanked the judge and told the judge what an excellent job he's doing, I believe is a mistake. I don't think he should have done that, because when it comes time to sentencing, the judge is going to be like, all right, well, I want to make sure people understand that I'm not going to take it easy on you because you thanked me and you told me what a good job I am. So I think that for sure his defense team didn't know he was going to say that. And I think he said it because he thinks he's smart and he thinks he's doing himself a favor. But I think the opposite is true. I don't think he helped himself by, thanking the judge like that.
Oh, if it comes time for sentencing, we'll have to talk about mitigating factors too, because there's so much. I mean, the charges that he faces, if he's convicted, could face life in prison. I mean, so the mitigating factors are something we'll have to discuss down the line. But as far as P. Diddy not testifying, I tend to agree with you, Mauricio, that potentially it probably was in his benefit not to. However, selfishly, I wanted to hear what he had to say. I wanted his response on cross-exam to a lot of questions that and I'm sure most people on the live stream have. So that was a disappointment in a way. I do have an update from what's going on in court. And for those of you just tuning in, we do have the government and their closings right now in this courtroom behind me. This is the courthouse, I guess, but there's a courtroom inside of it here in the Southern District of New York. Here's an update. This is Christy Slavic, by the way, who is speaking on behalf of the government. She says, you know the names of the drug dealers by now. Guido, One Stop, Baby Girl. Jane told you that on 2 occasions, she was told to bring drugs when she flew to meet him. She coordinated with KK. It's corroborated by text messages. KK told Jane to swing by Mapleton to pick up the Guido package. He was called during hotel nights, so we know what the Guido package was. More ecstasy. The security team knew what it was. Guido texted Fahim, Puff has a $450 balance with me. She went on to say, Brendan Paul asked for $780 for personal Gucci items. That is hard drugs. Drugs were distributed. It doesn't matter. He wasn't buying kilos or selling them. Personal use is just a distraction. They bought and distributed to people around him. Cassie used drugs at every freak-off. Supplied by the defendant. He introduced Jane to drugs, gave them to her at all but one hotel night. He gave drugs to Carrie Morgan and Brianna Bongolan. He made Brendan Paul try Tusi to see if it was good. D-Rock would text One Stop, need to see someone for bro, that is the defendant. Guido asked Fahim to cover the defendant's drug debt. KK knew he was distributing drugs to the woman for the Wild King Nights. And Wild King Nights, we've heard the name so many different ways. I mean, Wild King Nights, that's what Brendan Paul said, or Hotel Nights from Jane, or Freak-Offs or FOs from Cassie. Whatever way you twist it, they were those nights in the hotel room where something happened. And right now it seems that the government is focusing on drugs. So Serena, I'm going to go to you and ask about this. A lot of the allegations were that P. Diddy, especially if we go back to the indictment, the OG, that he drugged these people and then forced them to participate in these freak-offs. What do you think? Do you think the government has proven that?
I mean, I think what the government is trying to do is kind of like what Mauricio was saying earlier about how, the defense is trying to say, this is not a gang, this is not organized crime, this isn't the mafia. And what the prosecution is trying to say is it absolutely is. What they're doing in this breakdown is they're breaking down the hierarchy. They're having P. Diddy as the leader. They're describing, his advisors, his suppliers, his street soldiers, his runners. Like, that's what they're really trying to do here, to say, listen, the defense might try to claim that this is, different from that because this is just like freak-offs and baby oil rather than kilos and guns. But the truth of the matter is, this is exactly that. This is guns, this is drugs, this is sex trafficking, and he is the leader of this organization of criminals. And I think that's what they're doing. They're literally explaining the role of each of the people in this hierarchy with him as the king.
I have another viewer question from JAN. How strong was the evidence of drugs like Rohypnol or GHB in the baby oil and drinks? Mauricio, when I talk about baby oil, we talk about it all the time. I have to ask this question to you. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, we have to thank P. Diddy for now, vilifying baby oil. And if anybody thinks that it's not true, try and show up tonight with a bottle of baby oil and see what your wife tells you. So, number one, I haven't heard of any evidence. I have not heard of any evidence directly linking the GHB to the baby oil. I kind of heard like rumors about it, but I'm unclear if there was any evidence presented that that linked the GHB to the baby oil. If there was, that's horrific. I mean, listen, GHB is the type of drug that is extremely frowned upon simply because of the effects that it has and that it's used so much in like date rape cases and things of that nature. So just the fact that he's charged with, you know, sex trafficking, forced frontal coercion, and GHB was part of the equation is pretty bad. I haven't heard any evidence that it was linked to the baby oil, but just the fact that it's even on the menu is really bad. And listen, I mean, who's going to have a multiple day freak off without drugs? I don't know how the criminal defense attorneys are going to be able to weave that into their argument, but you know, listen, the fact that there was drugs in an orgy is nothing new. So you know, I'm sure somehow they're going to try and like explain that away. But what the government's saying is true. You don't have to, you know, they can show distribution and it doesn't have to be for profit. So again, the problem is from 2008, when the investigation started, Diddy had a pattern in his life, and he didn't think that any of this was illegal, and he didn't even think that he was heated up enough after the lawsuit, after his name was already dragged through the mud in the media, after that video came out. He still thought he was safe enough to have machine guns with altered serial numbers at his house. So he was not thinking clearly, okay? And you know, and it shows of the level of evidence that they were able to acquire from the search warrant, where he already should have had, if he was a reasonable person, should have already had, you know, knowledge and the foresight and maybe the legal opinions from the people in his inner circle to get the stuff out of the house, the footage, the machine guns, the 1,000 bottles of baby oil. So, you know, obviously Diddy wasn't thinking clearly from the beginning, and the pattern that he established in his life is something that's going to be detrimental to the law.
A lot to think about with everything you said there, and I don't know why my head is still thinking about the 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube. I think it's probably because that image, it's just burned in my brain. Okay, we have a couple of more questions that we can talk about before we wrap up for today. This is a question for Serena, and it is from Love Size Love with Erica Marie. After this case, what should change in how we educate young artists and entrepreneurs about power, boundaries, and consent? And I personally think consent is so important in this. And Serena, the reason why we wanted to ask you is because you are a former sex crimes prosecutor. So what do you think about that?
It's a great question. And I think we have to look at it in two ways. Number one, I don't think that we need to necessarily, or we should have to educate people on the fact that you just simply can't have machine guns and drugs and pay, you know, sex traffickers like you. That should just kind of be a given. If we want to do like a little remedial refresher course, that's fine. I feel like that should be a given. But you're not wrong that a lot of times people who rise in fame and in money, they end up like losing their minds, and they're so egotistical, whether they start out that way or it becomes that way, that they kind of do act like the kings of a castle. And if you're going to have that amount of influence and power, you always have to be careful how you wield it. Heavy is the head who wears the crown should be your motto. You should not take all of that power and use it nefariously to force other people to do things that they don't necessarily want to do, because you have to understand that when you're an average person, you're a regular person, and you ask somebody to do like freaky things with you, that person will oftentimes feel compelled to do it, but a lot of times they might feel okay to say no. But when you are the type of person with that level of power and influence and money, that question, or that like, not even question, that, you know, environment that you are procuring and that environment that you're pushing on people may not realize that they could say no to you. You may not be giving them the opportunity to say no to you. So when you arrive at that level of status, you better check yourself. You better understand that people may not feel comfortable saying no to you. And you have to be very, very careful about what you do and what you ask people to do, and make sure that consent is legitimate and enthusiastic.
I think consent is so paramount, not just in this case. I mean, it is, but in life. I mean, day-to-day life for all of us. It's so important. Everything you just said, Serena, talking about there to make sure that you have it. And hey, we've heard this from witnesses on the stand. They've talked about how P. Diddy is larger than life. So when you have someone who they describe him as charming, he's got a private jet, he's flying us to Turks all the time, you know, he seems like a fun guy, and then he asks you to do something that maybe you'd want to say no to. I don't know. It's tough when you have a power imbalance, which is something we've talked about a lot. And I do believe that the government has hit on that too. And I want to go back before we wrap up today, talk a little bit more about their closings. We have an update, and this is Christy Slavic, who's right now in the courthouse behind me, giving these closing statements to the jury. She says, Jane told KK she was having a bad come down. KK gives pro tips how to deal with it. Plain and simple, this is drug distribution. How about kidnappings? They committed them under both California and New York law. Consider Cassie, bond made her stay put. And I believe she's referring to that hotel situation where for about a week after the Intercontinental, she had to kind of, you know, have her bruises heal up, at least allegedly. Now, Slavic went on to say the defendant called Cassie a slut. He stomped on her face. She was disfigured. Roger Bonds caught her and brought her back. The defendant made her go to London Hotel on Sunset so no one saw her, like I was just referring to. She wanted to go home to her mom, but no. It's clear Cassie did not consent to staying in the London hotel. David James testified the defendant demanded to see his search history if he had posted that the defendant assaulted Cassie in the club. Then there's Capricorn Clark, and this is me, Sierra, talking now. Capricorn Clark, very important when we're talking about the kidnapping allegation and arson in relation to Kid Cudi. Slavic went on to say they made her take a lie detector test for days in an empty office building in Manhattan. This was 2004. She was holding expensive jewelry that went missing. Uncle Paulie took her to the future headquarters of Bad Boy. She was tested for 5 lies. The man administering the test told her if she failed, she'd end up in the East River. In Central Park, the defendant told her if anything happened, he'd have to kill her. David James remembers this. He was tested too to get the rat out of the team. In December 2011, Rube helped the defendant kidnap Capricorn Clark. It started on December 22nd, 2011. The defendant banged on Capricorn's door with a gun. He was out for revenge. He barked an order at Capricorn, get dressed, we're going to kill Cudi. And I think that this is important to note too, that we've talked a lot about on this live stream and, you know, other episodes of shows here on Law and Crime, the whole issue with the attempted kidnapping, attempted arson, you know, that the government says we're not going to include. But now they're talking about arson, kidnapping, not attempted, which I think is really important. Now, we do have a poll that's up right now, you guys, that says, how important do you think the closing arguments will be influencing the jury's decision? 68% say extremely, 22% say somewhat, and 8% say not very. So to that, I'm going to go to Serena Townsend and ask you, what do you think about the prosecution's closing argument? How important is it?
I think it is essential. It is so important, especially in a long case like this, and especially when you're up against a defense that's basically just saying, listen, they're just going to throw things at you to make him sound bad. It's very important for the prosecutor to say, absolutely not. What you heard, yeah, it's bad, but guess what? It's also a crime. All of these crimes were all chapters in a book, as she was saying, in this book of RICO criminal enterprise. And so I do think it is very important for a prosecutor to literally sum up all of the interesting and important and terrible things that happen into this nice package that fits the elements of the crime that they've charged. They have to explain to the jury why it's not just a pile of bad things or kinky things or weird things, and it is actual crimes. And I think that so far it sounds like they're doing a very nice job.
We're really in the thick of it right now with the prosecution's closing happening right now, then on to the defense tomorrow. And we'll continue to bring you all of the updates as we have them on this live stream. For right now, though, thank you to Serena Townsend and Mauricio Padilla, our amazing guests for today. If you liked what you saw, make sure to subscribe to my channel, Scandal, where we talk all things celebrities, Scandal and P. Diddy. And speaking of P. Diddy, I gotta talk about our upcoming podcast that we have. It's the second season of Law and Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, hosted by Jesse Weber. He's back, and the third episode drops in just a few days. But in the meantime, you can catch up on the 2 episodes that have dropped exclusively on Wondery Plus, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. We're going to give you a teaser. Make sure to check it out.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
that happened with my wife. She was just called in something case. Someone else.
And any comment here against me, that's cool. I accept it. Man, I take it. Any comment against me, I accept it. I take it for free. Free speech is so. Free speech is so. Speak your mind anytime how you feel. Talk to me. Alright? Talk to me. If you don't like me, that's cool. If you don't like me, that's cool. I still love you. We still on here. You know what I mean? Take it to focus. Have to focus. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Any question, ask my girl, Paul Smart. We both pity all day. We both pity all day. Any question, if I don't respond, ask Paul. She's in the chat. That's my girl. She got it. We pity all day. You know what I mean? Yeah, take up the okay. Thank you. Hey, Germany. I love all you guys in Germany, though. I didn't like this fucking police killed a black man in Germany. That's all. That's why I don't like the German police. I love Germany. I don't like this fucking police. Killed a black man in Germany. For no freaking reason. Well, I love Germany, though. I mean, I love y'all here. Australia, always, all day. Yep. Yeah, you gonna go free. You gonna go free. Definitely gonna go free. Why not? Give me a reason. Let me ask you that. Give me a reason why you gonna go free. And they'll give you mine. So guys, give me a little bit more update. What's going on? You guys know thus far. I was asleep. So you guys been awake. Australia, talk to me. Germany, London, England. Talk to me. You guys been part of this case. How you doing, Kimberly? How you doing, Rosemary? I'm doing good. So you guys talk to me. What you guys doing thus far? And all the social media haters, talk to me. All the social media haters in here, talk to me. What you know? All the key followers in here, talk to me. Back out all the others in the back. What you get out of this guy doing? You know what? This is was the best case. I want you guys to get. You know, we've been taught the law, okay, the law. Yeah, let's make the next case. All y'all see that we follow me. I got more video following me than anything. And that's not bad. Look, this case is not close to the video of the best case. It's not a guessing. Yes, so he's not here for the best result on TV. He's not here. He's here because white folks want him here on a legal charge. Whatever the charge we got going on. It's not here. If this was the best case, I would have had a different approach, a different mindset. I would have seen it from a lens. All our videos that we all see. This is why we have the best case, not a case what I see on the video. Sorry, you take that as your manager. This is not a case. I think everyone's ready for the verdict. That's correct. I'm ready now. I'm ready. Rico was not proven. Never been. I'll be able to get one. I'll be able to get it. Real estate. Yeah, so I'll be able to get one. I'll be able to get it. He's a black man. Don't forget this now. I don't care what sort of information you want to get. He's a black man. You got to put that in perspective now. All right? Yo, look. I'm going to let you take this. Now you want to go to the school. You want to go over here. For real. And the government is all right. Go ahead. I mean, look. You guys think the government team all right? You know that. It's America, yo. It's America. Come on, man. You guys know it's America. What do you expect? A black man or white man? You gotta be that contrast. You know what I mean? I'm surprised you got a jury or a judge that is not white. That would have been something else. You know how it is. It's America, man. America. You got a law black man. All females.
Guys, I appreciate y'all.
Wait, no, look, and then what the
TikTok.
I would probably reconsider whether I would be a pro something go. But this is not a domestic case. This is one of white folks.
Now, a lot of people
think that I'm going to do this thing a white folks. They can understand a black man, but they can understand all black men. All right. Sir. Oh, no, well, the mom gave me that. The mom gave me that. She went in the car and gave me the hat. Everything you guys see me wearing here, the family is the me. All right? It's not no thing. Besides, I'm going to give you both guys anyway. You got it. What I have. I'm with you all day. So, they had it in the church, just made it more official. That's all it did. They made it more official. All the teenagers in here, come on now, don't freeze on me now. Talk to me. I see my girl, Paul Flowers. I love you, baby. Keep that show, keep the protest going. Well, I don't want to Bill Cosby. You know, I always want you guys to keep the conversation on TV. Bill Cosby is a black man. I ain't going to say nothing bad on a black man. I ain't going to say nothing bad about Jay-Z. All right? I'm going to Mike in here. My boy Mike. Boy Mike.
Try TMZ real fast. Yo, you know which one it is? Which team is there?
No. TSA won the girl.
Oh, it's just a girl?
Just a girl. They don't gotta stand. They gotta stand.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, guys. Jay-Z, no. Cosby, no. Any black man in America for the same price as you, I ain't gonna go off against any one of them. You know what? You're all black. You want to be the system. That's something to go. That'll be a contradiction. What I stand for, if I would put any black man on the bus, I'll be Alec Kelly. I will talk about Alec Kelly. I'll be offended on any black man like being on the head square of white America. Legally. Legally, I decline. I decline. Because they can be any one of us. You know what I'm saying? So, I'll be offended. I'm acting like I wasn't in Donald Trump. I'm pleading the fifth. I'm pleading the fifth. I was in Donald Trump term. I plead the fifth. Raven, how you doing, Raven? It's time to late. Okay?
Yeah, he said, I remember there was something over the home. There was something over the home.
Go ahead, bring it back. I want to look at the comment, send it back to me. What's up, baby Stu? Bring me, look. See, I always keep trying to
Molly's not over there, James. Jason's not over there, no more. They all back. How you doing? Already on record. Look at that. Look at that camera. It's already on record. Nobody here. So they expected something.
Tell us very true. I ain't talking about that. Any black man, both right now, tell them very no. Anyone black in America, I'm not talking negative about me at all. I'm saying fifth. When do you think they will come out? Well, they usually come out at 12 o'clock. No, things have changed now, you know what I mean? Things have changed here now, we guys today. Sometimes 1 o'clock, sometimes 4:30, 12 o'clock. There's a lot of changes going on here, so I don't want to tell you guys anything. Do you mind if I put this on the...
You guys, you don't understand this side. You go on the other side.
Okay, yeah. I don't know whatever angle he's trying to go.
No, this is. I think I'll do it right here with a fold. Behind here, I can scratch. Could be now, could be never. Either way.
So what's the best way to do this? Because I don't just want the battery running, or should I just leave it on? And I mean, this should probably run for an hour, or at least like...
I would use an XLR. You want this?
Oh, you want to do this? I could do that too. I mean,
you can do that, or we'll probably.
So what?
Sorry, we'll probably get a little bit of notice before they actually speak. You probably have time to run it.
It's gonna be crowded here, huh?
They're supposed to talk at 12:30.
Because I might want to boom too. So.
Yeah, work the cable. I would run. We'll just have it here. Yeah. They come out. Yeah. Just do the cable. Here.
I got one.
Oh, you got one?
I appreciate it. Yeah, I got one.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Hey, man. If I don't have it, think about it too.
Yeah, and then if we gotta move for whatever reason,
I'll unhook and I'll
just
boom.
unplug it.
Yeah, and I'll boom it.
That's how we usually set it.
Yeah, that's
XLR is good because you don't have to worry about interference from anything.
I just hope that it's not like Trent wild, you know?
It'll be. That's a good. Yeah, this one might be fun. They're gonna do it too. summer, 100%. Only for snowboarding in the winter. Everything else is summer. Yeah, man, winter. That's for winter is for cold people, okay? Cold world for cold people, okay? Cold. No, but seriously though, I mean, I don't know. I mean, do you like winter more?
I do.
What do you like about it? Do you like the cold better, or just something specific that you like about it?
I like the crisp air.
Okay.
I like wearing the extra layers.
Okay.
I think one of the biggest reasons I like winter is just because people like wearing sweats. Yeah, I'm gonna wear this. Like I think a lot of people. I like wearing. I like the snow gear. I like snow activities. I just don't dress very well. These are the same pants I'll be wearing.
Do you mind passing me the cable by any chance? I'll just look that up. No, actually, yeah, that was that. Thank you. You think I should pay it? Yeah, I'll put it right here.
And welcome everybody to our extended live coverage of the Sean Combs criminal case in downtown New York Federal Court. I'm Jesse Weber. Thank you so much for joining us. This is our continued coverage where we are going to be taking your questions, any questions you have about what is happening today. And today is a big day. It is closing arguments, or the beginning of closing arguments, where Sean Combs is facing charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution,
5 charges. The top count, racketeering conspiracy, you're talking about life in prison. The stakes don't get bigger. And this is an important day. This is the opportunity for the prosecution, more specifically, Christy Slavic, who's delivering it right now as we're talking about this in real time, to take everything that this jury has heard for weeks, and they have heard a lot, and now to try to fit it into an easily digestible summary for the jury, fitting it into the charges. How does everything they heard actually apply to the elements of these crimes? And I will go through right now real quick what has been said so far, but I also want to let you know, not only are we going to be taking your questions, I'm also going to be updating you in real time about the closing arguments. We think that the prosecution is going to go today. We probably are not going to hear from the defense till tomorrow, but let's see what happens. And I'll tell you, give you a quick update. So here's what's been happening so far. The first thing that Christy Slavic says is she says Sean Combs is the leader of this criminal organization. She is listing all the predicate crimes for racketeering conspiracy. As the top charge, not surprising, this is what she's starting with. And by the way, for racketeering conspiracy, they basically have to prove that Sean Combs was the leader of a criminal organization, that he used his staff, his assistants, his bodyguards to facilitate crimes and cover them up, and they need to prove at least 2 underlying predicate crimes. There is a number of them listed. And by the way, there was a whole back and forth yesterday about whether or not the prosecution is abandoning arson or kidnapping. Not the case. They are going full steam ahead. So you have arson, kidnapping, forced labor, bribery, sex trafficking. Let me go through this. So they talk about the predicate crimes, or she talked about the predicate crimes. She focused on the 2016 hotel attack of Sean Combs purportedly beating Cassie Ventura, arguably the strongest piece of evidence in this case. Talked about factors like silence and shame and fame and wealth and using his staff to promote his power, going into what RICO is, going into what a criminal conspiracy is, going into what a criminal enterprise is. You have the different assistants. You have the use of drugs. By the way, one of the underlying predicate crimes is drug distribution. They also made the note that distribution doesn't require a sale, that he even used drugs during these alleged freak-offs, that there was a lack of consent for Cassie Ventura Fine, alleged victim number 1 in this case, goes into the underlying crimes of kidnapping, the kidnapping of his assistant Capricorn Clark. There was the episode where she says she was forced into this abandoned building, essentially, and had to do lie detector tests, that she was basically kidnapped, forced into a vehicle during the whole Kid Cudi incident. And talking about Kid Cudi, his car being firebombed, that goes to arson, another one of the predicate crimes. Bribery, another predicate crime, where Sean Combs allegedly paid off a security worker back in 2016 for the videotape of him beating Cassie Ventura, that whole $100,000 payment. The prosecutor even said paying for silence is influencing testimony. Sex trafficking, not only one of the underlying crimes of racketeering, but sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion makes up 2 of the individual charges that Sean Combs faces, both with respect to Jane and Cassie Ventura Fine. Minimum 15 years in prison if he's convicted of that. And here, when it comes to sex trafficking, in terms of the RICO count, they were focusing on how his inner circle helped him on this. They facilitated sex trafficking, that he used threats, drugs, lies, illegal violence to make them have sex with these escorts. And it was important that the prosecution noted this. They said not every hotel night or freak-off was sex trafficking. But you, jury, only need to find one time. That's big. So whether or not there were multiple occasions, and they're talking about Jane right now, whether you feel there were specific moments where Jane said no, and he kept forcing her into this hotel night, that could be sex trafficking. The 2016 tape of Cassie Ventura, she claims she was leaving a freak-off, was dragged back in that direction. They could say that was sex trafficking. So it's big if the jury only needs to find one. By the way, as I mentioned, the prosecutor in the closing arguments focusing on Jane right now, talking about the beginning of their relationship, love bombing her, how Dr. Hughes talked about this as kind of a symptom in an abuser-victim relationship, that he gave her drugs, that Pandora's box was open in these hotel nights, and that she told him she wanted to stop. In fact, I'll give you an update from court right now. The prosecutor says, he sent this voice note, and this is an audio message that's being played for the jury, where Sean Combs says, I'm about to really disappear on you. I don't have no time for this, baby girl. You got me on my job. You got to get on your job. And the prosecutor says the message couldn't be clearer, not going to take no for an answer. Prosecutor Slavic says, after reading Cassie's lawsuit, Jane writes to the defendant, I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma. 2 of my birthdays, you forced me. I think those text messages from Jane are quite compelling, by the way. Jane wrote, you gaslit me. It was sexual exploitation. You framed as love for your sick fetishes. The defendant called her and tried to trick her into saying it was all consented to. He fed her a false narrative. Then they play another clip. So you're getting an idea here. And by the way, she also said Dr. Hughes told you how a victim is trauma bonded to her abuser. Jane often felt the defendant didn't listen to the truth. She said Sean would say just to move on. He told her to charge him, that lawyers would be involved to buy her silence. You're talking about this alleged manipulation on the part of Sean Combs. We're going to get into more of the closing arguments, but I have an all-star panel and I have all-star questions from our incredible viewers. So first of all, let me tell you who we have. We have with us today for the next 2 hours, we have with us Candace Kelly, legal analyst, professor of media law at Rowan University. We have with us civil trial attorney David Ring, who specializes in sexual abuse cases. And we have with us here on set, Aaliyah Roberts, trial attorney. Aaliyah, it's good to see you. By the way, guess who else we have in the field? Law&Crime's very own Sierra Gillespie. I can't wait to have it. There we go. There's Sierra. Sierra, I'm going to start with you. A, because I haven't had a chance to talk to you about the case. B, you came in all the way to New York to do this. C, it's hot outside. I don't want you just waiting around not doing anything. So I am very happy to see you. Let me actually throw a question that we just got in. By the way, keep the questions coming in. We got a super chat question from Carol Mogan. Carol, thank you so much. I'm going to miss your smiling faces and excellent reporting. I will also miss this chat as there's some very intelligent people here. Love from Australia. Well, thank you so much. We may continue to do this as cases go forward. So, Carol, be on the lookout for that. But Shady Goat, who asks this, Sierra, if Diddy walks, if he's acquitted, will the outstanding lawsuits be enough to finish him? That's my question.
Oh, well, Jesse, I'm so happy to see you, and we really do have an all-star panel today. I'm so excited to see everyone and be on the live stream here live, literally outside of the courthouse. Now, as for those civil lawsuits, let's just pretend, hypothetically, that we have an acquittal here for P. Diddy. We can't forget, as our viewers so astutely pointed out, that we have all of these civil lawsuits. And I think, honestly, Jesse, it might be enough to finish him. And I don't necessarily mean in the way of reputationally, because that will be an uphill battle for him for sure, but I mean financially. We've talked a lot about P. Diddy's lifestyle, right? The fact that he's got these private jets, he's got multiple homes. We know that from the raids in Miami and then, of course, in LA. I don't have multiple homes. I don't know many people who do, or private jet access. So he's already living large, this amazing life. And then you've got this trial that's going on right now behind me, the criminal side of things. But then we've got the civil ones too. And honestly, if he has to go through, even if there are payouts or settlements in all of these, if he has to go through each and every single one of them, I don't know. I think potentially it could ruin him, at least financially.
And by the way, the burden of proof is not the same as a criminal case. So he could be found liable in a civil context and found not guilty in a criminal context. By the way, Sierra has been doing an incredible job covering the Diddy case, and by the way, all celebrity cases on her show Scandal. I want everybody to check it out on YouTube. It's excellent. So hope everybody can check out Scandal, Sierra's show. It's relatively new. She does it an amazing job. She crushes it. So Sierra, so happy to have you. Want to continue the conversation with our legal experts. Aaliyah, good to see you. Let me talk about this. This is what I imagined was going to happen today. They have to explain what RICO is. RICO conspiracy. That's what they start with. That's how they should start. Do you think they did it in an effective way? Do you think that they've now explained it in a way where the jury understands what the charge is, what their task is? I know they haven't been given the jury instructions yet, but the closing arguments are so important given how complicated this case is.
Yes, and thanks again for having me, Jesse. I do agree with you. I think when you are speaking to a jury, you don't want to speak to them that they are don't know what's going on, but you kind of want to talk to them like you are in elementary school, right? This is what the crime was. This is what RICO is, right? These are the different crimes that were committed, and we are going through each crime individually to show you, hey, on this day at this time, there was arson. On this day at this time, there was transportation to commit prostitution. On this day at this time, there were drugs that were distributed in these freak-offs. So I think the prosecution has done a great job of laying that out at the very beginning so that there's no question whatsoever that there are underlying crimes enough for a racketeering and conspiracy, as well as the actual his employees who were doing all of the work for him in organizing and assisting with these crimes.
And they're also kind of addressing potential weaknesses in their case, aren't they? When they say, hey, listen, not every episode is an episode of sex trafficking, right? There's a lot of parts to this where it looks consensual. Forget those. Just look at the ones. Those, you need at least one episode, one instance of sex trafficking. And that kind of brings to a different question here as we talk about this. Candace, we have a question from Sassy Scope who says, Diddy's defense is saying that Cassie was a willing participant in all of this. They're also saying about Jane. And had planned all this since the beginning for money. Is that true?
Well, you know, whether it's true or not is left up to the jury. But here's what we know. She was in a contract where she was supposed to produce 10 albums. There was only one that was produced over a very long relationship. So that doesn't look very good, because I think that because of the fact that she only put out one album, she was waiting for the other 9. I mean, I think that that's what the prosecution is saying. Yes, that there was a lot that was done in terms of her being abused, but he was also holding over these albums that were not produced and preventing ways for her to actually get money, which would allow her to go out on her own. I don't think it's true one bit in terms of someone that's been in the courtroom. I did not get the sense that she was just going after money, after money, after money. I think that what she said was married very nicely with what Don Hughes said. We had our forensic specialist and to talk about, a forensic psychologist, to talk about the trauma bonding that you mentioned and to talk about why she stayed. I don't think that it was about money for Cassie. I think when we talk about perhaps Jane, I think that you can look at that in a different way, and I can imagine that the jury might come out of that with a different sense. But I think that Cassie was a really strong foundation that eventually everybody came around and corroborated their stories with, from arson to bribery to to anything else that was going on. She was a strong foundation.
So as I said, the prosecution currently delivering their closing argument. They're going to have 4 hours to do it. Right now, the focus is on Jane, who makes up, again, not only one of the sex trafficking counts, but also arguably the strongest charge they have, transportation to engage in prostitution. I've said it before. I've said it again. He's facing 2 of those charges. When I say the strongest, I don't mean the most prison time. I mean, it's the most straightforward path to conviction. If the prosecution is trying to suggest and trying to prove that all he had to do was transport people across state lines for the purposes of sex work, including these alleged victims, when you look at the travel records, the cash payments, the audio messages, the text messages, and by the way, in jury instructions, when they were battling it out yesterday, it came out that they don't even have to prove that the people he's transporting are prostitutes. All that they have to show is that a sex act occurred. That's it. So the argument from the defense, oh, well, these people were entertainers. They were entertainers. They weren't prostitutes. That argument's out the window. I think it's important to establish that. Anyway, Jane makes up 2 big charges here, and she also helps with the racketeering. So the reason I say that, here's an update from court. Slavic says, so she asked for $100,000 a year for her to move on. She thought it was reasonable, far less than Cassie. The defendant went ballistic. She refused to adopt her false narrative. You can read the text message. Jane wrote that the defendant was going to show her sex tapes to the father of her child. Then he reached out and told her to come see him in Miami. She makes it clear he doesn't want a hotel night. He says, okay. Despite his promise, he called an escort. Here are more threats about the rent, because she was paying her rent. Jane writes, I hate worrying about the rent. This is in 2024. It all culminated in June 2024. He assaulted her and forced her to perform oral sex on an escort. This is sex trafficking. It was interstate, and the Astroglide crossed state lines. The defendant knew or recklessly disregarded that force, threats of force, coercion, or fraud were used. Consenting once doesn't mean she consented every time. One time is enough. Okay, let's talk about this. David, this is not a clear-cut case for the prosecution. It's gray. There are people who will say that when you look at the sex trafficking counts, it might be stronger for Cassie than it is Jane because there are so many messages from Jane where it looks like she is consenting to this, where she's setting things up. She was in a relationship with him basically up until his arrest. You wonder, is Jane a strong or weak witness for the prosecution? And even though they say she might have consented, consenting once doesn't mean she consented every time. Do you think the jury is going to side with that?
Well, so look, I mean, we're going to hear the opening, the closing arguments of the prosecution all day today, all right? And then tomorrow, probably, all we're going to hear about for a big part of the day is consent. And that's what the defense is going to focus on, especially with Jane. They're going to say that, this was it might be an unusual relationship, but it was one that she participated in willingly. And they've got to make that argument because that's the key to defeating these charges, that this was done by fraud or coercion and fraud and force and undue influence. The defense has to show that this was willing and consensual. So you're exactly right. Jane is probably the weaker witness on those charges compared to Cassie, and the defense has got to seize on that.
Got a super chat question for you, Aaliyah. This is from Donnie TV. Will we get to know what plea deal was offered? Remember, there was reporting that he was offered a plea deal before the trial started. We're never going to know that, right?
No, I don't think we're ever going to know that. If we would know if it was accepted, right? They may have a conversation as to the deal that was taken, because then we would know how many years that Mr. Combs would be serving prison time, if at all. But no, negotiations regarding plea deals, we're not going to hear about that.
Let me bring back in Sierra. Sierra, I know this is your specialty, what I'm about to ask you. You ready for this? What is the name? Who's a name that's come up?
Okay.
Who's a name that's come up since the beginning of the Diddy saga? Tony Busby, right? The Texas lawyer who has filed numerous lawsuits against Diddy. Okay, we know that he famously had filed a lawsuit on behalf of a Jane Doe who claims that she was sexually assaulted by Jay-Z and Sean Combs. The allegations against Jay-Z were tossed because of problems with that case. Here's the question we got from Julie. Where is Tony Busby in all this?
Where in the world is Tony Busby? That's such a great question. Well, he's based in Texas, so we know that. But this guy, he came out like guns a-blazing, if you're going to ask me, when he brought all of these lawsuits. I mean, there were multiple that came out all at once, including that one from Jane Doe that you just mentioned, Jesse, that eventually was dropped. But then we have the fact that Tony Busby comes on, like a press conference and says, okay, if anybody has any sort of allegations that they want to come forward, please let us know. Then he does an interview right here on Law&Crime with me and tells me that there are thousands of people who came forward and said that they were victims of P. Diddy. So right away, that number is staggering. And I remember doing the interview and thinking, did I mishear the words that were coming out of his mouth? Did I know what he was saying? But no, he really said thousands of people came forward. So there was that. I mean, that's a major allegation. We're not talking just 50 or 60 lawsuits if we're talking about thousands of people coming forward, number one. And then number two, Jay-Z has been pretty outspoken in the way of he doesn't like Tony Busby and the fact that he listed him in a defendant's civil lawsuit in regards to the Jane allegations that his name, or eventually that was dropped. And then the other one in which Jay-Z's name was listed in a separate civil lawsuit, his name was removed. And then what does he do? He goes and files a defamation suit against Tony Busby. So, I mean, as far as the criminal things that are happening right behind me, I don't know that Tony Busby is related to that. But on the civil side of things, he's definitely there. He's not as loud as he once was, I'll say that.
Talk about what's going on behind you. What's the scene like? I mean, what's the vibe like? Closing arguments, big day. I remember opening statements were a big day. We saw some notable people. Kanye West showed up at one point during the course of this trial, too. Who are you seeing outside?
Yeah, Jesse, I was expecting it to be something like openings, those first days where it was wall-to-wall people up and down the streets here. And yes, we do have a lot of cameras. People are doing live shots similar to what I'm doing right now. But honestly, when I arrived here this morning, it was pretty quiet as you can be in Manhattan. We didn't see that much, no lines at all, rather. However, I did see Diddy's family, and they arrived behind me. They came in as usual, so they're in the courtroom now hearing these closings, but nothing too crazy.
It's interesting you say that because, Candace, let me go to you on this. When you look online, there are people who are not convinced this is a case that should have been brought against him. Despite what you're hearing in closing arguments, despite the evidence that was presented, there are people who are skeptical of Jane, there are people who are skeptical of Cassie, there are people who are skeptical of Mia, there are people who are skeptical of Brianna Bangolan. We got a question here, and I'm curious your thoughts on it. The reason I say is there might have been a big interest in this case, thinking it was going to be Diddy's reckoning, but they might feel this is not a legitimate prosecution. The reason I say this, we got a question from Angel Knox. Why is the prosecution's only evidence baby oil and pornography videos? How is this a RICO case? This is not RICO. This is a joke. This is a circus. I don't understand how this even went forward. What's your response to that?
Listen, there are many people who think that this is not just Sean Diddy on trial, that this is hip hop on trial, and that when we were talking about music, that this is one of the genres that gets the most prosecuted and the most concentration because of the fact that there are so many hip hop artists that are involved, and we see them on trial so much. So people can talk about selective prosecution and actually make a very good argument. On the other hand, when we think about this and we think about Astroglide, that's another good question. The reason why Astroglide and the reason why baby oil is important, someone might argue, is the fact that, if you have 1 or 2 bottles or 4 or 5 bottles of baby oil or Astroglide, that might be for personal use. But when you have 1,000 bottles of Astroglide, that means something bigger. This is what prosecutors would argue. That means that there is some type of enterprise. That means that there's something more at play than just personal use. So that is why the Astroglide and the amount of it is so important. Even when someone has drugs, if they're getting picked up for a small amount of drugs, that means one thing. If they have thousands of bags of cocaine, that means that they are being a mule or they're distributing it in a larger way. So that's why the prosecutors want people to think right away, Astroglide and the amount of it, that means an enterprise. That's just not for personal use. That's for someone else.
And there's a lot more evidence. There's testimony, there's audio messages, there's text messages, there's the 2016 tape. I can totally see where the prosecution is going and checking off the boxes. It does become a question if they've proven the case beyond the reasonable doubt. We got a court update from the prosecutor. This is closing arguments again. In 2023, he made Jane feel she'd have a proper New York City weekend, but invited escorts. Jane sent him another message. It's dark and sleazy and fear of losing my home. His response, girl, stop. Then he FaceTimed her and told her about stopping and dinner. He lied. Look, he's also texting Paul Arthur, an escort. Look at these messages. He's setting up a hotel night. When she's in the air, he tells her he has a surprise for her. She did not want it. That before the plane even lands is a completed act of sex trafficking. He tricked her. So then under coercion, she calls Cabral to come to New York. In the next text, she says, in New York City, I know you would pair me with a random person. Excuse me. In the sobriety party, without drugs, she's so disgusted she vomits. She writes, I'm not a porn star. I'm not an animal. I need a break. The defendant responds, let's spend the day, no strangers. She replies, you'll love bomb me. He switches from carrot to stick. The house, he texts, are you going to let me into our house? 8 times. Then he said he was sick and needed her. She went and had sex with 3 different men without drugs. After vomit, he said, get back out there. 2024 in Jane's house, 3 months after Homeland Security agents searched the defendant's home. They used Jane's house. He came home. They were supposed to have a fun date night. They drank and argued. She pushed his head into the counter. Now, of course, Aaliyah, this is if the jury accepts that these actually happen. So the incident that she's exhausted and still has to do this. She vomits, still has to do this. That there was violence and she still had to do it. Forced her to take drugs and still had to do it. The defense will say this is a toxic relationship. This is domestic violence, but it's not sex trafficking. And people will look at this again and say, are you transforming what can be a toxic domestic violence situation, maybe that's susceptible to state charges, and transforming it into sex trafficking? Because again, it's not the typical sex trafficking charge when we think of it. We think of Chacon, right? We think of an organization that kidnaps women, ships them off, sells them off, cross state lines. This is about a relationship. Now, not everybody can engage in what Sean Combs did, right? To have the wealth, the power, the resources to do it.
Do you think that this is an overreach, or do you think it makes sense based on what you're hearing?
I don't think that it's an overreach. I think it's just more difficult, again, as we've been talking about for Jane's case, because she was arguably in a relationship with him, like we said, up until the time that Mr. Combs was arrested. I think her testimony and what she has experienced alone might not be strong, but if you listen to, as we talked about, Cassie's testimony first, and then we couple that with Jane's testimony, it's very parallel. It's very similar as to the way the freak-offs were initiated, the way that they were exhausted, the way that they had to use drugs sometimes to do that. And I also think that there's text messages saying that, can I come home, right? We've had this whole thing about how Jane's rent is being paid by Sean Combs, but what if it's his apartment and he owns it and she's just staying there, right? Do we know that, right? We can make the argument for the prosecution. Yeah, he was paying her rent for some place to stay so he could have control over her and see what she was doing.
Sierra, let me go back to you. You've been following this case from the very beginning. Where do you stand on RICO? Because we have this question from Green Yoshi. Didn't the prosecution prove that it was a RICO with the accountant, the account transactions, the text messages amongst the team? I guess the question is, what stands out to you regarding RICO? If it's the criminal enterprise, the bodyguards, the assistants, the underlying crimes. You've been following the case from the beginning. Where do you stand on it?
I think RICO is the one that is the most important in the way of a question mark. I mean, we've talked about it. You said it yourself, Jesse, that we think the transportation to engage in prostitution one is the one that's the most shoo-in, if anything can be. And I guess that's just to say we never know what jurors are thinking or what they're going to come out with. So TBD. But as far as the RICO, that's the big question mark for me, because honestly, it's hard for me and a lot of the viewers who are watching this or watch my show Scandal. They have the question, okay, I don't understand. He's the only defendant here. There aren't co-defendants, and yet you need multiple people to prove this racketeering conspiracy. And I think that's what the biggest question mark is here, is if it can be explained to jurors in a appropriate way for them to understand that it could actually yield a conviction, because it is very complicated to talk about. And a couple of the other things I too wanted to address are the fact that there were rumors going around that, some of the charges had been dropped. I believe you talked about it on Sidebar, Jesse. I actually watched it. I know you did. I watched it. You talked about the attempted kidnapping, the attempted arson. And I think that's kind of in the weeds, but it's so important. And maybe that's something that you can speak to a bit better than me, because you're the one with the law degree, Jesse. But I think those are the ones that are so important.
Yeah. So we got this question from Abhilasha Dariwal. If the prosecution dropped theories of arson and kidnapping, why are they talking about it in their closing arguments? Why do it if they wanted to streamline things for the jury? This is what happened. They dropped attempted arson. They dropped attempted kidnapping. If you go back to the indictment, there are several theories of each one of those crimes for racketeering conspiracy. So there is aiding and abetting arson. First of all, there's arson. There's aiding and abetting arson. There's conspiracy to commit arson. There's attempted arson. They got rid of some of those theories, but they're still going forward with the other theories of arson and kidnapping. So arson and kidnapping are still a part of this case. There would be no way that they would abandon it, considering they spent so much time focusing on it with Capricorn Clark and with Kid Cudi. It is a way to make this case a little bit easier to digest for the jury. It's making it a little less confusing for them. And they might say, okay, we're abandoning Sean Combs engaged in attempted arson, but he still could have conspired to commit arson. He still could have committed arson. I get it. This happens all the time in cases like this. As the trial progresses, especially with the complicated racketeering case, they may say, this is a little bit too much for the jury to handle. We're going to streamline it a little bit. Okay, I want to go back to an update in court. So the prosecutor, Christy Slavic, again, providing the closing argument, talking about Jane. He shouted at her. She told him to leave. She ran and closed doors. He kicked through. This is that violent episode that she had talked about. He kicked down 3 doors. You saw the doors. Here's one of them on the screens. She ran without shoes. She hid. He was waiting. Jane hit the defendant. He punched her in the face. Here are the photos. He dragged her by the hair back into the house. Jane took his phone and called the other woman. She shouted. The defendant called Jonathan Perez. He followed her into the shower and hit her, knocked her down. He called Anton, the escort, and told her to have sex with him. She put on makeup to hide her injuries. She drove to pick up Anton at the gate. Then the defendant said, "Take this bleeping pill." He put his face inches from her and asked, "Is this coercion?" He was brazenly acknowledging he was breaking the very same law he violated before. Jane didn't want to have sex with the escort that night. She said no, but he wouldn't take no as an answer. Jane performed oral sex until Anton finished. The defendant told his security to bring cash to Anton. They didn't have it. The next day, he gave Jane the money to pay Anton. She Ubered the bag of money over to him. This was coercion. David, is that a concrete episode of sex trafficking if the jury believes all of that happened?
Well, yeah, sure. If the jury believes it happened, it absolutely is. I mean, look, here's the problem with what we talked about earlier with the case is that the prosecution is pushing the envelope on RICO for sure, and kind of all of these charges. For the common person, and they hear RICO, we all know they think of the mafia and massive a drug ring and gambling ring and prostitution ring. So it's really hard to wrap your head around saying all of this is a RICO enterprise or that he's engaged in this criminal enterprise for years and years. And it's confusing. It really is. But I think the prosecution's doing a decent job of trying to tie it all together, make it simple for the jury and say, hey, if he engaged in some of these predicate crimes that we've all talked about, then he's engaged in a RICO enterprise. So again, confusing, pushing the envelope, but they're making their points.
By the way, we put up a poll. Do you think Sean Combs ran a criminal enterprise using his inner circle? Basically, one of the key components of racketeering conspiracy. The people polled, 71% say yes, they acted like a syndicate. 29% say no. That's how celeb teams operate. Really interesting to hear that. Aaliyah, you have a thought on that?
That's how celeb teams operate is very scary because no, celebrities should not be committing crimes. Celebrities should not be abusing people, right? I think from a very, very basic standpoint, I always compare this to like an episode of Law & Order SVU, right? And we talk about how like it's very, very simple for us to understand how someone who gave consent at one point took it back later. And when I take it back later, that's it. This entire case would not be a case if we all agreed, hey, do you want to do this? Sure, I want to do it. Hey, do you want to do this again? Sure, I want to do it again. I have consent every time. This goes away. This is just, a freak off and it's their business and, it's not a crime, right? But if you continue to ask someone and they keep saying no and then you're pushing them and then in Cassie's case, she tried to leave and move on with her life and he wouldn't let her, that's taking away consent. That's the coercion.
If he gets convicted of all these charges, I can't say to you I'm surprised, okay? I can't say to you I'm surprised. I understand what the prosecution did. Having said that, I go back to my main point before. This is a gray case. This is not so simple. Why? Put aside the alleged actions of Jane and Cassie during, before, after all this, Mia, Brianna Bengolan. There are parts to this that the jury may look and say, is Cassie really a victim of sex trafficking in the traditional sense? Why? I want to put something up right now. By the way, they went to lunch, so hopefully we get Elizabeth Milner out as well. This is an audio tape that I wonder if it's going to complicate everything. There was an audio tape of Cassie allegedly threatening a man who had observed this sex video, was maybe going to release this sex video. I want to play it. It came up during the defense. Let's play it right now. I'll talk to you guys about it on the other side. Let's play it.
So you have it or you don't have it? Can you just be clear with me? Do you have it?
I saw it and I don't want to ever see it again.
I know you don't, but I want to see it.
Yeah, but I don't want to see it, bro.
Yeah, you don't have to see it, but it's my life and I'll kill you.
Yeah, but
no, I will kill you if you don't show me right now. I will kill you and I will hide you and I will cut you up and put you in the dirt right now. Pull it up. If you have it, pull that up. Because if not, I'm going to kill you and then he's going to kill you again. So just do it. Pull that up right now.
So Candace, aside from the tone of that and someone saying, that feels like a strong woman, is she really a victim of sex trafficking? And mentioning she's using Diddy as her backup, right? Now, I'm curious, you tell me what the jury's going to take away from this, and then I have one more thought about it, but tell me what you think the jury's going to take away from that audio, excuse me.
Listen, if somebody was on trial for chopping up someone and putting him in a grave, like she said, that would be one thing. This is just somebody who was scared, and this is what we've heard throughout the whole trial. She was scared. She always felt that there was a sense of coercion over her because of this tape that she is in this particular audio fighting about. So to me, that just makes sense. Sure, she might have been a strong woman in some instances, But compared to Sean Combs and his
Right.
power, because we have to look at the power dynamic, that's something totally different. Compared to Sean Combs and his age and her age when they met, and when some would say he potentially groomed her, that's a totally different thing. I don't think that this audio, if I were a juror, would do one thing at all. I just think that at all times there was this sense of coercion that we have heard from every single witness. And if I can just jump in and say one thing,
Sure.
I don't think this is that confusing at all when it comes to RICO. If we just take Eddie Garcia and Regina Ventura on extortion and bribery, I think that's the two you have. You don't even need anybody else. If you really are explained what RICO is very clearly, and I'm not saying I agree with it in theory and that this is, the great case to make it out with. I'm just saying if I'm on the juror, if you've explained to me that you get two of these predicate crimes, I'm clear on those crimes. But back to the audio, I do not think that as a juror, that would make me sway one way or the other.
I imagine the defense is going to jump in on that. And look, I'll say this point. You make a great point that it's different, her conversation with him versus Sean Combs. And I imagine the prosecution, if they haven't said already, will say, you know why she didn't walk away? You know why she didn't do it? You know why she couldn't fight back? Because look at the 2016 tape. Look what happened with Kid Cudi. It's very different, providing some sort of resistance to Sean Combs. But I'll also say she was so scared of this tape, right? The argument could be she was so scared of this tape coming out. She was so scared of anybody seeing this tape. When we talk about the alleged threats from Sean Combs to release these videos, of course that goes to the coercion element. Now, I'm sure the defense will say, hey, he was never going to release them. He didn't want any of that out there. So it's a back and forth. It's a back and forth. I think this is going to take a while for the jury to ultimately deliberate. And I don't think this is necessarily, I hear you. I think that they've checked a lot of boxes. I just think it's going to take a while to ultimately come to a conclusion about all these charges. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. So the jury went to lunch. We're going to get Elizabeth Milner out here, and then we're going to continue the conversation with my expert panel, your questions on the other side. Stay with us.
All right, welcome back to our continued coverage of the Sean Combs criminal case in New York. I'm Jesse Weber. Thanks for joining us. We're going to get to more of your questions. We're going to get Elizabeth Milner up right now. Before I do, just want to let you know we got a super chat question that came in from Smarty Pants. Smarty Pants, first of all, thank you so much. I know you've been very active in our questions for the last several weeks. We really do appreciate it. The question is, jury does not or does have to be unanimous on the RICO predicates for the RICO conspiracy case. Yes, for that charge, RICO conspiracy, yes, they absolutely have to be, but only with respect to two. Only with respect to at least two predicate crimes. And I believe on the verdict form, they even have to check off which of those were actually proven. So it's a really good question. By the way, Miss N. Kesey, Jesse, fellow class of 2012 lawyer. Is that Kenza? Kenza, if it is, put it down in the chat. Good to see you, Kenza. It's been a minute. Where have you been? I hope it's Kenza. Anyway, thank you so much. All right, let me bring on Elizabeth Milner, Law&Crime's in-court reporter, a fan favorite. Everybody loves Elizabeth. Why? Let me read it to you. Alana Rodriguez says, "Hi, Queen Elizabeth and Jesse. You're both great. Jesse's handsome. Elizabeth's gorgeous. Question for Elizabeth. Did Combs' family come today?" Elizabeth, good to see you. Did Combs' family come today?
Well, that's a great question. And also, thank you so much for the sweet, kind words. I always appreciate it. And I read a lot of y'all's comments. So thank you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yes, it was a full house today inside that courtroom, literally body to body, a lot of people inside that courtroom. And especially over on the defense's side, where you're seeing more of Diddy's support system and family come to court today to really kind of be here for the final days of the trial, pretty much. Of course, that being summations, aka closing arguments. So we saw everyone from Janice Combs, Diddy's mother, Charlucci, who's one of Diddy's very close friends, who's been inside that courtroom every single day of trial and even was attending some of those pre-trial hearings too. We saw Keisha Combs, that's Sean Combs' sister, Justin Combs, Sean Combs' son. Quincy was there. Again, that's also Sean Combs' son. Misa Hilton, who is the mother of Justin Combs, was there. Sarah Chapman, who is Diddy's daughter Chance's mother, and then of course the twins were there, that being Delilah Combs and Jesse Combs. And so it's interesting, the only one that notably was absent from what I could see inside the main courtroom was just Christian Combs, but everybody else, and I should also say probably his youngest daughter, that being Love, she wasn't there inside the courtroom. But I think notably also some interesting faces that are inside that courtroom today too, maybe not necessarily on Sean Combs' side, was Doug Wigder, who we all know to be Cassandra Ventura Fine's attorney, as well as Jay Clayton, and that's the acting U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. So a lot of famous faces are inside that courtroom, a lot of people that we're very familiar with as we've been following this case pretty closely. Oh, and I think I forgot Karen Agnifalo's inside that courtroom too. So it's a lot of people there really trying to see what these summations are going to be, both on the prosecution side and then once we get to the defense's closing tomorrow, obviously for the defense's side too.
Since there are no cameras in that federal courtroom, there's no audio equipment in that courtroom, Elizabeth has been our eyes and our ears for the last several weeks. So we have this question from Merlene Spies. What is Diddy's reaction today? Does he look worried?
Yeah, so I was trying to get some peeks in between all the heads of the attorneys that were literally right in front of me inside the courtroom today. Because normally that row right in front of us in terms of the press is normally empty. But today, again, everybody's inside that courtroom. So when I was getting peeks and glimpses over at the defense's table, I was trying to see what Sean Combs' demeanor was during these closing arguments, especially as they were talking about RICO, especially as they were talking about sex trafficking, both alleged victim 1, that being Cassie, and alleged victim 2, that being Jane. And so from what I could see, especially at the start of the trial, or excuse me, at the start of closing arguments today, I really kind of saw Sean Combs really just kind of stare a little bit into the distance from what I could see. He was kind of looking toward where the judge is on the bench, and obviously there's no witness over there. So really the prosecutor, that being Christy Slavic, was giving her summations over kind of towards the side right in front of the jury box with a microphone and a stand kind of like the one that I have my notes on right now. And so I saw him kind of looking a little past her, again, kind of towards the judge's direction. Then I would look over, I'd see him kind of like getting glimpses over at Christy Slavic doing the summations and possibly at the jury too. And then I saw him, doing what he usually does too while he's at the defense table, which is jotting notes down, passing them off to Mark Agnifalo. So really we got all these different kinds of movements from him. But in terms of just demeanor, I think he was just especially happy to have his family inside that courtroom, making sure everybody who was on the list was able to get inside in order to support him. And so from that was probably probably the most reaction I've seen of him is just a big smile on his face whenever he saw his family.
Elizabeth, we're reading the transcript of the closing arguments. We have no idea what the tone is like. We have no idea how Christy Slavic is actually delivering it. So we have a couple of questions here. Jack asks, Elizabeth, how would you describe the overall tone of Christy Slavic's closing argument? Was it emotional, methodical, aggressive? John Doe III asks, what seemed to be the prosecution's most powerful moment in closing argument so far?
Yeah, well, it seems like it's very methodical. And, you know, I know that this is a very high-profile trial. Obviously, it's a very high-profile defendant, that being Sean Combs. And so maybe people might think that they're expecting these very animated moments during the summations done by the government. But it seems like it's just really kind of very monotone, very concise, I should say. But I will say this, Jesse, is that Christy Slavic, when she's giving these closing arguments, she really is just laying it out as simple as possible, to the point I'm actually understanding everything that's going on. And I'm like, okay, this is really just kind of laid out perfectly for the jury. Now, could points have been kind of condensed a little bit and not as repetitive? Possibly, maybe. But in terms of just the tone in her demeanor while giving these closing argument, it is very kind of similar to how the government's opening statement was. It was just very monotone. You can tell she's kind of reading off of the scripts that she had prepared. But I think it's interesting, too, because they put, you know, a PowerPoint presentation of just everything in terms of just all the assistants that the jury was able to see, all the escorts/entertainers that the jury was able to see. They were kind of bringing points from the transcript and relating it to certain points of maybe, you know, in some cases, the RICO conspiracy and arson and kidnapping, relating it to the testimony that was given by particular witnesses, including, you know, Kid Cudi or Capricorn Clark, those types of folks, and then bringing it back to the text messages where they're highlighting how these certain text messages will really kind of point to instances of alleged sex trafficking in terms of Jane or in terms of Cassie. And so that's really kind of the tone in terms of the closing arguments that they have. And from what I could see even of the jury, especially at the beginning, they were really kind of paying close attention. I think maybe towards the lunchtime hour, they were ready for lunch because it's a long time to be listening to just one person. But, you know, if I can binge watch a Netflix series for 8 hours, I think the jurors are okay with a 4-hour summation.
Well, that is why the defense wanted Mark Agnifilo to go on Friday. They didn't want him to have to go after the jury's exhausted from prosecution's closing argument and having lunch. Oh, now we got to hear the defense. It affects the impact of that. So I completely understand it. Elizabeth, I know you have to get back into court. Great seeing you. Thank you so much. Great reporting. We even have Outcast93 saying, Elizabeth, you've been doing a fantastic job since the beginning of this trial. You really have. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue the conversation now with Candace Kelly, David Ring, Aaliyah Roberts. Maybe we'll get Sierra Gillespie back up here as well. Aaliyah, I want to turn to you. We have a question that came in from, by the way, if you have questions for our panel for the next hour, by the way, we're doing full coverage. We're going to have Anjanette doing, I think, 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern as well. Elizabeth and I are going to be doing a recap for Sidebar, recap of the entire prosecution's closing argument today. You can check that up later on Law&Crime's YouTube page. But we're getting, so if you have questions for the next hour or so, make sure to submit them. We'll answer them here. Olivera Nikolic asks, do you think that Jane's testimony was a total fiasco, considering that she testified that she willingly agreed to everything? Shouldn't the prosecutors see that during preparation?
I do not think that Jane Doe's testimony was a waste of time. Let's say in this scenario where they don't believe that Jane Doe was coerced, right? What we did get from Jane Doe's testimony was a complete corroboration of everything that Cassie Ventura Fine testified to. We had a very, very good, a lot of the different ways in which she was manipulated and abused, and that the physicality between Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura Fine's relationship, which then makes her more credible, right? So let's say we completely have Jane Doe, I don't believe that she was forced, I don't believe that she was coerced. You still have then bolstered Cassie Ventura Fine's testimony, and that will, again, still lead to a conviction based off of everything that she had testified to.
You also need another victim. I mean, if you're talking about a pattern of abusive victims, I mean, sure, Mia, question, Brianna McGowan, but she makes up another specific counts in this indictment for racketeering, for sex trafficking, for transportation to engage in prostitution. And there was a whole question about, wasn't there supposed to be another alleged victim that testified? Still kind of up in the air about what happened there. All right, David, back to you. We have a question from Matthew Robillard. How can Diddy even begin to handle over 70 civil lawsuits? I don't know if that's the exact number, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Is it realistically possible to address each one, or is the strategy just to settle as many as possible?
Oh, but look, he's going to be fighting these civil cases for a long time. Let's assume he's acquitted, right? And he still has to deal with the civil lawsuits. And what's likely going to happen is somehow they're going to, get coordinated, and there's going to be, a process to them. But it's going to take years for him to get through the civil cases, and it'll be even more difficult if he's in prison trying to do it. So no, he's not just going to go and start paying off everyone and settle those cases. He's going to hire, and I'm sure he has, he's going to have these, outstanding lawyers who are going to fight the cases and ultimately settle the ones that need to be settled.
Mm-hmm. All right, Candace, question from Didi. Why Diddy isn't ratting out people to get a deal?
So I tell you what, there's still time for a plea deal. I mean, it's very unlikely that will happen.
Is there really? Is there really? You think that would happen? What would that look like at the end of this trial? Everybody testified already.
Like I said, it's very unlikely that would happen. We're saying that the door is open, technically speaking, but we know that is, we have passed that. That ship has sailed. Now I'm trying to remember what your question was. Oh, will you rat people out? I think that one of the strategies that we don't know about is what's going on behind the scenes with Sean Combs. We don't know what that plea deal looked like. We don't know whether or not he gave up people, and if it was enough to get a plea deal that he liked. Obviously it wasn't, because he didn't take it. So I think that there's too much information that we don't know about in terms of ratting other people out. And I wouldn't call it ratting. I would call, listen, you have to act and comply with what your defense team is asking you to do. There's information that I'm sure he has, and there's information that I'm sure his defense team has that is very, very important, and that perhaps can get him off in maybe some of these civil cases. That is yet to be seen, but those civil cases are going to be what is next. And we might hear a little bit more about who's involved in those particular cases.
I never believed that he was going to be ratting out people, because if you take the prosecution's narrative, he's the head. He's the top fish. He's the head of this criminal organization. Now, you could say politicians, you could say other KK. I mean, it's really him. You could look at other celebrities and politicians, but a lot of it was innuendo. A lot of it, I think a lot of people went into this case thinking that, oh my gosh, every single white party is going to be exposed. Every single celebrity is going to be exposed. It's going to be like Jeffrey Epstein. That really wasn't what it was. It was a very specific prosecution with specific victims, specific charges. And, I don't think he was ever going to take anything where he would have any prison time. Because one of the reasons we have rushed to trial, Aaliyah, right, is because he didn't want to spend any more time in jail. I still think that he thought the reason he surrendered his passport, the reason he came to New York, he thought he was going to make bail. And if that was the case, we wouldn't have a trial right now. He's going to push it down the road.
I completely agree. I think people, the viewers, and I was born in the 90s, so I recognize that people might not be aware of this. This is not the first time that Sean Combs has been charged with a crime, right? This is not the first time at all, right? We have the issue with the gun with J-Lo back in 2003. If I'm not mistaken, he was charged with murder, or there was a conversation about him being charged with murder. So he's used to, okay, I'm Sean Combs, I show up, I do what they tell me to do, I pay whatever I need to pay, and then I go on with my life continuing to do what I've been doing. And I truly believe that there is a part of him that still thinks, despite all of the evidence that has been proffered against him, that that's what's going to happen this time.
David, we got a question that came up from Kanisha James. Hi, awesome panel. Thank you. Question. Isn't Christina Coram, who we were just mentioning, Christina Coram, like Ghislaine isn't KK like Ghislaine for Epstein? She was never called as a witness. Why would KK be different?
It's very, very good analogy there. Now, she's referring to Ghislaine Maxwell from the Epstein case, who really brought these teenage girls to Epstein so that he could engage in illegal sex with them. And now she's serving 20 plus years in prison for that. I don't think we heard that KK participated in Sean Combs' instance that much as Ghislaine Maxwell did with Epstein, but she is the chief of staff. Her name has been bannered about this entire trial. She's never called to the stand by either side. She's definitely one of the co-conspirators that's going to be bannered about in closing argument as being in on a lot of these crimes. And she's a central figure. And if he gets convicted, there's a very good chance that she's going to get charged next.
Let's talk, Candace. I think you want to say something about KK. I feel like you want to say something about KK.
Well, you know, KK is one of those people. If you hear somebody dozens and dozens of times in a trial, this person has to be involved. Again, not to the extent of Maxwell, like was just mentioned, but we know that she knew everything that was happening along the way. We may not have heard from her, but we actually did. We heard from her through text. We heard from her through different conversations. We heard from her through the last two summary witnesses that had digital evidence, huge footprints of how she was involved. So we may not have heard from her physically, and we may not have heard from Sean physically out of their mouths, but we heard something that could not be disproved and that was entered into evidence. 36 pages of information that connected everybody together. I think that she's very, very important. And I think that had she come for either prosecution or the defense, I don't know, I think that would have opened the door for Sean Combs to actually testify and blame it on her. I know it's one of those things, well, yeah, when we look at the 1970 statute and the crime boss loophole, that's what it was created. As you said, they were going after Sean Combs. But with the same token, when it comes to his defense, his biggest defense, in my estimation, would be actually it was KK, or she's also partly to blame, because had she taken that stand, she would have known so much information, she would have sunk his ship so quick. He would have come up for air swimming and paddle boating right to that stand so that he could act in his own defense.
I mean, in a racketeering conspiracy case, he can't have agreed by himself. He needed somebody else. They say she's the main co-conspirator, and I wonder if the jury's going to be thinking about that. Quick question. A lot of talk about what happened yesterday. I mentioned it today with Sierra. Oh my gosh, you know, prosecutors are abandoning arson and kidnapping. That was not the case, right? They abandoned a theory of it, but here we get a question. Sunset of the North, the attempted arson and kidnapping dropped. Is this still charges because it happened, not attempted? So I think that let's just clarify. We're right. They're still going forward with arson and kidnapping. You think it was a good idea that they dropped it, the attempt? Because I guess they're still moving forward with the idea, no, he committed arson, he committed kidnapping, or he committed conspiracy to commit kidnapping or arson, or he committed aiding and abetting kidnapping or arson. You think this is a good idea to streamline the case for the jury?
I do. I think this is from a merger standpoint. If we can argue that the actual crime was committed, we don't need the attempt because the crime itself was committed, right? We know that there was testimony from Kid Cudi regarding the arson. We know that there was testimony from Jane as well as Cassie regarding the kidnapping. So we no longer need an attempt at committing these crimes because the crimes, as far as the evidence has been proffered, if you believe the evidence, the crimes were committed, and there no longer needs to be a need for the attempt of the said crimes.
I want to play you something. So we knew this would come into evidence. We knew it was a big part of this case. As much as the 2016 tape of Sean Combs beating Cassie Ventura in the hotel hallway of the LA Intercontinental Hotel was going to be a big piece of evidence. In fact, that's how the prosecution started their case. We also knew his apology video was going to come in, 2 days after CNN had published it. I want to play it right now, talk about what impact this is going to have in the case.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. But sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
David, what impact do you think that video is going to have, aside from the fact that before trial, I think the prosecutors made a great argument. They said, you can't argue that the tape of the 2016 tape was altered or isn't real. He's basically admitting it's him. But besides that, what impact do you think that's going to have? Because I believe in jury instructions, there is this component of voluntary intoxication, that he didn't form the proper criminal intent that might be necessary for, let's say, sex trafficking. What do you think of that video? What value is that video going to have for the jury?
Here's what I'd say. If we were just talking about the Intercontinental Hotel incident, the beating of Cassie on that videotape, and then the video and the apology by Combs is played, okay, it kind of has an impact on the jury, and he says all the right things and seems contrite, and it's never going to happen again. I'm a changed man. Okay. But we've now heard so many bad acts about Sean Combs over a long period of time that it rings hollow. It no longer has an effect on me because I'm like, you apologize for that because you had to. It became public. What about the other 40 things that you did that are despicable? So I don't think it's going to carry a lot of weight in this trial.
By the way, a lot more conversation about KK. So I'll throw this to you, Candace. Never B asks, Jesse, if they prove RICO, right, racketeering conspiracy, doesn't Christina Coram go to jail since she's part of his enterprise?
Well, she doesn't go to jail right now. No. She's going to have to go through the process, right? Everybody's due their day in court. So it's nothing that's going to be automatic. But if they prove RICO, it certainly does not look good for her because many people see them kind of in the same light, in that they were, an A and B pair. She knew everything that was going on. And we do know that by the evidence. The other thing that we get from this evidence is that we see evidence here, if she is indicted, which she just might, we know the evidence that we're going to see or what it's going to be similar to. So I would say that it would be coming, but it's not something that would be automatic.
We got with us Sierra Gillespie. By the way, that's if she gets actually charged and she wasn't granted some immunity that we don't know. We got back with us Law&Crime Sierra Gillespie outside the courthouse right now. Sierra, I want to bring you back onto the conversation. What do you think about this? This is a big portion of whether or not Jane is credible, whether or not, even if the jury takes as true everything that happened to her, it was actually sex trafficking. Donna Herman asks, do you think Jane felt obligated to not throw shade too much on Sean Combs because she's still under financial manipulation from Diddy? What do you think about that?
That's a really good question. I don't know, though, because if I'm putting myself in her situation and I'm testifying in this courthouse behind me, in front of, not only Diddy, but the world, and I have federal prosecutors who are asking me these questions, I'm going to tell the truth. I mean, me personally, am terrified of the idea of perjury or, you're supposed to tell the truth on the stand. That's the whole part of all of it. So if I'm putting myself in her shoes, well, yes, it's awkward. She's got to talk about these things. I mean, there are many texts that are very explicit that Jane had to go and sit through and look at, not of the very least the emojis that were included in those things. So she had to sit through and say, yes, I did say these things. And I think, honestly, we can say that she's being true to her beliefs. I think we can say that she's credible in what she says. And I mean, I would trust her testimony, yeah.
Sierra, we put up a poll on this where we asked how long deliberations are going to take. EDM asks, how long do you think deliberations will take? We put a poll up, I think at the beginning of the week, maybe it was last week. The majority of people believe this is going to take 2+ days. I am in that camp. You've been following the case. You've been hearing the evidence. You've been hearing the testimony. You've been hearing the arguments. How long do you think jury deliberations are going to take? And let's not forget, July 4th weekend's coming up.
I mean, that's the $1 million question, Jesse. And the fact that the July 4th weekend is coming up right around the corner, I think that's the thing that has to be in the back of everyone's minds. I agree that it's going to take some time to go through deliberations. I mean, we're in week 7. That's about, 6 or 7 weeks of witness testimony that we heard and evidence that was presented. So jurors are going to have to go through all of that, weigh the options, review, their memories of what they heard and the witness testimony and all of that. And I mean, the charges themselves, we've talked about this on this live stream and many an episode of Scandal or Sidebar, the fact that they are kind of confusing. And these are a jury of P. Diddy's peers. They really have to think about and listen to the instructions, make sure that they're following the directions. So I tend to agree with you that it's going to be about 2 days. However, again, if I were a juror, the 4th of July holiday is just calling my name. It's a 3-day weekend already. It's a Friday. I personally think they're going to wrap it up and bring us a verdict before the holiday.
Yeah, that's always a possibility, except it's such a complicated case. Courtney Dobbs asks, Sierra, is the jury sequestered during deliberations?
Oh, that's a good question. And honestly, it seems like a really reasonable one, right? That they could be sequestered. However, they're not. Every single day. I actually saw a juror walking in this morning. She, goes home presumably to wherever she stays. Hopefully is not watching any sort of news reports or looking on social media about the case and then comes right back. So I think that's another reason why we can expect this to take a little bit more time, because if the jury were to be sequestered, again, putting myself in their position, I wouldn't want to get home to my family. I want to get home to my own bed, to my dog, And so I think the fact that they've been able to go home every night, they might be more inclined to take some time.
By the way, Sierra, during the jury selection process, what did we learn about these jurors in the sense, were they familiar with the case? Were they fans of Sean Combs at all? Because I got to tell you, one of the things I keep getting asked is, are the jurors going to put aside the evidence, put aside the facts, put aside the law, put aside the arguments, and make a decision based on emotion? If they might be fans of Sean Combs and even charges that are relatively straightforward, in my opinion, like the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, they might acquit him because they're a fan. I mean, that I'm not saying that'll happen. They shouldn't do that. But what do we know about these jurors? Is there any reason to believe that they wouldn't be fair and impartial?
I mean, we have to put our faith in the justice system, right? We sat this jury. That's our jury. We're going to, listen to them and respect them as far as the verdict that comes out. But, I mean, when we were talking about jury selection before this trial even began, I think that's something that was the underlying issue in all of this, is we have P. Diddy, who has been famous since the 90s. I mean, this is a man who's so well known by his music, or whether he's appearing in movies, his face, Sean John. This guy is all over the place. So I think it's unrealistic to assume that any of these jurors wouldn't have known who he was. And then I think what's interesting too is during jury selection, we learned that some of these jurors obviously had heard about the case, but then what's more is that they had seen this video, this intercontinental video, the famous one involving Cassie at the hotel that the government's case, I'm not going to say hinges on, but it's a huge piece of evidence. And so some jurors had said, yes, I have seen that. And I mean, I think it's tricky to put myself in the position of a juror and say, I'm going to go in there and separate. This is just another man. He's not just another man. He is P. Diddy. He's this man who had these private jets and would fly to islands that many of us have never even been to. So it's hard to separate those things. But I do think we just have to have faith in the justice system that these jurors will do their job. And jurors are intelligent people. They have careers. They're going, one is a deli worker, I believe. Another is an architect. They're kind of a wide range of people in the jobs that they have. But for right now, their job is a juror. And I think they're going to take it seriously.
Yeah, we got a question that came in from Smarty Pants. Does anyone think the jurors are looking up stuff for this case, even though they're not supposed to? Hopefully not. They shouldn't be watching the lunchtime show. I'll tell you that much, Sierra. They should not know who you are. I'm sorry. They should not be watching Scandal with Sierra Gillespie. No, they should not be watching Sidebar with Jesse Weber. I want to talk about the jurors. We had a question that came up. I want to throw it to David. This is from Caroline Gonzalez. Law&Crime, after the verdict, if a juror does an interview, can they say who Jane Doe actually was or who the famous rapper and his wife were? The answer would be no, right? There's court orders in place.
The answer would be no. And let's hope they wouldn't reveal those identities. But a lot of jurors don't want to talk to anyone after a trial like this. They just want to go back to their lives, and they're not, look at the high stakes media involved in this case. And jurors don't want to put themselves out there having made a decision one way or the other. But there'll probably be a couple that want to speak out and give interviews. But no, they absolutely should never reveal the names of a witness who the court has ordered that the identity is to be kept confidential.
Got a super chat question from JB Dub. JB Dub, thank you so much. While the outcome will be in the hands of the jury, I have to ask, Jesse, if you had it your way, what would you like to see happen? Okay, I'll be completely honest. It doesn't matter what I would like to see happen in terms of the verdict or not. What I want is this jury to make sure they make a decision based on the facts and the evidence and the arguments and what was presented in court and nothing else. Now, if you're asking me what I think will happen, and I'll toss this to my panel as well, I think there is a 95% chance he's convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution. I would say there's a 50-50, maybe 60-40% chance he's convicted of racketeering. When it comes to Cassie Ventura, I would say there is also a 60-40% chance he's convicted of sex trafficking with respect to Cassie Ventura Fine. When it comes to Jane, I will say 30%, 70%, 30% that he's going to be convicted of sex trafficking with respect to Jane. I could be 100% wrong. This is just my prediction if you're looking at the evidence and the facts, but I would be hard-pressed. I do not believe that he is going to be acquitted across the board. I just don't see it happening. Could be wrong, but let me toss it to the rest of the panel. If you want to ask Aaliyah, what you think is going to happen or what would you like to see happen, the floor is yours.
I would like to see justice served, right? I think that there has been, again, talks for a long time about Sean Combs being involved in a lot of things, and we didn't really know about it. And now we have this entire trial that has some evidence as to some of the things that we have, I'd say, arguably heard about for some time. I think that as far as the sex trafficking is concerned, I do believe that there will be an conviction as far as the sex trafficking is concerned. I am with you on the RICO. I think RICO is it's very, very hard to get people to think outside of the box when it comes to certain crimes. If we're used to seeing mafias and mobsters, and that was or huge drug cartels, if that was the actual law that was created for them, now trying to see something different, I think that's going to be hard, but I don't think it's impossible. I do think that it is possible for a conviction on the RICO, specifically as there are underlying crimes that I think that the prosecution has proven, especially considering that we have this enterprise with all of the individuals under his thumb who he paid, and the paychecks were there to do these specific criminal acts.
Candace, I'll go to you with that question, but we also had another question that came in as well from that guy Dub. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Who gets the freak off tapes after this is done?
Yeah, the freak offs tapes, they stay away filed to where somebody, no one's gonna have access to them. They're not gonna be, ending up on the internet in any way, shape, or form. That becomes a part of the closed, sealed files that are part of this case. I agree with you with the percentage, except I would actually go a little bit higher on RICO. If you have jurors, as the opening, as the closing arguments have stated already, we have heard Slavic say, listen, we know that you have understood RICO in regards to maybe the mafia, but you have to think of this outside of that mindset. What he has done when it comes to what's on paper and what you have to actually look at and check off the boxes, that also is RICO. And actually, RICO is one of those things that if you Google it, it is used more than people think. There are federal RICO statutes. There are state RICO statutes. Everybody from Adidas to R. Kelly to, if we remember the scandal with people trying to get into colleges across the country, RICO has been used. We just by the media have been trained to understand it differently. But if they look at that charge sheet, if they look at that verdict sheet, I think that there's a much higher chance than I think you said, around 60-70%, if they follow the rule of law.
David, I'll go to you about what you would think is going to happen, what you would like to see happen. But, I think it's an interesting question as we talk about it, because we are coming to the conclusion of this case. And what day is it? Thursday? I mean, well, it's July 4th next weekend, but in less than a week, we may have an answer.
Yeah, we might, and we might go past July 4th. I mean, look, my experience with juries, they take their task very, very seriously, especially in a case like this. And they're going to sift through all this evidence. They're going to spend time in that jury room. Everyone's going to get a chance to talk. And there's a lot of counts that they have to go through. And let's remember this is going to answer your question. They have to reach a unanimous verdict on all of this. And so one thing we haven't thrown out there, and I'll say this, I tend to agree with you, Jesse. I think it calls out for a mixed verdict, meaning I think they convict him on some of the charges and acquit him on others. However, I go back to the poll that you talked about last hour, the viewers poll where they said, 70% thought there was a criminal enterprise, 30% thought there was not. You're going to have that same kind of argument back in the jury room, and you've got to have a unanimous verdict. So if you have 8 people saying, hey, there's an enterprise, and you have 4 saying, no, there isn't, you could also have a mistrial on this case, a mistrial.
Yeah, that is very, very true. And it makes you wonder if there was a mistrial, whether or not they would move forward and try this case again. You think they would?
Absolutely. If Karen Reed had to go on trial twice, why shouldn't Sean Combs? And she didn't do it, arguably. She was acquitted, right?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Candace, Nest Dog asks, will the jury have access to the evidence if needed? It's a good question, right? What will they have access to? What can they ask? What will they not have access to?
Yeah, well, they won't have access to anything that they've thought about that's out of the box that wasn't entered into evidence, but they will have the opportunity by way of the foreperson to send out notes to the judge and say, we would like to see X, Y, Z. They can also use their own notes during deliberations in order to make decisions and bring information to other people. So they can definitely get evidence. I mean, listen, what we're doing is we are asking these 12 people and their alternates to be law students for a little while. In a very short time, they have to learn about all these crimes and witnesses and how the courtroom works and what their responsibility is. We are asking a lot of them, so they can definitely have a lot of help along the way and reminders about, okay, what happened during that first week? Because we've been in 6 weeks. It's hot outside. It's 104 degrees. I just got off the train. I'm in here as a juror. I'm going to need a little more help from the judge and evidence, absolutely, to help me along the way to make this decision.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's continue the conversation. Let's get the questions coming back. Again, we're going to be on for about another 40 minutes or so, and then we're going to take a break, and Anjanette Levy is going to host from 3 to 5. We're doing continued coverage of this entire day of closing arguments. By the way, we're going to do continued coverage for Verdict Watch as well. Excuse me. This is a question for you, David. This is from Denise Rose. Hi, Jesse. Can the defense prosecution be allowed to object during closing arguments?
They can. There's real strategy behind that. The common, thinking of lawyers is you should not object during a closing. It's the jury's like, why are they objecting during closing? What are they trying to hide? Why are they interrupting this presentation? So most lawyers will just sit back and let the other side argue. But if the side that's making the argument really steps into areas that are out of bounds, that the judge said you can't go into that side, you've got to object. Because if you don't object, you waive the right to raise that issue on appeal. So objecting can be really important in closing. But again, the common thinking is you don't do it unless you really, really need to.
Mm-hmm. All right, we had a super chat question came in. I'll throw this to you, Candace. SL600 asks, and SL600, thank you so much. How are adult film companies legally allowed to pay for entertainers' flights and pay them to film adult scenes? Isn't that transportation for prostitution?
Wow, that is a really very good, articulated point. So, I mean, when we're talking about the porn industry, that's a totally different industry that's run by different guidelines. We're not talking about specific crimes that have been carried out by force, fraud, and coercion. That is a very separate industry that is managed by a specific set of rules and laws, especially found in Las Vegas or California. So it's two totally different things with people who are consenting adults who are entering into this right that they have in order to participate in pornographic films, for example. So it's two different genres, if you will.
All right, we got a poll up. Poll says, do you believe the relationships with Cassie and Jane were based on coercion or consent? You ready for this, Aaliyah?
I'm scared.
35% say coercion, 18% say consent, and 48% say a mix of both. I think the 48% is interesting because that could be reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Or it could be guilty.
I agree. I think when I was in college, we used to have, during Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we would have T-shirts, and it said, consent is sexy. right? Because all you have to do is have someone ask them for their consent, receive it, and go on, right? I think the issue now is when you have consent that I might have given consent initially, right? Maybe Jane and Cassie, I gave consent initially because I wanted to be in a relationship with this individual, and then later on, I took my consent back. I think that's where people, no matter where you are, get a little confused, right? We talk about the gray area. Like, well, what do you mean you no longer consented? You said yes the first time. Right, and I might have said yes the second time and the third time, but that one no, as the prosecution has said, the one no is all it takes. And then when you don't respect my no, then when you keep forcing me to do things that I don't want to do, then you keep pushing me to do things that I don't want to do, like, you know, in these freak-offs, for example, with the drugs and throwing up and then all those things, then you no longer have the consent. And that is where the issue lies. Now we're into coercion.
So going back to you, David, we got a question from Miss N. Kesey. By the way, again, are you Kenza from law school? I hope so. I don't know. But anyway, a different question. Can Combs saying you're doing a great job be used against him on appeal? I think this is in reference to when he told the judge, you know, when he was making the decision, jury wasn't present, was making the decision not to testify. He said to the judge, you're doing an excellent job, you're doing a great job. That can't be used in any way, right?
No, that's a throwaway comment. It's not going to come up on any appeal. I mean, the important part of that interaction was that Sean Combs was knowingly waiving his right to take the stand and testify, and then he kind of threw in that comment towards the judge, which I thought was a bad idea on his part. I don't think that played well. I don't think you need to tell the criminal defendant doesn't need to tell the judge, hey, you're doing a great job, judge. So, but no, that's not going to play any role on appeal in the case.
We got Sierra with us. Is she still with us? If so, I want to bring her onto the conversation. If we do, yeah, there she is. Hey, Sierra, what's going on? Okay.
I'm here.
Got a bunch of questions for you. So we got a question from Sassy Scope. And Sassy Scope says, the prosecutor says Diddy used baby oil and weaponized diary entries. What is the strongest physical evidence linking Sean Combs to those freak-off scenes? It's a good question, and you've been evaluating the case. What do you think is the strongest physical evidence tying him to, let's just not only say freak-offs, but hotel nights, because the prosecution has been saying those are criminal episodes. Those are episodes of sex trafficking.
Yeah, so we have the baby oil and the lube, which is really what made headlines at the start of all of this, and it's the one that we always think of, and I'm sure jurors are thinking about it too. But I think as far as the strongest evidence in relation to the freak-offs, we've got to talk about that video, right? I mean, this is video that jurors were watching in this courtroom, the courthouse behind me here, where they're there having to watch and look at something that maybe necessarily they wouldn't want to do in a crowded room full of people while they're on a jury. And I think that is really super telling, whatever they saw in the video, because of course the exhibit screens were closed. So reporters like Elizabeth Milner weren't able to tell us exactly what was seen, because again, these are very intimate moments. So I think that the videos is really something that jurors are going to talk about in the future.
By the way, court is back. The judge asked Christy Slavic, are you ready? She says, just a flag for the court. We're going to need to change PowerPoints. The clerk says, can we turn the public screens on? So they're coming back to the closing argument. Sierra, I don't know if you heard the poll that I had up before, but where we said, do you believe the relationship with Cassie and Jane were based on coercion or consent? It's the central question in this case. 35% say coercion, 18% say consent, a mix of both, 48%. What do you take away from something like that?
I think consent is so important, and it's so confusing at the same time too, right? Like if you're drunk, if you're under the influence of drugs and you verbally say, yes, I want to have sex with you, you can't give consent because you're under the influence of something. So I think that really just shows how complicated this can be. And also there's the fact that just because you gave consent, you willingly had sex with someone one time, doesn't mean the next time that you're with them, you're cool with it. You know, it's an ever evolving sliding scale. And additionally, if you start to have sex or some sort of, interaction, you say verbally, yeah, I'm into it, then all of a sudden you're not into it anymore, you can take away that consent at any time. And so I think it's really complicated, especially the relationship with Cassie, because it was ongoing for so many years. And the fact that she started dating him or seeing him when she's very young. And I mean, when I'm thinking about this, I go back to my early 20s. I mean, I believe they talked about her 21st birthday. That was one of the incidents of her first interaction with Diddy, the kiss that they had in Las Vegas. And I think about my relationships in my early 20s and how much I've evolved between then and now. And I really think it's just complicated, the fact that at times things seemed consensual. We do have the text messages from both Cassie and from Jane where they're saying things like, can't wait to FO, or, you know, oh, I picked up this stuff. So it looks like they're willingly participating. However, as I said, you can retract that at any time. So honestly, as far as whether it was consensual or not, I kind of agree with the poll that maybe sometimes it was and sometimes it wasn't.
It's a complicated case. It's definitely a complicated case on a number of different factors, on a number of different levels. You do wonder, and this has come up a lot, why the defense really didn't put on much of a case. They didn't call any of the witnesses that they had planned to call. Combs didn't take the stand. They introduced a few more exhibits to further the idea that Jane, Cassie were willing participants. I have to say, and tell me if I'm wrong, this is like a human behavior kind of thing, Sierra. When you saw him, when it was reported that he was nodding at the jurors after what is arguably a very effective cross-examination of a key witness, when you hear him make kind of a positive comment to the judge, you're doing an excellent job, just want you to know that. Do you feel that the defense is feeling pretty good going into the conclusion of this case?
I mean, I feel like they have to, right? The defense has to be confident, so confident that they're like, hey, you know what? We don't need to call a single witness. We've done enough. Our cross-exam was killer enough. You know, the facts speak for themselves. Our opening and the closing that's expected for tomorrow are going to be so killer that we don't need to do anything. So do I think that the defense is really confident? Yes, absolutely, because they have to be calculated about all of this too. And to me, honestly, like me, Sierra, I don't know if I was a defense attorney, if I would have done what they did. However, I don't have the law degree. I'm not Mark Agnifilo or, you know, Nicole Westmoreland. So they're the ones who have experience in all of that. And I think the reason that they did what they did is because they're confident. They think that the government just hasn't met the burden of proof.
I'll give you one more question before I toss it back to the panel. This is from Chris from Kansas City. Do you or your panel think the jury could be afraid of Puff if they convicted him? I mean, it goes to the idea of him, you know, nodding at jurors. The reason I thought it was so significant is because the jury has heard up until that point allegations he was manipulating people and threatening people and intimidating people. I thought that was the big concern. But do you think the jury's afraid of Puff if they convict him?
Wow, that's a really great question. I love the viewer questions that we're getting because they really have been following the trial the same way that you and I have, Jesse, and all of our panel. It seems like they're really, really in tune with the case. And I mean, I guess I personally had never thought of that in the past, but it's possible they have heard evidence, allegations, I'll say, that Diddy is this strong figure. I mean, that he doesn't mess around. And we've heard the allegations about the AR-15s. That was something that was brought up even today when we're talking about closing arguments, or the alleged drugging of people. Of course, that video, the Intercontinental video, which is paramount in all of this, the physicality there. And also, if we go back to opening statements, Tenny Geragos herself says, yes, this was domestic violence. Yes, he has a temper. He can be angry. You probably won't like my client. I believe she called him a jerk at a time. So I think it speaks for itself, that information. Whether the jury themselves are scared, maybe it's possible. I'm sure that some of this testimony has affected them, especially when we're talking about traumatic incidents of sexual violence or these allegations that, you know, some of the witnesses even broke down crying on the stand. So it's got to affect them in the same way that it affects you or I going home, thinking about these things kind of in the back of our mind. So potentially they are nervous, but I don't know if any are really worried about any sort of real retaliation.
Let's talk a little bit more about the jury. Sierra, stand by. I'm going to go back to Aaliyah on this. This is from Skibone21. Law&Crime Network, to the panel. Do you think the fact that the defense didn't have one person get on the stand and speak to Diddy not doing anything he's accused of will affect the jury?
I thought so, yes. I think that there's this idea that the actual prosecution put forth, I think it's either 33 or 34 witnesses that we saw over the course of things. But I think also to the volume of witnesses, to the volume of testimony, you can't then have a witness on Diddy's side come up and say, hey, no, I didn't do it, right? Because there's enough evidence to say, even himself, especially with his testimony from, I mean, the video from Intercontinental with his video apologizing and saying I wasn't in my right space, et cetera, you can't then turn around and say, actually, no, it was me, I didn't do it, right? I was interested to see that there was nobody to attest to maybe like his charitable giving or his, anything to try to make him.
Well, they were going to call the head of his HR, I imagine, to say no forced labor, right? This is what their job description was. This is what their job description wasn't, or even an expert to counter the testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes, but they didn't.
I think head of HR would have been a nightmare because I think it would have been a nightmare for the reasons that I'm sure there were some payments that were made along the way. I'm sure there were some complaints made along the way. And now you are opening up even more investigation into, or even more in cross-examination into, how much did you know? How much was going on in the actual building versus, in Miami or in New York or whatever other city they were having the actual sex trafficking in.
Candace, you agree or disagree?
I disagree a little bit and agree on another level. The first part being that, yes, there were 34 witnesses, but there were also 34 witnesses that they got to cross. So even though they didn't have any witnesses of their own, they were able to punch holes in the testimony of the witnesses that actually took the stand. And I think that counted for something. I mean, they might have called some of the same witnesses. So they did get the opportunity to speak to witnesses that they may have called. And there were many times where there were text messages needed more contextualization, or that time where they fought to get the video of Mia in saying how she really liked Sean Combs, or saying that, aren't you faking about your disposition and you don't really talk that way. So I think by the fact that they were able to get up there through cross, they were able to have a lot spoken on their behalf. I also think that had they brought people on, I would have loved to have heard from somebody from the company. But again, as the panelists said, it would have opened ridiculous doors for too much negative to get in. But I would have loved to hear from somebody to say, we're a real company, right? We do other things. We do not just exist for the purpose of racketeering and all these things that you see Sean Combs is doing. We have a company. We do marketing. We're involved in liquor brands. We're involved in Bad Boy. We're involved in all of these things that refute this whole idea that this company just exists as a criminal enterprise to carry out what he wants. But again, that's a bad idea. So I think that's why we're left where we are and why the defense did what they did.
It's an interesting question just came in now from Naturally Now. I'll throw it to you, David. Jesse, is the prosecution focusing on Jane, weaker case in sex trafficking, to throw the defense onto her as Cassie has stronger trafficking case? Jane doesn't seem such a strong case. Why focus on her this much?
Well, I'm not sure they're just focusing on Jane. I mean, we haven't heard their whole closing argument yet, and they're piecing it together. So, they're going to argue both of those counts, both Cassie and Jane, with equal weight. The prosecution wants convictions across the board. They would love nothing better for this jury to come back in 2 days and convict Sean Combs of every single count. And so they're going to make their arguments on all these counts and argue them forcefully. I don't think they're going to play one victim off the other with the hope that, hey, maybe they'll convict, on Cassie, but not on Jane. I don't think that's their strategy.
Got a super chat question from Ruth Ann. Ruth Ann, thank you so much. Jesse, love your panel today. Candace, she's great. Please ask them their thoughts on the lawsuits that will come after this trial is done. Thank you for all you do, Jesse. You're amazing. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. So Candace, she called you out. Ruth Ann called you out. What do you think is going to happen with all the lawsuits?
So let's go back to years ago when 9 people died during an event that he put on. What he did after that was he took the time, again, he didn't go to jail for it, but he took the time and he had to go through each lawsuit and pay them off, and it took years. The same thing is going to happen here. Listen, most civil lawsuits don't go to a trial. Almost 100% of civil lawsuits, they settle. So that's what's going to happen. It's going to be a process. It's going to take long. We've heard along the way, even in the middle of this lawsuit, if you look at some of the records or look at some of what's going on in inner city press, we have heard different people who have had lawsuits who have advanced, reveal their names. And the judge has said, okay, now that you revealed your name, move on with your civil lawsuits. So even more have kind of taken more grounding to being something that are just not going to go away. It's going to be years, but he has hired a civil forfeiture asset person for a reason. He's got a lot of finances that he's got to take care of in order to deal with not only what's going on with his household and his 6 kids, but what's coming up in these civil lawsuits, because all of that is going to be at play. His money, whether he gets off or not, is going to be majorly at stake.
We got an update from court, by the way. So they've continued the closing argument by the prosecution. AUSA Christy Slavic says, okay, let's go back. The 3 nights were part of a buildup from fraud to coercion to finally force. Again, talking about Jane. Apparently there was a battery issue. They needed to change some batteries. Okay, anyway. So now Slavic says the house was just an example of defendant's financial coercion of Jane. Also drugs. They became a necessary part of sex. Jane told you about Miami in 2024. He gave her liquid Molly. They showed you video. They'll argue that she was super into it, but she was super, super high. His coercion included threats to release tapes of her having sex in the hotel rooms. Combs threatened to send sex tapes to Jane's child's father. This was to coerce her into more commercial sex acts. The defense has suggested that Jane agreed to these hotel nights. Let's talk about what agreeing means. There's an incomplete picture. Do you agree, Leah?
I think so. I think because from the defense side, we're going to argue like the freaks off were consensual, the freaks off, I wanted to do it, I have a love contract, I'm doing the freak offs, he's paying my bills. But on the prosecution standpoint, they're saying that where it might have started off that we were in this consensual relationship, that was no longer the case. And at some point, I no longer felt that I was allowed to leave this relationship or that I was safe, and the repercussions that would happen from me no longer wanting to participate in these freak-offs is the coercion standpoint that we've been talking about, that element we've been talking about this entire time.
David, we got a question that came in from Stella. Do the jurors' phones get checked to see if they've been researching the case? Jesse, I love you, XX. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. So from Stella says, do the jurors' phones get checked to see if they've been researching the case?
Look, only if there's really strong evidence that a juror is committing misconduct. If another juror says, hey, juror number 7 is clearly on his phone, he's reading things he should not be reading, this and that, then the judge takes that very seriously and could call that juror in, question him, and say, let me see your phone. We hope that most of these jurors, all of them, are going to follow the law. They're not going to look things up on their phone. They're going to decide this case on what they heard in that courtroom and only on what they heard in that courtroom.
Candace, this is an interesting question from Nestdog. Doesn't the Mann Act negate consent? Now, the Mann Act is transportation to engage in prostitution. Doesn't the Mann Act negate consent? I'm not sure I 100% follow that question, but I'll throw it to you.
Right. I guess I can kind of see a little bit what he's saying. What the Mann Act says is that it doesn't have anything to do with consent, right? You can transport somebody across state lines for purposes to engage in prostitution against their will. And I think that that's what he means, that maybe you don't need consent. And because you don't need consent, it doesn't mean that you can't get convicted of that. So I would say that he's right in that, there's no consent question involved. It's just that you are crossing over the state lines. It doesn't even matter if that person's getting paid. It doesn't even matter if that person gives consent. In and of itself, you cannot cross a person across state lines to engage in prostitution.
Let me bring Sierra Gillespie back into the conversation. She's outside the federal courthouse right now as the closing arguments are underway, or at least the prosecution's closing argument. We put up this poll, Sierra. I'm curious your thoughts. Does the alleged bribe for the Cassie Hotel video prove guilt? 82% say yes, it's a clear sign of a cover-up. 18% say no, people panic and make mistakes. What do you think about that, and where does Sierra Gillespie land on the testimony of Eddie Garcia?
Oh, that's a good question. Where do I land on the testimony? It's so interesting because when we cover these cases, I try not to think about what my opinion is on it. I'm trying to report the facts. So if I have to in real time go through and think about what I think about it, honestly, it does kind of lean toward bribery. I'm just going to say it because we talk about the fact that his testimony on the stand, he talks about receiving these funds. He goes and meets P. Diddy. He also talked about during his testimony that he said that Diddy made him feel uncomfortable. And, so I would have to kind of lean toward what the poll is saying, that, yeah, maybe potentially it was bribery.
We got another question that came up as well about this. And no, I hear you. I think it's interesting to get your perspective because you've been covering the case as much as we all have. So it's interesting. I think the Eddie Garcia testimony was very compelling. And out of all the predicate acts, bribery seems to be one of maybe the stronger ones. Okay. IA, hello, Jesse and Sierra. Greetings from Morocco again. If this is a criminal enterprise, which I personally think it is, are the feds ready to go after others? It's a question I've been asking my legal panel. Sarah, do you think other people are going to be arrested now after this case?
Honestly, I think potentially. And the person who I think of most of all in all of this is KK, Christina Quorum, Chief of Staff, because we've been covering here on Law and Crime this P. Diddy case, honestly, before even an indictment. Like way back when, Sidebar covered back in November of 2023 when Cassie filed her lawsuit. And after that, we haven't stopped talking about P. Diddy for a year and a half now at this point. So we've been talking about this for quite a while. And throughout all of that, we were always going back to Christina Quorum. She was mentioned right there in Lil Rod's lawsuit. There's the picture of her and Diddy. She's in a robe, and it is next to Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, comparing the two of them, saying that KK is basically Ghislaine Maxwell. And again, I do want to say that that was a civil lawsuit, and she hasn't been charged criminally. However, I kind of tend to believe that perhaps she could be in the future. And the reason I say that is because we didn't see her as a witness on the stand. And it's possible that she was working with the government and talked to them. I tend to think that perhaps maybe they would have said, okay, yes, we'll give you immunity if you flip, as they say, and testify against Diddy. But she didn't. So, because she didn't testify, she wasn't given this immunity, she's the one who they go to time and time again saying she was the chief of staff, she had these drugs, we read her text messages in court, I mean, her name is all over, and yet where is she? We don't hear from her testifying. And so I tend to believe if somebody is going to be charged in all of this down the line, it could be Christina Quorum.
Unless they worked out some sort of deal, or I'm not entirely sure. But I'll tell you what, Sierra Gillespie.
We don't know.
I'll tell you, Sarah, you've been doing a tremendous job. I know you were doing the show early in the morning, hosting it from out there. Thank you so much. Great having you on, great seeing you. And I know you're going to continue the coverage as we advance into the closing arguments and ultimately the deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs case. But Sierra, thank you so much. It was great seeing you.
Yes, thanks, Jesse. We'll talk soon.
Talk soon. All right, I want to continue some more of the conversation for the next 10 minutes or so. David, we got a question that came in from Alyssa Smith. What will happen, if anything, to the escorts, the entertainers like Cowboys for Angels? Why aren't they being prosecuted for illegal prostitution?
Look, that's not what this case is about. So really nothing's going to happen to them. I mean, they were central witnesses to the prosecution's case. They're not going to be criminally charged. And that's just the way it is. Sometimes you have to use people who are involved in an alleged crime to be witnesses, but they don't necessarily get charged with that crime because you're going after the bigger fish. And obviously the bigger fish is Sean Combs.
All right. Well, there you go. Okay, we got this, Candace. Myelin Bourbon says, do they keep the jurors' notes after it's all over?
That is a good question. I am not sure. Do they keep the jurors' notes? I would imagine that the jurors get to keep their own notes. Am I right about that?
That's a good question myself. I'm not entirely sure. I always thought that they had to destroy them, but I could be. Do you know, Aaliyah?
Yeah, I think that the court provides certain notepads, at least in the counties that I've practiced in. The court will provide the notepads, and then after the deliberations and everything has been completed, the actual court officers will rip off the pages from the decision and then discard those pages. The actual jurors do not get to keep their notes, as I understand.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'll tell you what, Candace, I'll give you a different question. I got a different question
for
you. This is from Jet. Can the defense say in their closing argument that RICO was first created for the mafia, not for people like Sean Combs?
Well, sure, they can say that. I mean, the same way that in the opening statements, we already heard that the prosecution has said, you understand that mafia is associated with RICO. I need you to think about it in a different way. I think that's a very good way for both sides to contextualize it so that they can both make their points about what they think RICO is actually about. They can't bring any outside evidence that has not been entered already. But in terms of making them understand and bringing home the facts so that they can understand it very clearly, they can use, as extreme analogy as they can without going out of the confines of the law in order to make their point. Absolutely.
And I think there was a little bit of, shade thrown at, I think it was one of the summary witnesses. I think it was the defense who said, and this was like a Homeland Security investigations agent, it was basically like the end of testimony, like go back to, good luck, go back to actually, going after criminals and serving justice, like as if this is a waste of time. I think that's what I remember kind of hearing, or at least being reported. Okay, I'll go, Ali, a question for you. Okay. Mary Baracco. Hi, Jesse. Totally addicted to Sidebar. Thank you so much. Question, will Diddy, if found guilty, get bail this time?
No, he's going to jail. If Sean Combs is found guilty...
Well, I guess there's times when somebody could be convicted of a crime, and yet, they're out, and then they ultimately have to surrender themselves. Not happening.
There are times, right? There are times. This is not one of those times. I think that if he served the sentence up until the trial, he was in jail. There is no way that he's going to make bail after he's actually convicted of a crime. They're not going to then say, okay, here's some money. You don't have to serve any time. That's not happening.
Let me give you a court update. Christy Slavic, the prosecutor, continuing with the closing argument. Let's turn to volume 2. We're going to talk about Cassie with several examples. From sifting through this trial that force was not limited to these days. Through the decade they were together, he forced her to have sex with escorts. Cassie was 19. He was in his late 30s. He signed her to 10 record deals. He took her on a yacht and gave her ecstasy. They had sex. They were in a relationship. She had turned 21. She had just turned 21. The defendant was her boss who called all the shots. He molded her. He told Capricorn, let me show you, then ordered Cassie around. She did it, walk and turn around. Total compliance. He didn't take no for an answer. He was abusive, physical, emotional, psychological, sexual. They want you to call this domestic violence, but he was forcing her to have freak-offs. He controlled everything. He demanded that her nails be done a certain way on red carpets. The Vanity Fair party in 2014, Deontay Nash told you. He shouted. Combs shouted, I thought she had to have her hair up. He wouldn't let her make money from her music. She was offered the chance to do a common video. Puff said no. He paid for her car, clothing, phones, and vacation. He made her dependent. Dave, in your view, why is this sex trafficking? Why is this, for the prosecution's argument, why is this sex trafficking? Why is this not just, again, a toxic domestic violence relationship?
Well, again, that they're going to focus in on force and duress. And one thing you just mentioned out of that closing argument is the power differential and the age differential, which are two really important things. I mean, this is a very young lady when she meets Sean Combs, and he's in his mid to late 30s, and he's an incredibly powerful person. And so they're going to argue that none of this was consensual, or maybe it was in the beginning, but it certainly became non-consensual because of the power dynamic and because of her young age and her lack of experience in life issues. And so again, we've talked about consent so many times, and a lot of this circles around consent and force and duress. And that's why you're hearing it so much in these closing arguments.
Back to a question that we were talking about before. SL600 says, how long can the judge hold Combs if there's a hung jury?
That's a great question. I don't think that they can. As far
as it all depends about whether if they want to retry,
yeah.
right, Candace?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So if there's a hung jury, which would be a mistrial, he certainly is not going free. They're going to keep him in jail for the same reasons that they have him in now, and he will again be asking for either a very quick trial, or 2, looking a little differently at that plea deal. And I think that if that happens, he's going to be looking a little differently at that plea deal. But he's going to be behind jail for as long as this case comes to completion, even up to his appeals, all the way up if he wants to go to the Supreme Court. He's going to be behind bars.
Got another update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says he did it to her family too. After he found out she was with Kid Cudi, he demanded $20,000 from her parent to pay him back, or he'd release sex tapes. That month, in just this account, he had $3.2 million coming in and out. This was about control. Remember what Dr. Hughes said: when a victim is on unsure footing, the abuser has control. He punched her, kicked her, dragged her. When it was bad,
He hid her in hotels to heal and not be seen. You saw photos and videos. D-Rock, Rube, Paulie, they knew. Where do you stand, David, on how strong the sex trafficking charge is with respect to Cassie?
I think it's a really strong charge. I would not be the least bit surprised if he gets convicted of that. Because again, we have to remember it doesn't have to be every single freak off that was non-consensual. If some of them were, a handful of them were, that's going to be enough. And that's going to be sex trafficking.
All right, let me get some quick final points here from Aaliyah and Candace. Aaliyah, when do you think we're going to get a verdict?
What day is it? Today is June 26th. Today is Thursday. I think we're going to get a verdict before the 4th of July. I'd say maybe next week, because, you know, we have the weekend coming. I'd say maybe next week, Thursday.
Well, isn't that the July 4th? When is the July 4th weekend?
July 4th. Yeah, July 4th is next week, Friday. So I'd say maybe next week, Thursday. Maybe next week, Wednesday or Thursday, we'll have a verdict.
Candace, I'll ask you that, and I'll add one more to it as we close this out. What do you think that verdict's going to be?
All right, so I think that we're going to go Monday and Tuesday. There'll be in deliberations. That's because I'm thinking about R. Kelly, which had similar charges, slightly different with the child, but they were deliberating for 22 hours. And I think that they're going to come back on Wednesday and they're going to give a verdict after they've slept on it, after that Monday and Tuesday. The second part of your question, I think that it's going to be everything but RICO. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Trafficking and the Mann Act.
We shall see. Let me tell you, expert panel, great panel. Candace Kelly, David Ring, Aaliyah Roberts, thank you all so much. We had terrific questions today. We are going to continue our coverage here on Law&Crime's YouTube channel. We're going to take a quick break for about an hour. Then Anjanette Levy's going to come on from 3 to 5, continue the coverage of the prosecution's closing argument. Before I let all of you go, though, I want to let you know, and thank you so much for the incredible questions and the super chat questions. If you're interested in doing a little bit more of a deeper dive into the testimony of this trial, the second season of Law&Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, is up. I host it. 2 episodes are out right now. The next episode's coming out next week. It's exclusively on Wondery Plus, and we got the trailer. Take a look.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
remember, the defense is going to do their full closing arguments. Then they're going to, right? Look how long it's taken. They started at 10. It's already 5 hours, right? And then they're going to take a break, right? Then they're going to do charge the jury. That's another hour. So now you're talking 4 o'clock, right? 4 or 5 o'clock before then they're going to deliberate what? It's up to Mike. Lisa said that the judge is going to leave it up to them if they want to deliberate it. I'm almost positive. On a Friday, they'll say, let's do this.
Yeah, let's do this on Monday.
Yeah, right. Start fresh. Right. Remember, the last thing they're going to hear is the prosecution rebuttal. Yeah. So the defense would be assurance that this is going to.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime Live here on YouTube. We are covering the closing arguments in the federal sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial of Sean Diddy Combs. He is on trial for his life, and the government has spent the morning and now much of the afternoon making its final pitch to those jurors in this case. It's been a long 8 weeks, and we are now at the final stretch. The defense will make its closing argument tomorrow, and then the jury will start deliberating. So we want to get a look at what is going on down there in Lower Manhattan at the federal courthouse. And to do that, we've got eyes and ears all over the place, both inside the courthouse and outside the courthouse. So let's get right to it and get to Sierra Gillespie from Law and Crime. She is on the ground right there outside the courthouse. So Sierra, what have you been seeing as you're hanging out there outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan? Is there a lot of activity this afternoon?
Hi, Anjanette. Thanks for having me on. It's always so great to talk to you. So today I was expecting some major crowds here. I mean, we're starting closings. It's the beginning of the end, right? So I got here around 8 o'clock this morning, and honestly, not much going on. Up and down the block, we have reporters with their cameras doing live streams or interviews like you and I are doing right now. But beyond that, not too much. That is until around 9 o'clock this morning, and that's when things started to heat up. So we saw Diddy's family that is inside. So we're talking the twins, we're talking Justin Combs. Christian, I'm not entirely sure about. Justin, we saw Quincy Brown. So we have all of those people who were there. Then we hit the lunch hour, and that's really when things start to get going. So we have people outside the courthouse right behind me here. It's kind of quiet right now, but they were wearing free puff t-shirts and hats, and they were kind of, chanting. A lot of people were live streaming. I don't know if it was on their own personal Instagrams or what they were doing. So all these people out chanting, free puppy. And then you have people on the other side of things too who were voicing support for survivors.
Very, very interesting. The survivors of sexual abuse, sex trafficking, that is one of the allegations in this case. Of course, Sean Combs says he's never sex trafficked anybody, but that's a point of contention here. Cassie Ventura claimed that she was sex trafficked. So did Jane. That's a big point here, and that's something that's been brought to the forefront. So what have you been hearing about that outside of the courthouse today? Because there's been some talk about that, about survivors of sexual abuse and sex trafficking.
I mean, that's the entire reason why we're here, right? These allegations of sex trafficking. And I think that's what's hard is right now they're just that, allegations. There has been no sort of conviction in any way. But there are these women who took the stand who are victims or survivors. I mean, I'm talking about Cassie and Mia and Jane. And so in order to voice support for these specific people, there was an alliance, a group here today called Safe Haven. And they were outside. They did a bit of a demonstration showing they're there to voice support specifically for those women or other, survivors in all of this. And I actually spoke with the chairwoman, I believe, Liz Roberts. So we're going to throw to her interview now.
At Safe Horizon, we see survivors like Cassie every day. Her story reflects what happens behind closed doors far too often. We know that leaving an abusive relationship is never simple. It's dangerous, it's isolating, and often overwhelming. And that's why we exist. We offer confidential 24-hour support, free of charge, without any judgment. Survivors can access help regardless of their immigration status, identity, or their ability to pay. Our work spans support survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, trafficking, and other forms of violence. We serve individuals from every background, every borough, and every belief system. And yet, federal funding cuts are putting these life-saving services at risk. These aren't abstract budget decisions. They have real consequences. Consequences that might determine whether a survivor has a safe place to go in their immediate moment of need. This is why Safe Horizon is here speaking out. Be clear, we are not going anywhere. We are doubling down on our mission to make safety, healing, and justice accessible to all survivors. Every person deserves to feel safe in their home, in their community, in their body, and in their minds. We at Safe Horizon know that safety is a human right. To the survivors who are watching or listening, we are here with you. We hear your truth, we believe in your strength, and we will always be here to stand with you.
The Sean Diddy Combs trial is a national wake-up call, but it's not just about one man. It's about a culture that enables sexual violence, a legal system that continues to fail survivors, and a public narrative that too often blames those who have already been harmed. The brave survivors who have come forward in this case are not outliers. They are the visible edge of a much larger, often invisible crisis. For every survivor whose story makes headlines, there are countless others who remain silent. Out of fear, out of shame, retaliation, or because our legal system continues to show them that it won't protect them. And that remains true, even in New York.
And something really important in all of this, too, is that there is help out there. You're not alone if you're somebody who's experiencing anything like this. And there are hotlines and helplines and things such as that. So we want to toss to a clip about that as well.
Who are here in New York City and have experienced anything like what we've heard in this trial, please reach out to Safe Horizon at our hotline or on our website. We have confidential chat available on our website. And please know that you are not alone and you don't have to go through this alone. We are here to support any survivor's safety, connection, and healing.
And I think that really just goes to show the importance of what we're talking about here. These are really serious allegations, Anjanette. And I know you've been covering this case since before the indictment, back when we were talking about civil allegations here. And I think it's just a reminder about these sexual assault survivors, both involved in this case and other ones all over.
Yeah, no doubt. It's a dispute in this case, whether or not he committed these crimes, at least at this point, the jury will have the final say. But there's an important message here that victims of sexual abuse, sexual trauma, sex trafficking, there is help out there. And of course, we want people who are victims of these crimes to reach out and get the help that they need. Sierra, thank you. You're going to stay and hang out with us here for a little while today. We want to bring in the rest of our panel. We have a great panel to take your questions, and we're going to update you on where things stand in court. Nima Rahmani is also here with us. Very exciting. Former federal prosecutor, and Safa Robinson Ferrer. She is an attorney as well. So thanks to both of you for being with me too. So far today, they're making their final pitch. Nima, he's a racketeer, they say. Sean Diddy Combs is a racketeer. He's a sex trafficker. He transported these women to engage in prostitution acts with men who were either sex workers or sometimes porn stars. So how do you think things are going thus far? Christy Slavic, Nima, is telling the jury that there were co-conspirators involved here, and that's part of racketeering. There has to be one person in agreement with another person, at least one other person, to be furthering crimes for an enterprise. So how do you think it's going?
I think it's going well, but I think there's a key difference in the charges in the case. And I'll start with the easiest, in my opinion, to the most difficult. The easiest is that prostitution, Anjanette, the Mann Act, right? And we're seeing Christine Slavic there delivering the government's closing arguments. Prostitution, right? You need a commercial sex act, some sort of payment. You need interstate nexus across state lines. I think it's in the bag. I think it's proven that Combs and Cassie Ventura and Jane were paying sex workers. And that's all you need for prostitution in that Mann Act, again, aside from the interstate nexus. But obviously, look, we know that the government didn't prosecute this case to get a Mann Act violation. Even though there's a 10-year max, that's the type of conviction that might just get him time served, but that's all he gets. So let's turn to racketeering. And this is why I think the government can get racketeering. Because you can get to racketeering without sex trafficking. You can get there through kidnapping. You can get there through arson. You can get there through forced labor. You can get there through drug trafficking. And I think one thing that's proven is the drug distribution in the case. So obviously you need that criminal enterprise, right? Sean Diddy Combs, the head of Bad Boy Entertainment. You need that conspiracy to do something unlawful, that agreement, right? You have Combs conspiring with KK, Christina Horam, D-Rock, right, to bribe the security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel, to do the arson, the Molotov cocktail of Kid Cudi's car, the kidnapping of Capricorn Clark over a series of days, her in an office building, being subjected to a lie detector, right, the forced labor of the assistant. So I like racketeering because it gives a path to a conviction without sex trafficking. I got to tell you, Anjanette, I am concerned about sex trafficking. I think it is the weakest of the arguments. I believe the victims. So when people are chatting and messaging, I'm certainly not an apologist, but I think it's challenging because you have Cassie, and there's emails and text messages from her setting up these freak-offs, communicating with escorts and porn stars, paying them. You have victim Mia, who didn't report the sexual assault to law enforcement, didn't even tell prosecutors during the initial meeting. And then you have Jane, who her messages were better. She did say in certain instances that she didn't want to participate in the hotel nights, but she did change her mind. She was receiving payments from Combs. He was telling her that he didn't want a monogamous relationship, right? She was asking for money for clothes, she was getting gifts, she was getting bags, she was getting jewelry. Again, I think they were all trafficked, but I think getting 12 out of 12 for the sex trafficking may be very, very difficult, because the jurors are going to be asking themselves, why did these women stay with their abuser if they were being abused? And we saw this argument work with some success recently in the Harvey Weinstein case.
There's a lot to unpack there, Nima. A lot to unpack there. So let's start, Safa, with the sex trafficking portion of this. Do you think that the sex trafficking part of this is a tough sell? When, Cassie, yes, Sean Combs was in a position of power over Cassie. He was not only her boyfriend, but he was also in charge of her career. He was in charge, he was paying her rent, had her car, doing all of these things. He had the control in the relationship. There was a power dynamic there. But you've got all these text messages. She's into the freak offs, when they both want it and all of these things. And then same with Jane. You've got the talk about Jane getting 10 grand a month for her rent, and she's still getting that money, for her rent. And her lawyer is being paid for, and she said she wanted to make her partner happy. So do you believe that the sex trafficking charges are a tough sell for this jury?
I think the sex trafficking charges are going to be a toss-up. I think that you're going to have some individuals that view this as a relationship that, the domestic violence was a part of that relationship, but it's not uncommon for couples to travel to other jurisdictions, engage in sexual activity. We know that some couples engage in more risque sexual activity, and it's not illegal to, be a freak per se. Not only that, but, whether or not there was threats of force, fraud, or coercion is going to be a question as well. Is this a domestically violent relationship, or is this sex trafficking? And I think what the government's trying to do here, and they've been doing during their closing, is showing that hotel video, which essentially we believe shows that there was a freak off taking place inside that hotel room. Ms. Ventura tried to leave, and he used threats of force in that video, and we can see that through his attack on her as a selling point to get a conviction on the sex trafficking charges.
So, Safa, great points there. And Nima, I'm going to get right back to you in a second. I want to remind everybody that while we're live here, we are going to be taking your questions. So please drop those into our YouTube chat. We will get to as many of them as we can. You guys always give us, you submit the best questions, and we really love that. So keep those questions coming. I want to let you know that court has gone on a break. So let's update you a little bit on what Christy Slavic has been telling the jury since the court is on a break. And maybe we'll check in with Elizabeth Milner if she's able to get out of the courthouse. We don't know if she'll be able to get out of the courthouse, but she is in the courtroom. I want to remind you of that. Christy Slavic has been telling the jury that Jules Theodore, he is one of the sex workers, one of the escorts, was at the London Hotel in New York City, and the defendant asked for Jules' name for the ticket, and the defendant's Amex shows that he paid for a car. There's a $2,000 bill from the London Hotel, and the defendant texted, "I will tip you for what? Sex." So, of course, we know he's paying a sex worker, right? She then continued, for this incident alone, the defendant is guilty under count 3. That's the Mann Act violation, transportation, to engage in prostitution. So that, again, that is not a big fish charge. Yes, it's a federal charge, but this is not something, the feds are not wanting to really hook him on that. They want something much bigger. But there's more. Jules at the London hotel starting at 7 a.m. Consider this. Paul going to Turks. That's outside of the country. The defendant says, how should I pay? He paid for Paul's travel to Turks for sex. So that's international travel. She continues here. Reggie flew from Las Vegas to LA for sex. He is never tired. Jane sent $1,100 via Cash App. Here's the hotel folio. $4,000 of damage. The hotel staff found bodily fluids on the floor. It couldn't be clearer. She continues talking about every time KK helped arrange travel for Wild King nights. Those are also, freak offs. She was part of the crime. She may not have liked it, but she did it. KK set up travel for a Wild King's night in Vegas. And then she continued that KK knows. She also said that KK helped Cabral book his travel. Combs asks her for cash. She knows exactly what's going on. She facilitated travel for escorts. Each is a racketeering act. So that's important, Nima, in the racketeering part of this. You only need to find 2 acts. Just here, there are dozens. And then they went to the break. So they're saying, for the racketeering part of this, just the simple act of, facilitating these freak offs and paying for the travel, that's a part of this. Nima, I know I've talked to you about this before. This is not what we think about when we think about racketeering. When we think about racketeering, we think about the mob, or we think about, committing maybe murders or something like that, gang activity. This is not what we typically think of. So is this kind of like a unique way to use the racketeering statute?
RICO is very broad and very powerful, and that's why criminal defense attorneys, they absolutely hate it. They think it's a clear example of prosecutorial overreach, right? I mean, you're right, Anjanette.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Is this a bit of overreach? Because when we first heard about this, I think a lot of people were thinking maybe there would be more there. What we're hearing of is not your typical racketeering type activity.
I certainly expected a lot more when we started this trial. I'm happy to talk about that. But look, I'm a former prosecutor, so I love RICO and I love having an advantage when we can, because look, it brings a lot of people and a lot of evidence into the case, right? You're talking about state crimes, right? Violence here in California, completely different jurisdiction, stateside. Acts that are barred by the statute of limitations. But guess what, Anjanette? It all comes in under RICO. So, and you could bring in a lot of people. If it were me prosecuting this case, I would have charged KK. I would have charged D-Rock as co-conspirators and all this. You don't have to participate in the sex acts to be charged with a RICO conspiracy. All you got to do is agree to do something unlawful and there to be some overt acts and furtherance of the conspiracy, and you're on the hook for all the crimes committed in furtherance of the conspiracy. But yes, we are seeing RICO used a lot in maybe cases it shouldn't be. There was a lot of criticism, for instance, of Fonnie Willis. She used it in the Young Thug case, the Donald Trump case. And people were saying, listen, this is not what RICO is used for typically, right? And in the 70s, it was used for the mob. And then we later saw it used for street kings. And I used it for drug cartels. But look, it's a powerful statute. So you want to take advantage of it when you can. So I'm not surprised prosecutors and SDNY are doing so.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what this jury does with the RICO case, the RICO count. I can see why the prosecution brought it. It's just not usually what we see. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what they go with what they do with this. We want to check in with Sierra Gillespie, who's outside the courthouse. So Sierra, they're on a break right now. I want to know what's going on outside the courthouse. Have people been kind of flooding out to get some fresh air, even though it's hot as can be down there in lower Manhattan? You're in the middle of a heat wave, or what's going on?
Yeah, so thankfully it's not quite as hot as it was yesterday. Actually, we were fearing rain and it's a bit blustery if my hair blows in front of my face as it is doing now. That's why. We haven't seen much of a, crowd or anything coming out of the courthouse. And I think it's because it's just a break. It's not like the lunch break or anything. I went in there earlier today, to use the bathroom, to grab some lunch. And let me tell you, it is huge. It is so big. And Judge Arun Subramanian is known for doing quick breaks, maybe 10 minutes. And so the reason why I think we haven't seen a bunch of activity coming out here is the fact that potentially these people think, oh no, if I come outside, I'm not going to be able to make it back in by the time court break wraps up. So I don't think we'll see any sort of flurry of activity really until the end of the day.
So, Sierra, I want to know from one of our viewers, they always give us the best questions. This is Millie Iwano. And Millie Iwano is asking about Christina Coram. So we've had like the specter of Christina Coram, and I think we were all waiting to see throughout the trial, was Christina Coram, KK, going to testify? I mean, this was Sean Combs's right-hand woman. She was basically his brain in some respects. I mean, I think he might have even called her that at some point. So the prosecution, the government, called her a co-conspirator in open court. So we were all thinking, oh my God, she's flipped and made a deal or not. Do we think that she could possibly be prosecuted after the Combs trial?
And Jeanette and our viewer, this is such a good question. And I think it's one that a lot of people have, actually, so much so that we've done multiple deep dives on my channel, Scandal. It's another show we have here on Law and Crime where we talk about all sorts of celebrity things. So we've been covering P. Diddy forever. So if you like what you see, make sure to subscribe to that channel. But back to the question, KK, will she be indicted in the future? And honestly, I think if anyone were to be, it could be her. I mean, Anjanette, you're right. I'm sure you talked about it on your show, Crime Fix, the fact that KK is the one that we all thought was going to take the stand. We thought that she's going to flip. I mean, she's mentioned in civil lawsuits ahead of all of this, specifically Lil Rod's lawsuit. That's the one I think of because her photo is right there in the lawsuit, right? And she's compared to Ghislaine Maxwell, the woman who was helping Diddy, as you said, the right-hand woman who's throughout all of this. So of course we expect her to flip and testify for the prosecution, for the government. And when she doesn't, that makes me think, okay, perhaps maybe she did meet with them. Maybe they did offer her immunity, and maybe just what she said wasn't able to be corroborated, or they decided to go in a different direction. However, I kind of think that based on what we've heard in court, she didn't testify, so she probably didn't get the immunity. She's involved in a lot of this. So yeah, I think that maybe she could be indicted down the line.
Yeah, I think a lot of this, and I want to kind of turn back to Nima on this point, since he, used to be a federal prosecutor. Nima, what do you think the likelihood of KK being indicted is after this trial, or is that contingent upon the outcome of this trial?
It's not going to happen, Anjanette. It's certainly possible theoretically, but what you do in these cases is, I had the whiteboard right in my office, right? You have the head of the drug cartel who you're going after, and you have all these other individuals, lower level folks in the organization. And what you do is you flip them. And I can tell you that I put more than 1,000 people in federal prison, and I can count on 2 fingers the number of people that I wanted to flip and was unable to do so, because you can put a lot of pressure on them, and almost everyone wants to save themselves. So I think the prosecution has made a number of mistakes in this case, and one of the key mistakes is not leaning on and flipping Christina Coram, because if she's not there cooperating and testifying against Diddy, she's going to be there as a co-defendant. So the last thing you want to do is prosecute Diddy and not get a conviction, or certainly not get a conviction on all the counts, because let me tell you, if this is just a prostitution conviction, this is the most expensive prostitution prosecution in the history of time. It's like Karen Reed getting convicted of DUI. I mean,
I was just thinking the same thing. Yes.
That's not why you prosecute this case. So listen, look, former employees, they know where the bodies are buried. You got to get them. She was integral to all of this, right? She was getting the drugs. She was getting the sex workers. She knew what was going on. She is liable as a co-conspirator. So it was a very weak move, or a non-move, for the Department of Justice not to charge her and not to flip her. I certainly would have.
But Safa, don't you think they probably tried? And maybe this was like a united front. Maybe Sean Combs was like, I mean, he knew he was under investigation. I'm sure they talked. I'm sure their lawyers have talked, and maybe they just thought this was weak sauce or something. I don't know. You know, his attorneys have said from the very beginning that, you know, he was not guilty of these charges. Is it possible they did try to flip her and she just said, I didn't do anything wrong? She put out a statement through her attorney a few months back where she said, I didn't do anything wrong.
It's definitely possible, and I would imagine that they probably had conversations with KK and her attorney during this process, specifically during the investigation process and as they were preparing to panel grand jury. I'm absolutely shocked that they did not call her as a witness to testify. And what they could have done is called her as a witness to testify, which I think would have solidified the RICO charge, or they could have charged her along with Mr. Combs at the same time in the indictment and prosecuted the both of them together, which I think would have made a better showing for that conspiracy factor under the RICO charge. I don't know why they didn't do that. I'm actually really shocked that they didn't do that. So we'll see. I don't think that they're going to prosecute her after this case is over, regardless of the whether there's a guilty verdict or not. But I'm actually very surprised that they didn't initially.
Yeah, I think it's very surprising too. You guys, we've got some polls up. Right now, we've got one up that says, do you think the jury is going to be as attentive to the prosecution closing argument after lunch? And we're after lunch right now. So, you know, guys, jump in there. Give us your votes. Yes or no? You got some lunch in your belly? Maybe a little sleepy, maybe you didn't get your coffee after lunch or your soda, whatever. I'm kind of wondering too. I mean, maybe they're just over it. So who knows, you know, but they could be very attentive. I don't know. We'll announce those results here very shortly. So get in there and vote and drop your questions and get to it, because we've got a lot of great questions to get to. Safa, I'm going to hit you with this question really quickly. This is to you from Shady Goat in all caps. Can Diddy lose all assets, even the ones in other family members' names? The chat really wants to know about this. So asset forfeiture is really, and this is a huge part of these federal cases. The feds, if they convict you, they will come after your assets and they will take all of your assets if they can get the court to order it.
Most definitely. And the government's going to do that here if Mr. Combs is convicted. After the conviction, if he is convicted again, they will initiate forfeiture proceedings to go after his assets, including any assets that may be, for example, in his mother's name or another family member's name. So they will go after those things if he is convicted, especially in connection with the RICO charge.
Let's go now to our next question. This is from Matthew Robillard or Robillard, depending on how you pronounce that. This is a question for the panel. So Nima, I'll go to you first. Regardless of the verdict, can Diddy realistically come back? With all that's out, hard to see brands endorsing him or celebrities associating with him again. So I find this to be a really interesting question, Nima. You're an entertainment lawyer as well as a former federal prosecutor. Can Sean Combs make a comeback if he's acquitted, or maybe just convicted on that one prostitution charge?
I don't think so, Anjanette. I mean, I'm here in Hollywood. My house is a mile away from Diddy's home. It's on the market right now, and his net worth has taken a huge hit. We're talking about someone who's worth $1 billion at some point, right? I mean, setting aside all the legal fees, and even if he's able to get out of this with just a prostitution conviction and he's out, no one will forget that 2016 hotel video where he's kicking, punching, dragging Cassie Ventura. He is not going to come out of this as likable. No one's going to want to work with him, right? I mean, the physical violence we can all see with our eyes. Maybe I haven't seen the freak off videos. Maybe I don't know what was going on behind closed doors in those very expensive hotels, but I saw a man beating a woman, and I saw and heard testimony of him doing the same thing to other people. And we're not even talking about the almost 100 civil lawsuits that have been filed. So the legal problems for Diddy are just beginning. I can't see anyone wanting to work with him.
Well, anybody, Nima, but Ye, who showed up at the courthouse for
Yeah.
20
Yeah.
minutes. And he's got his own problems. He's got his own PR issues, which we won't really go into. But Safa, what are your thoughts on that? And then after you, we'll go out to Sierra and check in with her to see what she thinks, Miss Scandal. But Safa, what do you think? Do you think that Sean Combs can make any type of comeback after this if he is ultimately acquitted on the most serious charges?
I think his reputation has been tarnished tremendously. So he's got that walking around with him in the future, even if he is acquitted on this case. When it comes to sexual assault, sexual abuse, or domestic violence and things of that nature, it's a really hard pill for people to swallow and want to accept that has happened. And even if it's just a rumor, hypothetically, we know how people run with rumors that may or may not be true. This is a case where we've heard testimony, and that testimony is highly credible, of his abuse towards women and sexual activity and things of that nature. On the flip side, there are people who do still support Mr. Combs, and we can't forget that. And there's an example of that with tons of people standing outside the courthouse right now with free puffy shirts on. And there are other individuals such as Kanye West and other people in the industry that have supported him and continue to support him and will continue to support him moving forward if he is acquitted. So although he's not going to have the best PR image moving forward, are there some people that would still consider it? It wouldn't surprise me if they do.
All right, so we are going to check in with Sierra now, Sierra Gillespie, who's outside the courthouse. Sierra, what do you think? Do you think Sean Combs has any chance of making a comeback should he be acquitted of these most serious charges in this case?
Oh, Anjanette, this is a really good question, another one. And honestly, I tend to agree with what Safa has to say, which, by the way, we do have all-star guests today. Safa and Nima, you guys are the best. I'm so interested to hear what you guys have to say. But I tend to agree with what Safa was saying. She said it's a really hard pill to swallow, and I think that's true. I mean, let's say, as you said, Anjanette, that he's completely acquitted on all counts. I don't know how you recover from this because there still are all of those civil lawsuits, allegations that these jurors in the courtroom behind me haven't even heard about because they're completely separate. So there is a long list of these allegations. And if we take history as any sort of example, there's people like Kevin Spacey who has not been convicted of anything. If anything, he's been acquitted. He had those sexual assault allegations. He had civil lawsuits. Some of the charges were dropped in both Massachusetts and California. And then overseas in the UK, he was completely acquitted. And yet, do we hear much from Kevin Spacey these days? No, not really. I mean, he was fired off his own show on House of Cards, and then that's kind of it, you know? So I don't know that people, even if he's acquitted, P. Diddy, I don't know that they're going to be going to Spotify and blasting Bad Boy for Life this summer as the song of the summer, because I don't think you really can do that.
Yeah, I think, like, as far as the entertainment industry goes, I'm not sure he's going to be welcomed back with open arms, but there may be a way for him to do something. I just don't know how. He has been kind of, I think, reaching out and has a lot of support on some circles on social media. But somebody who knows a lot about Sean Combs is his former publicist, Rob Shooter. And I've talked to him a couple of times. Really, really great guy. He's on Substack. He knows the business. And he has been talking about what has been going on in the Combs camp throughout this trial. And I talked to him a couple of weeks ago, and he had told me then that he was hearing inside the Combs camp that they were feeling, confident. It was kind of 50-50. They were feeling good. Well, look at what he put on Instagram this morning. Take a listen.
Hello, it's your friend Rob Shooter. So Diddy's team are so confident that he is going to get off. They're already planning a massive celebration party. Insiders tell me this is going to be the party of the century. Forget Diddy's white parties, forget all those parties he has done before. This is going to be massive, and he is going to invite all the jurors. Ooh, what do you think? Is Diddy gonna get off?
Nima, what do you think of that?
Look, it's very possible he gets off. There are these trials where you can predict exactly what's going to happen. But when it comes to sex trafficking, sexual assault, these types of Me Too type cases, right? Jurors have very strong feelings. And then you add that celebrity factor. Celebrities do very well at jury trials in this country. Doesn't matter if it's civil or criminal. So there's absolute 12 out of 12 beyond a reasonable doubt. That is not easy. And again, especially on the sex trafficking, I can absolutely see him getting off on those charges. So, as far as the publicist, sure, it's possible, but it's also possible that he goes down and he spends double-digit years in federal prison. So this is the type of case that we're going to be on pins and needles next week when the jury starts deliberating.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I mean, either one is a possibility, but I've had people who thought Safa, who thought that Sean Combs, there were days where they thought, ooh, the government had a really, really, really bad day, who have texted me recently saying, I don't see how he gets out of this. So there are there are competing camps out there.
Most definitely. And I think that's going to be reflective of the jurors that sit on this case as they go back to deliberate. We've got 12 jurors that have to decide unanimously his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt and have to come to that unanimous decision. And with that, some of them are probably going back there thinking he's not guilty or thinking that the government hasn't met their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And there are some jurors that may think that the government has. So I think that what we hear in the public from other attorneys, opinions of just regular lay people, I think it will be reflective of those jurors' opinions as they go back to deliberate. And these are regular people from the community. So they're not anybody that has a specialty in law or anything like that, at least to my knowledge. And so it's going to be really interesting to see what direction they decide to take.
Sierra, what do you think about what Rob Shooter said? He said that Sean Combs's camp is planning a big, big party.
Oh, I mean, knowing Diddy, yeah, I'm sure that they're planning some sort of party, and you got to have that as a backup, right? Because as what we heard from both Nima and Safa, we never really know what's going off in a jury deliberation room. It could really go either way. So I'm not surprised at all at the idea that potentially they're planning this party. We did just hear, actually, while you guys were talking, there were a couple of people back over here once again outside the courthouse just yelling, "Free Puppy." There was clapping. People were getting into it. And so he does have some sort of support system. It's really just up to the jurors whether they're going to be on that side, which way it's going to go. I mean, hey, anything's possible. I don't know that I want to put money on anything. If I had to guess, I would say maybe a mixed verdict, not an acquittal completely, but who's to say?
Yeah, who's to say? I mean, we haven't heard from the defense yet. So we are still in the middle of the government's closing argument, and court has resumed. We're no longer on a break, and Sierra needs to put her money in the bank. Don't bet it. So that's Anjanette Levy's advice. Put your money in the bank. Everybody save, save, save. So thank you, Sierra. We are going to take a quick break. Everybody keep dropping those questions in the chat, in the YouTube chat. We will get to more of them when we come back. Stay with us. Just a short break. I'm Anjanette Levy. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We are following the closing arguments in the federal sex trafficking and federal racketeering conspiracy charges trial of Sean Diddy Combs, the rap mogul and businessman who says he has done none of these things. He says he's not guilty of the charges, but soon it will be up to the jury to determine whether or not the United States government has proven its case. We have a great panel with us today. We'll get to them in just a moment. But first, I want to let you know we are taking your questions as we keep an eye on the closing arguments in the federal courthouse there in Lower Manhattan. We have eyes and ears inside and outside the courthouse. I want to update you on what's going on down there. Christy Slavic is the federal prosecutor, assistant U.S. attorney, who is making the closing argument on behalf of the government. She just came back from a break, and they have about an hour left. So they were planning to go up until about 5 o'clock today, and then the defense will begin its closing argument in the morning. And so far, Christy Slavic, since the break, has told the jurors, that they've heard about forced labor, and forced labor is part of that racketeering conspiracy charge. And she said that they heard about the forced labor of 4 women, and those 4 women are, of course, Cassie Ventura, Sean Combs's former girlfriend and recording artist, Jane, a former girlfriend who was testifying under a pseudonym, Mia, who was a former personal assistant, also testifying under a pseudonym, and Capricorn Clark, the former personal assistant to Sean Combs, who was later a brand manager and things like that. And she said that Cassie and Jane, it was grueling sexual services. Cassie called them grueling, up to 4 days at a time for these freak-offs, maybe even more. And Jane said the same thing. Slavic continued, you heard about the forced labor of 4 women, Cassie and Jane, Mia and Capricorn. They were called to perform, or at least Cassie and Jane were called to perform freak-offs or hotel nights for the defendant whenever he wanted, wherever he wanted. He used force or threats of force. He would say, let's finish on a high note. Let's push through. You're not tired, are you? And Slavic continued, it took weeks to recover for the freak-offs or from the freak-offs. That's forced labor. KK kept setting him up. That's Christina Coram, his former chief of staff. She set up the hotel rooms and flights. And let's turn to Mia. She worked for Combs. Finally, at Revolt, she went 5 days without sleep, and Combs sexually assaulted her. That was according to the testimony of Jane. So there you have it. That's what we have so far from this portion of the closing argument from the government against Sean Combs. Remember, we're taking your questions, as we always do when we're live here on YouTube. So please drop those in the chat, and we will get to as many of them as we can. And I want to update you on our latest poll. Our latest poll asked, do you think that the jury will be as attentive to the prosecution closing argument after lunch? 50% said yes, very. They think that lunch will help them, sorta. 30% said, and 19% said no. So 587 of you voted in that poll. So thanks for doing that. We're going to get another poll up and running here in just a minute. So let's bring our panel back in. We have joining us now Florina Altschiller. She is an attorney in New York State. Also, we have Nima Rahmani, a former federal prosecutor and entertainment attorney, and Safa Robertson Ferrer. She's an attorney in New York as well. So thanks all for being here. Sierra Gillespie is outside the courthouse down there in Lower Manhattan. We'll get to her here in a little bit. Our next question, comes from Carol Morgan, and it's a super chat question. Thanks for the super chat, Carol. We appreciate that. Will he get bail if there's a hung jury? Nima, what do you think? Does he get bail if there's a hung jury? And I'll add to Carol's question. If there's a hung jury, do they retry this case?
He's not getting bail. Bail is appropriate when you're neither a risk of flight or a danger to the community. And the fact that the jury deadlocks doesn't change that analysis. Here's someone that's looking at a potential life sentence in prison. And I think they absolutely try the case unless it's a 10-2 or an 11-1 in favor of acquittal. I would be shocked if they don't at least get a conviction on the prostitution. I mean, again, I think that's a gimme. That's in the bag. I think the defense isn't even going to make a strong argument against it. I think they're going to lose credibility. But that's my thoughts. I can't see any situation where Sean Combs gets bail. Let's not forget, he went before one magistrate, one district judge, even appealed it for a moment to the Second Circuit before trying to abandon it. If everyone recalls, it was a $50 million bail package with private security, and every single judge that considered it said no.
Yeah, they did. Hands down, they said no way. And because I think a big part of that was the allegations that he was trying to tamper with witnesses behind bars. Plus, he's a rich guy. He's a billionaire, and he's going to be paying the security. Like, you're going to be paying the private security. You've already been paying people for years, and we claim that you paid people who then helped you commit crimes. So, like, of course, they weren't going to give him bail. I always thought it was a huge long shot. I want to go to you now on this one, Florina. We have a question from one of our viewers asking, this was from Abigail Gates. I think it's interesting that the defense didn't call any witnesses. Maybe there's some strategy behind it. I know what I think the strategy was. Florina, I want to know what you think the strategy was with the defense not calling any witnesses.
It's actually not uncommon in a criminal case for the defense to not call witnesses. Normally, the defense will argue that the burden of proof is with the government, and if the government fails to meet their burden, then that's that. That's a not guilty. The defense doesn't need to call any witnesses. The defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. So there's really no reason to call witnesses unless there's something that they're going to add. But remember, they're going to be subject to cross-examination.
Yeah. They would be subject to cross-examination. You know, Safa, when they didn't call any witnesses, that's kind of what I thought. I mean, I felt like they were just saying government didn't prove their case. You know, they didn't prove the case. And so we don't have to call any witnesses. We just don't have to. And we did all of our work on cross-examination.
Most definitely. And I think that is essentially the strategy for the defense in this case. Most importantly, Diddy has a right to, or Mr. Combs has a right to remain silent. The defense doesn't have to say anything. They don't have to present any witnesses. They don't have to do anything when it comes to a trial. And so the fact that they did not call witnesses during cross-examination or during their case in chief is not uncommon at all. And I think that the defense team did a great job eliciting evidence and testimony in their favor from the prosecution's own witnesses. And so they're using and they're working with that. And the arguments in their closing, I expect, are they're going to go through each and every offense and say the government has failed to meet their burden of proof, and here's how, and go through every offense and each element that the government has to prove in those offenses and show the jury or argue to the jury how the government failed.
Most definitely. And Mark Agnifilo, the lead attorney on this case, he is going to be making the closing argument. I thought that was a very interesting choice. Very interesting choice. And maybe they believe, Nima, that he is resonating with the jury in some respect. He's a New York guy, right? So maybe they think, oh, like this, he's going to do a good job. I kind of thought maybe because Tenny Garrigus had done the opening statement that maybe she would do the closing. And maybe they would want a woman to do the closing. But what are your thoughts on Mark Agnifilo doing the closing? Is there something maybe they've seen? And I'm assuming maybe they have a jury consultant there kind of watching the jury as well. And attorneys in their own right might just have their own opinions about these jurors, New York jurors. What is your opinion about why they chose him to do the closing?
Well, this is part of the defense's strategy. And look, Tenny's fantastic. I was actually talking to her father, Mark, yesterday about the case. He's there proudly watching his daughter. But, you know, she delivered the opening statement. But the reality is, if you're talking about experience, it's Mark Agnifilo and Brian Steele. Those are two of the most experienced and best criminal defense attorneys in the country. And I'm not saying Tenny's fantastic, but there's a reason you had Tenny and you had some of the younger female lawyers doing the opening statement and cross-examining the female victims. The last thing you want is some overbearing older guy going after someone who's pregnant or someone who's on the stand saying they were
Mhm.
sexually assaulted by the criminal defendant. So everything the defense does, it's part of the strategy in the case. Let's not forget, originally they asked for 2 weeks for their case in chief. Then it went to 2 days. Then it went to less than 30 minutes, right? And that 30 minutes was spent putting text messages and stipulations about inconsistent statements made to law enforcement into the record. So when you have Mark Gnifilo, again, one of the best, obviously his wife Karen is representing Luigi Mangione. I mean, these are sort of New York icons when it comes to criminal offense, deliver the closing argument. There's a reason for that. They think that he's going to do the best job, and they think it's going to resonate more with the jurors, given the state of the evidence that came in.
You said you talked to Mark Garrigus yesterday. I know there's a gag order, but I just
No,
have to ask.
I was talking
Did
to
he give
him
you
about
any
a
tea
completely
for
different-
us?
No.
Okay, all right. I was going to say,
No,
if
he
you've got
told-
something
no.
to share, Nima, you've got to spill.
I gotta
spill the tea.
I was talking to him about a completely different case that we have together.
Gotcha.
He's from LA. No, he's not talking about, but he's there supporting his daughter, and I'm saying
Yeah.
she's doing a fantastic job handling one of the biggest cases in the country. So he's there just as an observer, as a father. But Tenny was fantastic, as were the entire defense team in the case. So
Yeah.
a lot of, I mean, one thing about Diddy, he assembled his version of a dream team. He got, Steele, he got Agnifilo, he got Garagos, Westmoreland. I mean, there's too many to name, and that's not even counting their jury consultants, their inevitable appellate lawyers that are going to appeal. So, he has the means and the wherewithal to get a very, very good defense team.
Most definitely. And I know Mark Garrigus is a very proud papa. Let's get to some court updates now, and then we'll get back to our questions. Please, everybody, keep dropping those questions in the chat. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Christy Slavic is talking about Jane with the jury. And she is telling the jury, he put his hand up her dress. He came into her bedroom and penetrated her. He came into the closet and forced her to perform oral sex on him. There was a time in the bathroom of the private jet that she can't fully remember. There were repeated traumatic events. Slavic then said she was clear as a bell, even under cross-examination. She performed labor and services, including sexual services. He threw her against a wall and slammed a door on her arm, and she saw violence at Prince's party and on Turks, that's the island. She then continued, when they were in South Africa, KK told Mia, if you don't call him in 10 minutes, you don't have a job. He has all the power and control. She knew she couldn't say no even to the little things. And Mia knew that her job was to protect the defendant. So she came under quite the grilling by Brian Steele on cross-examination. So I'm thinking to myself, Florina, there was a time where people were calling me and texting me during her testimony, and I was covering this on Crime Fix, and they're telling me that some of the jurors during the cross-examination of Mia were shaking their heads, and they were one mouth to another. She's lying. So how does this sell, do you think? If you have 5 or 6 jurors during the cross-examination, basically thinking Brian Steele is making headway with this witness who they say is a victim of forced labor and sexual assault.
So there's a jury instruction that the judge is going to read at the end of closing arguments, and it's going to say to the jurors that if they don't believe something that a witness said, they could discount that portion of the witness's testimony or the entire testimony. That's going to be a decision for each juror to make, but the instruction is clear. If the witness was inconsistent about one fact, they may, if they choose, discount the entirety of that witness's testimony and choose to just believe that the witness is not believable. With multiple jurors appearing to seem to not accept some portion of that witness's testimony, it is very possible that they may discount the entirety of her testimony. And remember, the verdict has to be unanimous. So all 12 jurors must agree, essentially, that they believe the witness's testimony in order to find this Diddy guilty. So if 1 or 2 or even just one person is a holdout and says, no, I don't accept this testimony, I think they're lying, and therefore I have reasonable doubt, and therefore I'm a not guilty, that could lead to a mistrial because it's not a unanimous verdict. Or if that juror is really strong in their opinion and is able to convince the other jurors, it could actually lead to an acquittal if all 12 agree that there's enough doubt. So the best defense possible is poking holes in the testimony, finding inconsistencies, raising that doubt, and then in closing argument, leaning into the instruction that the defense knows the judge is going to give about the credibility of witnesses and how the jurors can, if they want to, discount the entirety of the testimony if there's something that was inconsistent and they don't believe the witness.
Mm-hmm. You know, I just can't get over though, Safa, the reaction of that handful of jurors. One of those jurors was removed from the jury, the one with the residency issue, according to the judge. That information wasn't supposed to be out there. He's furious about it. That's another story. But that leaves you with maybe 4 or 5 jurors who were shaking their heads and were not buying what Mia was saying on cross-examination. So what do you make of that?
Yeah, again, it's reflective of what people in the public may think, and the jurors, their opinion is what matters the most. Like Florina said, there's going to be a jury instruction that's given to them on credibility of witnesses. There will also be instructions given to them with respect to bias and motives for testifying and all of those good things. And so the jurors will be able to consider that. If they're responding in a way that appears that they don't believe this witness, then, that it's going to be trouble for the prosecution, but not completely, because they still have some of the other charges. And again, there have been a number of things that have been alleged under the RICO statute. So if they don't find Mia to be credible, they still have the testimony of Ms. Ventura. They still have the testimony of Kid Cudi. They still have the testimony of a number of individuals that can essentially establish the facts or the elements that are required under the racketeering statute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the stuff with Kid Cudi, with the car, that whole thing, and with Capricorn Clark, the taking her out of her house with the gun, and the trip in the Escalade, the car chase. I mean, we have photographic evidence to back up that whole bombing of the Porsche, the Molotov cocktail. I mean, we have evidence to back that up. So, and Kid Cudi's testimony, it sounds like the jury liked Kid Cudi from everything we're hearing. We're going to check in with Sierra Gillespie here in just a second, but I want to update you on our latest poll. Our latest poll asked, should Diddy's business ventures and music be boycotted if he's convicted? 58% of you said yes, completely. No, said 25% said no, separate the art from the person. 9% said unsure, and 6% says maybe, it depends. Okay, so we will put up another poll. So keep the questions coming in, though. We've got a lot more questions to get to, and we want to get to more of your questions. But let's now go back out with Sierra, who's outside the courthouse, and see what's going on out there. So Sierra, what is happening right now outside of the courthouse? Is there any activity, any action?
Yeah, and Jeanette, I'm glad that you're coming to me right now, because we finally do have some movement. I mean, it's around 4 o'clock. We're nearing the end of the day. And I don't know how much you can see behind me here. There is a group of people who've been there consistently throughout the entire day. I mean, Law&Crime included. So we have people who have been there literally all day, but now we have some commotion where people are kind of yelling, or they're chanting free puffy, excuse me. So there is some stuff going on over there where people have their live streams and they're kind of like getting hyped. I'm not entirely sure what they're getting hyped about, because we still have about an hour left of court for the rest of the day. But hey, something's going on.
Okay, so something's going on, and people are saying free Puffy or Puff Daddy, or whatever. I think it's so funny because I know he changed his name to Diddy along the way, but everybody seems to call him Puff or Puffy. So tell us a little bit more about exactly what's going on. And I don't know if your photographer is able to pan over there or see any of it. I mean, I'll leave that up to you guys, but tell us a little bit more about what you're seeing.
Yeah, so we do have, like I said, we have 2 cameras here just to kind of give you guys a bit of inside baseball. We have me across the street from the courthouse, and then over there where the courthouse is, we have another camera. and our photographer just went over there to see what everything is about. So unfortunately, I haven't been able to hear verbatim what everyone is saying because I've been over here for the live stream. But it does seem to me like kind of routine stuff. I mean, if anybody is here in the Southern District of New York, first of all, come on over and say hi. But second of all, it seems to be kind of a routine thing that people are here with their free puffy, as you said, Anjanette. I don't know why they always go back to that one, but their free puffy stuff. A lot of people are using this as a platform to build up their, social media followers with their live streams and things like that. So to me, it seems like a pretty quote unquote normal situation where they're just saying, hey, we're voicing support for him. They've got their hats that say puff and, their t-shirts and stuff. Nothing very wild, but it is New York. We've got sirens and people yelling. So that's kind of normal here.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see some of that. I've seen some of it on social media, on TikTok, and some other places. So that action, I think, once verdict watch starts, it will ramp up a little bit more because then the anticipation will build. I mean, right now we're still kind of in the closing argument phase, and then the defense goes tomorrow. So maybe we'll see a little bit more of that tomorrow as the defense gives their closing argument or makes their closing argument. I want to go to a question from one of the viewers for you, Sierra. And this is for you. If Diddy's found guilty, do you think, Diddy or Puffy, they're saying, this is from Matthew Robillard, but if Diddy is found guilty, do you think he'll still thank the judge and tell him he's doing a great job at sentencing? I found that to be very interesting when Sean Combs did that, when he told the judge he was doing a great job. And I think it's classic Sean Combs from what I've read about him and the little bit, I know about him. Obviously, I don't know him, but I've talked to people who do. So what do you think he would do? Do you think he would be kind of, a gentleman to the end? He's a performer, Sierra. He's somebody we've seen performing each day, even for the courtroom sketch artist.
Yeah, Anjanette, it's so funny that we've kind of been joking about the fact that he went by P. Diddy. And this is even in the indictment where it says P. Diddy, a.k.a. Love, a.k.a. Puffy, a.k.a. Puff Daddy. Like, there's so many names. And it goes back to your point that he is a performer. And that's one of the reasons why we know his name. Not just because of this trial. We've been talking about him since the 90s. He was a mega star and remained that way for so many years because, as you said, he is a performer. And this is something we've heard from testimony, witness testimony. People on the stand saying he's charming, he's larger than life. Multiple people have gone on the stand, accusers, and said he's larger than life. He has this personality that people just, grapple at, they gravitate toward. And so to the question from our viewer, who, very interesting question and good point too, it was interesting to hear that P. Diddy, thanked the judge or said, great work, good job there. I kind of feel that, yes, if P. Diddy was completely acquitted in all of this and, he gets the verdicts that he's been dreaming of and praying for, that he would be respectful because, I know he knows what's at stake here. It's his life at stake. He's 55 years old, 56 on November 4th. So he's, up there. And some of the counts, it could be life in prison, even 10 years in prison at MDC, where he's been for almost a year at this point. That's got to wear on a person. So I think if he gets the verdict that he's really hoping for, he will definitely be courteous. And then to the question you had for me a bit earlier about the party that his team is planning, then after that, he'd probably do the most elaborate white party anyone has ever seen.
Yeah, I would be interested to see if he'd go back to the white parties. I'd be interested to see if he'd go back to the hotel nights, honestly. Old habits die hard, as they say. I do have another question for you, Sierra. This is from Brittany Bush from YouTube. And Brittany asks, do you think we will ever get an update on Gina? And Gina, of course, was one of the government's witnesses. She was a victim, and she went totally MIA during this trial. We were expecting to hear from her. I've seen, there's an interview of Gina from a few years back on YouTube, and she said a lot. And, we were expecting to hear from her, and then all of a sudden she was gone. So the government lost a witness in this. And to finish the question, do you think we will ever get an update on Gina? If he gets guilty, do you think she will reappear and explain why she did not come to court? So what are your feelings and thoughts on that?
I think that's another great question, because this is something that we heard a lot about ahead of the trial, that there are multiple victims that are set to testify, and victim 3, all of a sudden, we don't have her anymore, Gina. And we have heard a lot about her in other testimony too, whether it is from Cassie or Jane talking about Diddy's relationship with Gina, how at times that they were jealous. In the way of KK, this is a name that jurors should know by now, but don't necessarily have a face to the name, you know? And so I do think that it's got to be hard for somebody to go up on the stand and talk about these really intimate and traumatic situations that they have. And so I'm not going to blame Gina, you know, make your own judgments, whatever it may be. But I do think that if there is some sort of conviction, that potentially, yes, she would eventually speak out. And also, I do have to note right now behind me, there is a lot of yelling going on right now. I know I'm talking about the Gina question, but I have to update you about what's going on. I can hear it from across the street with busy traffic. So our photogs just ran over there, so we could have an update for you guys really soon.
Okay, let's keep an eye on that. But I do want to talk to you a little bit more about Gina, because Gina alleged some really serious things, some really awful and sad things in the interview that she did that I watched online. She claimed that she became pregnant twice, that she did these freak-offs. During those 2 pregnancies, you know, she claimed that she was pregnant by Sean Combs. He wanted her to have abortions and that she did so. You know, she alleged abuse, as these other women have. So they, you know, what happened to Gina? Where's Gina? That's the big question. What happened to her? And I think there are a lot of questions from a lot of people about that. I think the government could possibly know where she is or what happened. Maybe she just decided she wasn't going to cooperate.
And I do think when we're talking about testimony like this, where they're talking about things that are so intimate, and to your point, we just said, Anjanette, the fact that she says she got these abortions, that's a huge decision for anyone to have to make, and something that they likely are living with. And I know here at Law&Crime, we talk about these things on cam, but off cam, sometimes they follow us too. And I know you and I, Anjanette, have talked about this, talking about not specifically Gina, but just generally the survivor testimony that has been there, that is so hard for anyone to have to hear, let alone the person who is on the stand having to go up and, you know, relay all of this information, least of all in front of Sean Combs, who is the person they're accusing. Now, I do remember when we first heard about whether victim 3, Gina, is going to testify or not, and I remember specifically, I believe it was Maureen Comey, who said something to the effect of, you know, we don't necessarily know where she is at this time, but I kind of have a hunch that perhaps they did know where she was, and they didn't want to push her, because that's the last thing that you want, to have someone on the stand who doesn't want to be there, who doesn't want to have to drudge up these really dark moments of their lives. And so we already had the testimony, you know, of Cassie and Jane and Mia, so maybe they thought, okay, yeah, it's fine, and they do know where she's at. I mean, I personally don't have a tracker on Gina, so I don't know where she is exactly, but she has to have her reasons for probably backing out.
Now, I do want to give you, this is speculation purely. We need to look into this a little further, but one of our viewers, Maggie Lewis, is saying that Gina recently posted on social media, and we don't know, you know, we're kind of reading into this, Sierra, so we just want to couch that with this. But she said that Gina recently posted on social media the necklace that Diddy gave her, which may be the reason she didn't testify. So maybe she had some second thoughts and some misgivings. Maybe she just decided not to cooperate. I think that could be, maybe that could be it. She just decided, I'm not going to do this.
And I mean, we have to go back to the indictment, right? It's force, fraud, or coercion, threats of those things. And this is something that the government has outlined in their entire argument here, that there were ongoing threats, that these people were either scared for their life or they were afraid physically. And so maybe that is something, to the point, I believe it was Maggie, one of our viewers, who wrote in and said that, and what you were saying, Anjanette, maybe it's true. Maybe she really was scared. We've all seen how powerful it seems that P. Diddy was, whether or not he's guilty of these allegations. He does seem like a powerful guy. I think we could say that just, you know, point blank, that's the truth. So it is possible maybe that she was scared, and maybe it was warranted.
Yeah, we just don't know. There's so much we just don't know at this point, but we will keep looking into that, and we're going to keep an eye on all of it, and we're going to keep an eye on what's going on behind you. And I'm going to let you go so you can figure out what's going on across the street behind you, and we will check in with you here in a little bit. Thank you so much, Sierra, and we're going to update you now, everybody, on what's going on in court since we last did, and we'll get to more of your questions as well. So please keep dropping your questions in the YouTube chat, and we'll get back to our panel with those questions. Right now, Christy Slavic, HR, Human Resources, was for Combs. This is what she's telling the jury. She says she couldn't go to the police due to Combs's power. The threats left her with no option. I expect you're going to hear that she could have left, that she could have told Combs she loved him. Mia pulled no punches. There were high highs. So they're still talking about Mia, the former assistant. Slavic went on to say, and there were low lows. Capricorn Clark had an issue with overtime. She took the issue to the head of HR, Vashta Wilson, but HR was the defendant's puppet. The defendant and Uncle Polly threatened her in Central Park, and the lie detector and taken to Kid Cudi's. The threat with Uncle Polly in Central Park, Capricorn Clark testified that was on her first day of work, and that Sean Combs and Uncle Polly took her to Central Park and said, you didn't tell us you worked for Suge Knight, and, if anything bad happens, then, we're going to have to do something. I'm going to have to kill you. So, happy first day of work. That was basically her testimony on that. She then said Capricorn had a son to provide for. Combs threatened to blacklist her. Now witness tampering and obstruction after Cassie filed her lawsuit. This weaves the whole story together. Jane wrote, "You gaslit me." She posed a problem for the defendant. So they're laying out basically Sean Combs's attempt to do damage control in the government's view after Cassie's lawsuit was filed, because this opened a huge can of worms for him. This was the, beginning of the federal investigation. This was the Fed's blueprint, that civil lawsuit. Slavic continued, so Combs called Jane. The calls were recorded on KK's phone. You can listen to them. On November 19th, 2023, Cassie's lawsuit was already settled, but he's afraid of a criminal investigation. He calls and asks, what can I do to make you feel better? Slavic says that Combs said, I can't be speaking on the phone. He's worried that the government will get 3 years of his text messages with Jane. While he's recording the call, he tries to convince her that she was willing. And he says, we just did some kinky stuff I thought we both enjoyed. Slavic then continues, do you hear on the recorded call the sound of notes being taken with a Sharpie to plan how to get what they want Jane to say? You've seen that in this trial, the lawyers passing notes to each other. So they're basically saying Sean Combs is quite the operator, and he was trying to just do major damage control after Cassie's lawsuit basically laid bare to the world that he'd been trafficking Cassie, and maybe there was more with there, and he knew it was a crime, and he was worried about it. So that is the latest update from the government's closing argument. Let's get to more of your questions. Or actually, no, we're going to go back to Sierra. She has an update for us. So Sierra, let's bring you back in. Tell us what is going on out there. What's the latest?
Okay, yeah, I've been following along on the live stream, so I see that we've been featuring some of the video of what's going on across the street behind me. And essentially what happened is we have all of the stations who are here, right? Like next to me is NBC, we have Law&Crime, ABC is down the street. So all of the major players in any sort of media are here. And across the street at the courthouse, they just have a podium set up with microphones so that if anyone comes out and there's a press conference, we can go right to it and cut to it. Everyone's ready to go. So a person, a civilian, unrelated to the case, whether or not they follow it, I mean, that's as close to being part of the case as they are. They ran out in front of these microphones and started waving around and kind of yelling. They were wearing some sort of mask, and we have the video of part of it too. So they ran, in front of these microphones, the ABC, CNN, and were kind of just like patting them and, yelling just like noises. After that, it appears to be the security guards who are outside, chased them away. And that's kind of what got the crowd all riled up. We have, as I've been talking about, these Free Puffy supporters who are live streaming and everything over there. And I think it's just like, once you're outside in a situation like this, it's kind of like a crowd mentality where people just start yelling. And I can hear them across the street right now. They're just yelling about, I don't even know what, saying free Puffy and some things that aren't even related to the case. It's just like, I guess what happens in a really high profile case where people come, take the day off work or swing by after they're on their way home and see what's happening. And that's really what it was.
Interesting. So we had a bunch of commotion, just commotion. And maybe not for like any huge reason at all, other than we had some Free Puffy people getting off of work, and people maybe just doing stuff.
Exactly. That's the best description I could give, Anjanette. It was just a commotion for no uncertain reason as to why. And I mean, Anjanette, you've been working at Law&Crime for so long. You've covered like major cases like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard. And I'm sure you can speak to it too, that when there's a major case like this, people are odd. They're odd, and they come to see, and it kind of becomes a spectacle.
Yeah, it just draws people, and they just, sometimes stuff happens and you start running over there because you think something's going on, and then you're like, you get over there and you're like, oh, I just ran around, I ran across the courthouse lawn in heels for no reason, because people were just acting crazy. I mean, it's just, it just draws all kinds of people doing stuff for no particular reason at all. Okay, well, thank you for the update. Please keep your eyes and ears open, as I know you will. And we will be right back with you, but we need to get back to the panel to talk to them about what they think about the very, very latest on all these happenings inside the courthouse, which, it's been interesting to listen to all of this. Nima, what do you think about the very latest? She's talking about, Christy Slavic, Nima, is talking about all of the things that Sean Combs was doing, basically the damage control after Cassie filed her lawsuit. She's painting this as he knew he was committing crimes. He was worried he was going to be charged with crimes. He knew what was in that lawsuit was bad, and that it wasn't just a civil thing, that this was criminal. And so he's trying to get on the phone with Jane, and he's trying to say, hey, it was just some kinky stuff. We didn't do anything wrong. It was just kinky. He's like, I just like that stuff. What say you? They're talking even about, like, you can hear the Sharpie on the recorded phone calls.
Yeah, I have a lot of feelings about Cassie's lawsuit, and the fact that we probably wouldn't have been here if Sean Diddy Combs wasn't so cheap and he had paid Cassie the $20 million that she asked for. Let's not forget, New York State opened the statute of limitations. It was about to close. Cassie's lawyers were negotiating with Diddy's lawyers, and reportedly he wanted to pay her something less, $10 million, and she had to file to preserve her claim. And when she did, obviously, we were all shocked, and it was a Me Too type situation. Then everyone started filing lawsuit after lawsuit. Had he only paid her an additional $10 million, $20 million total, which was 1% of his net worth, we probably wouldn't be here. But she filed her lawsuit, and then the floodgates opened. And then, like you said, then the cover-up started to happen, right? He started to talk to Mia and, offer to, pay her expenses, right? And it was really through D-Rock, right? We heard that testimony where Mia said that they reached out to me, notwithstanding anything that happened, and, saying that, Combs wanted to send her a gift, wanted to take care of her debt. And she said, no, I'm good. I'm going to take care of it myself. And then with respect to Jane, the testimony was that he said, well, no, I thought you wanted this, right? So you had that sort of self-serving hearsay, the messages that the defense tried to get in and the prosecution objected. So absolutely, Cassie Ventura's lawsuit in November 2023 changed everything, changed the complete course of this case. We probably wouldn't be sitting here right now if he entered into a confidential settlement with her for the $20 million that she asked for after suffering abuse for more than a decade. So he would have saved a lot of money on lawyers and a lot of heartache from all this litigation had he just done right by her his girlfriend of more than a decade, who he physically and allegedly sexually abused.
You know, Florina, it kind of gets me wondering too. You know, they throughout this trial, we've heard Sean Combs, he's been described as cheap. And Mark Agnifilo said, you know, before this trial started, that Cassie Ventura, I guess, her representatives went to Sean Combs before filing the lawsuit. And she said, you know, if you give me $30 million, I'm writing a book, but if you give me like $30 million, you can have the book and it will never see the light of day. And he declined. So they went forward and they filed this lawsuit. And it was settled within a day, I guess. Bad Boy and the insurance company, they settled it. It wasn't like Sean Combs settled it. It's my understanding the insurance company did it. I just can't even imagine. I mean, like, why would you even risk something like this coming out?
I think a lot of times what we see in criminal cases is for somebody to become a criminal defendant, they made a poor decision. They either acted impulsively or they failed to properly evaluate their risk and chose to take a risk. And then they're accused of committing a crime. So this is just another one of those situations where he made a poor choice. He calculated his risk poorly. He thought that he was smarter and better and more powerful and more immune than he really is. He thought that he was above the law. I think that this really tracks with how he was acting for a decade with these women. And they come forward and they say they're going to file a civil lawsuit and they're going to come forward with these allegations. And he's been ahead of this for over a decade. And so he thinks he's immune and he thinks, go ahead, I don't care. Take this amount of money or don't take anything at all. You know, this is going to just bounce off of me. It's not a problem. It's not going to become a criminal case. And obviously, he was wrong. He failed to properly analyze his risk. He could have obviated all of this by settling the lawsuit before it became a lawsuit. There's many people who settle civil lawsuits to avoid them becoming public. They enter into settlement agreements that are confidential and the public never hears about it. And the criminal justice system doesn't get involved because they never hear about it. The government can always prosecute crimes, but they can only prosecute those crimes when they know about them. The government needs a victim, and the victim needs to come forward to the government. And in this case, she was essentially encouraged by coming forward based on the decade plus of abuse, but mostly based on him rejecting her request for a settlement early on. And so once that civil lawsuit became public, now everybody had the information and the government had that information and they had the ammo they needed to bring forward the criminal case. Sometimes money up front can save a lot of money later on, but more importantly, prison time. But that's also a delicate thing to navigate because you have to consider how much of that is avoiding prison time by preventing it from going forward, or how much of it rises to the level of potential extortion, and are you paying someone off to prevent them from pressing criminal charges? And I think had he paid her before there was ever any lawsuit, before there was any indication that this would become a criminal case, it absolutely is not extortion. After the fact, it would rise to the level of yet another crime.
It's really something. It really is unbelievable. I'm going to come to you in just a moment, Safa, to get your thoughts, but I want to read you the latest update from court. The prosecution closing argument has ended and court has been adjourned for the day. So here's the last part of the closing argument. We have Christy Slavic saying, do you hear on the recorded call the sound of notes being taken with a Sharpie? And this is the call with Jane that was referenced earlier, to plan how to get what they want her to say. You've seen that in this trial, the lawyers passing notes to each other. Then Combs had D-Rock reach out to Mia, asking her to say something. Mia told you her reaction to this call. She had seen the defendant bashing Cassie's head. D-Rock, that's one of the security team members of Sean Combs, had seen it too. He was asking her to agree with a lie. Christy Slavic then said, as the federal investigation grew, they kept reaching out to Mia. D-Rock calls her 5 times in a row. The chart that Ms. Sanker presented to you brings this all together. And then Christy Slavic says, the defendant's conduct toward Mia is also obstruction and witness tampering. Also obstruction, the video of the intercontinental assault. It's bribery, but it's also obstruction. So they're tying it all together here. They're connecting all of their dots in their closing argument, which is what usually happens in these cases. She continues, finally, venue. We only have to show an act is in the district. It doesn't have to be criminal. The Southern District of New York includes Manhattan and the Bronx. Count 2, freak-offs in Manhattan. Count 3, freak-offs, jewels in the London Hotel in Manhattan. Count 4, Jane in Manhattan. She continues, you spent 7 weeks listening. A lot of the evidence was hard to hear or see. You heard from Kid Cudi, whose house was broken into and whose car was burned. You heard from Regina Ventura, Deontay Nash, how he ran the enterprise with total control. Slavic continues, it's time to hold him accountable. It's time to find him guilty. That's how it ended. And the judge says, that's it, guys, for today, jurors. Don't watch the news or anything, and be back here tomorrow morning. So that's how it ended. Safa, your thoughts? Is that a powerful way to end this? To me, it sounds pretty interesting how she brought that together.
Most definitely. I think that ultimately the government is trying to sum up, through each witness, how they've proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I will say, I think the government is out of line for comparing the Sharpie over the phone to attorneys passing notes at the table. I think that's just beyond the bounds. I think that's kind of a classless analogy to make, especially considering as attorneys, we pass notes all the time, especially when we're on trial and things of that sort. So I do think that was out of line. But I think that the government has made an okay job in summing up how each witness has proven specific factors with regard to the racketeering component. I think that they have transportation to engage in prostitution in the bag, and I expect a guilty verdict on that. And they are going through, or did go through, the other elements of the other offenses. I don't know, obviously, because we weren't in the courtroom, what exhibits they showed during their closing arguments, other than I believe they showed that video of the hotel assault. But I would expect and would have hoped that they would have showed more demonstrative evidence or the exhibits that have come in to really thoroughly hone in on how they've met their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So seems like they've done an okay job. How strong it is and how much it'll resonate with the jury, we'll have to see later.
Nima, your thoughts on how Christy Slavic wrapped that up at the end, saying he did this, he obstructed, he's witness tampering. Mia right there, reaching out through D-Rock. Here are, you want to talk about venue. If the defense brings up venue, we've got all these freak offs right here in Manhattan, in the Southern District of New York. Your thoughts?
Yeah, you definitely want to end strong and obviously start strong if you're the prosecution. I mean, that's really important in any case. Not a huge fan of talking about venue at the end. Obviously, that's something that you have to address, but that seems like sort of a throw-in that you discuss in the middle. But talking about racketeering at the end is absolutely important because that is the more readily provable act. And I like focusing on things like bribery, like obstruction, like drug distribution and trafficking, things that have nothing to do with the sex trafficking, because I've talked about it. I have concerns about the sex trafficking counts. I have concerns that, we had victim 3 in the indictment, Gina, that no-showed, and the government really wasn't prepared for that. I mean, that's something you have to anticipate if you're the prosecution, right? Victims go sideways. They can be paid off. They can be intimidated. They can be embarrassed. Here's one of your key witnesses, and she no-shows. So the sex trafficking, I think the government was really unprepared for some of the emails and text messages in terms of the cross-examination. They didn't get those out during direct. That's why the cross-examination of those witnesses was so effective. The inconsistent statements to law enforcement, right? All those stipulations came in, right? Not only Mia, Brianna Bongalong, Daniel Phillip, right? Don Richard, right? A lot of your witnesses gave inconsistent accounts, right? And all that came in. But there's certain things that can't be denied. The bribery, it's going to be very difficult for Combs to get around that. All the drugs that he was buying, going to be very difficult to argue against that. The prostitution, that can also be a RICO predicate act. So focusing on what you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously, I liked it, ending with racketeering, because again, prostitution is a gimme. If you get prostitution and racketeering, I would call that for a win for the government, even if they lose on sex trafficking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think they have them dead to rights on the prostitution charge. I think RICO's the more challenging one, in my opinion. Florina, your thoughts on that portion of the closing argument, that ending portion that I just read?
So without having the benefit of hearing the entire closing argument, and of course it went on for more than an hour, just from the tidbits that we heard, I'm thoroughly not impressed at all.
Interesting.
It's a pretty standard closing with finishing by the government of hold this person accountable. I've heard that a million times. It's nothing unique. For the jury, it's going to be unique because this is their only trial. But as an attorney, it's a very typical closing argument that ends with, hold this defendant accountable, tell him that what he did is wrong. It's tried and true, it's repetitive, it's nothing unique or special. I agree with Nima. I don't know why she's finishing off on jurisdiction. That's kind of a throwaway thing. You do need to touch on it. That is something you need to prove. But I don't really see that as being something that's in contention or something that the defense is going to heavily dispute. You want to start strong and you want to end strong. So you really want to start with whatever the strongest argument is. You put the weaker stuff or the stuff that doesn't matter as much in the middle, and you end with something really strong. Personally, I would have ended with that video, right? The video speaks for itself. There's no inconsistency there. There's nothing that the defense can say or do to dispute Diddy on video dragging this poor woman through the hotel and abusing her. I think that's an image that will really stick with the jury. It's something visual, and it's something that's really difficult to argue against. So I would have ended on that. I would have focused on, of course, as the prosecution did and should have done, matching facts to elements, but in a story-like way versus just, okay, this person, that's this act. This person, that's that act. I think the better way to do this, and again, without having had the benefit of hearing the entire thing, is to tell a story in a way that puts the jurors in the place, not as the listener, but in the place of the victim. Tell the story in the present tense and help them see these events as they're unfolding versus telling us something that happened in the past and just matching facts to elements. Those are components of a closing, but I think it could have been done in a better way.
Mm-hmm. Well, Florina, you make a good point there. And this is why we need cameras in federal court. So whoever's in charge of that, if they are watching, I think it's time to allow cameras in there. All we need is one. And, at least an audio feed. I mean, you lose so much when you are trying to read tweets, and no shade to anybody who's tweeting. That's not what I'm saying, but we're trying to read tweets and blogs and things like that to keep up with what's going in real time, and then reading transcripts when they come up later or come out later in the evening. Really, I mean, Nima, come on, what is going on with the federal courts? I mean, even the U.S. Supreme Court for years has allowed a live audio feed to come out. So when are they going to get with the times and just let a camera in there?
And Jeanette, I'm here in California. We have cameras in courts all the time. So I got to talk to John, my buddy John Roberts, the Chief Justice, who is really responsible for this.
Can you get on that? I mean,
yeah,
come on.
I'll tweet him right now. I'll text him right now and say, Come on, John, get with the program. I think it's, what is it, Rule 54, the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, somewhere in the 50s, that doesn't allow anything. So there's nothing that Judge Subramanian or these district judges can do. They're bound by the rule. And I mean, Floriana's there in New York, Safa as well. I mean, look, even in New York state courts, you can't get cameras. So, you know, that makes it really challenging. And I'm a big believer in public access to trials. That's what makes this country great. We don't have secret trials. And by allowing public access, it raises the awareness of the public regarding these civil and criminal proceedings, right? I mean, I want police officers to have body cams. I want trials, civil and criminal, to be live streamed if anyone wants to access it. There's absolutely no good reason, and I 100% agree with you, why, aside from paying these amazing sketch artists, right, to draw pictures of me when I was in federal court or whomever, there's no reason why there shouldn't be cameras in the courtroom in this day and age.
Yeah, absolutely no reason as far as I can tell. I do love the sketches. They're amazing. But I think it's time to allow cameras in there. You know, I think we just lose so much. And I think it would raise a lot of awareness about the process and the court system and how things work. And I think transparency is good. Transparency is always better. You know, Safa, I'd like to get your thoughts too on that issue. You know, do you think it's time that they just do this? Let's let cameras in.
I think we should definitely let cameras in. You know, the unfortunate part is that the law is the slowest moving system, you know, essentially known to man. So it's the oldest profession, or one of the oldest professions, and it just takes so much time for the legal world to get caught up with tech and all of those sorts of things. Although we're seeing a change now, especially with AI, and all of those things will be to be determined as, you know, those things progress and it comes to trial and comes to the courthouses and things like that. But I definitely think it's time, and to Nima's point, you know, when it comes to body camera footage and things like that, that really truly tell a story, that really convey what is going on in real time. It's really important for us to have that. And the ability for courts to be public and open to the public is a First Amendment right, freedom of press. And so I think that it's time for the federal government to allow cameras in the courtroom at this point.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's beyond time. So it'd be nice for that too, for a serious effort to be made on that front. Let's update you on our latest poll. Should Diddy's defense take a more emotional or factual approach in their final argument? Factual, 46% say factual, stick to the evidence in the law. 36% say a mix of both. And 17% say emotional. They need to connect with the jury. So 511 people took part in that poll. So thanks for voting, everybody. Appreciate that. Let's go out now to Sierra Gillespie. She is outside the courthouse, and see what she has to say and what she's seeing out there. Sierra, what's going on?
Yeah, and Jeanette, court is out for the day. So, you know, we're hearing some music that is being played over there. There, you know, people, as we were talking about before, they're yelling, they're making noise. People are coming in and out of the courtroom as they do. Our very own Elizabeth Milner is just a hand stretch away from me right now. So make sure to tune into Sidebar later today and you can hear all of her updates. But, I mean, it's just comings and goings, kind of the end of the day of court, nothing too wild.
Nothing too wild. Did it seem like there were a lot of people coming out who were attending, like a lot of members of the public? Was it a full courtroom in there today?
I think it was, yeah. And I know that they have an ongoing overflow room too for when the entire courtroom is like packed and, you know, all the gallery is filled. And then there is the overflow room. And I think that just shows how necessary it is based on the public interest here. The fact that they have an ongoing overflow room there just for people who are interested and weren't able to make it into the courtroom or aren't on the list. So yeah, it was a decent amount of people that were coming out and kind of finishing up for the day.
You know, we have a question, Sierra, for you. You know, as a layperson, if you were in the jury or on the jury, would you be able to retain everything you heard in closings today and take that with you into defense closings tomorrow? How would you work that?
That is a tricky question, and I've said this before and I'll say it again. I don't envy the jurors because they have a lot that they have to keep track of. I mean, their memory banks are really, really going to be working in overdrive. The fact that we've had these 6 weeks, 7 weeks actually now that we're in, of testimony and exhibits and things like that. But the closings are really the culmination of all of it. And we've reported on it here on our live stream literally all day, talking about the top moments that Slavic said were the most important. And so if I was one of the jury, a jury member, I think I would do my best, before bed, kind of close my eyes and think, okay, what were the things that she talked about today? Just so that I can kind of compare and contrast, because of course the defense tomorrow is what we're going to want to hear too. And that's really the jury's job, right? Is to compare and contrast both of those things. And so they're not going to be able to remember everything. This was hours long. We've got breaks in between. It's not like they have photographic memories. However, I do think the big things they're going to be able to keep up on. And also I do want to mention tomorrow we'll be here for the defense too. We're doing all of this coverage. I will be back here, giving you the live updates as we have them, as will Elizabeth Milner. And also, if you've liked what you've seen today, make sure to follow my channel Scandal and subscribe there, where we talk about all sorts of celebrity things, including P. Diddy, which I know you love to talk about too, Anjanette.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody should subscribe to Scandal. What do you think, Sierra, since you've been covering the case and reading the transcripts and all of that stuff, what do you think the defense is going to focus on tomorrow? We know, because this has been their line from the very beginning, that they're going to focus on and hammer on the fact that they're going to say this was all consensual. So we will hear that. But what else do you think they're going to discuss?
Oh, yeah, you hit the nail right on the head. The consent is all of this, right? Because that's really what it hinders on, whether this was, sex trafficking or rape or sexual assault. The consent is so important. And it's interesting. I think I kind of have to wind the clock back and take a look at the opening statements to really kind of see what the defense is going to talk about in their closings. And if I'm doing that, I really think that what they're going to do is highlight the fact that, yes, he's a celebrity. He's a larger than life person, and he is charming, as some of the witnesses have said on the stand. However, I think they got to address, the elephant in the room, that he wasn't always great, that he, had all of these allegedly illegal incidents that he was involved in, or the fact that we have that intercontinental video, we have the text messages where he isn't necessarily saying the nicest things, or the voice notes that we heard. I mean, literally his voice saying some pretty bad things to some of these women who said on the stand that they loved him and they cared about him and had these relationships. So I do think, going back to what the closings will be, it will be kind of similar to what we heard in the openings. You might think that my client is a jerk, which is what Tenny Garagos said, but he's not accused of being a jerk. He's accused of these more specific crimes. And I do think that they're going to focus on the fact that this racketeering charge is the one that is a big question mark for a lot of people. And that might be the one that he may be most likely to get off on. So I think they're going to talk about that and try to poke holes in the government's arguments as well.
Well, we will be watching, and we know you'll be out there, and Elizabeth will be in the courtroom, and we'll be back here, same time and place tomorrow. Sierra Gillespie, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Anjanette. Great to be on with you.
You too. All right, let's go back to our panel now. Nima Rahmani, I'll start with you. What are you expecting from the defense closing tomorrow?
First, I got to say, you got to subscribe to Scandal and Crime Fix, two of the best shows out there. So tomorrow, when Agnifilo gets up there, I think he's going to attack the sex trafficking because of consent. And like we saw in their opening statement, what they're going to do is try to raise these women and say they're strong, independent women who made decisions for financial reasons, to further their career, to pleasure their partner. And that's just the bottom line. And it was freaky and it was weird. And this is not uncommon in the rap scene, right? It's basically what I've been saying, and other folks in the courtroom have been saying. It's the cuckold defense. This might be weird to watch your partner have sex with other men, but this is what turned Sean Diddy Combs on, and it's not illegal as long as she consented. And there's a reason these women consented, because they stayed with Combs for years. So a lot of discussion of consent. We're going to obviously see those emails and text messages during closing arguments. And we're going to have a lot of discussion of the freak-off videos themselves. I haven't seen them, but I'm guessing that they show these women, not Mia, but at least Jane and Cassie, seeming to enjoy themselves. And that's why there was even some testimony about, were these orgasms fake? Were you just acting and pretending the whole time, because I'm guessing that those videos do seem to show that the victims were willing participants. Not saying I agree with it, but I think that's the direction the defense is going to go in. With racketeering, it's going to be interesting how they attack it. I think they're going to attack the criminal enterprise by saying that this was all personal. It had nothing to do with Bad Boy Entertainment or Combs Enterprises. Combs was doing this on the side on his own. In fact, he was hiding this conduct from KK and some of the other individuals. You know, I think that's what they're going to have to get to. They're also going to attack the conspiracy element and say, listen, Combs was making these decisions on his own. Obviously, the assistants were setting up the King nights, the hotel nights, the freak-offs. They were cleaning them up, but they didn't know what was going on, right? So we're going to see them attack very specific elements of the conspiracy of the criminal enterprise, which you need to get a RICO conviction. And one last very important thing, which sort of came up during the Rule 29 motion. When it comes to consent, what matters is what Combs reasonably thought, right? Even if these women were unhappy, if they weren't communicating it to him and he thought that they were going along with it, that is not enough. That mens rea, that criminal intent matters when it comes to Sean Diddy Combs. And I think that's what we'll hear a lot of during tomorrow's closing arguments.
Good stuff, Nima. We do have a question, just a question for you before I move on to Florina. This is from Nestdog. Nestdog asks, the feds can rebuttal after the defense, right?
They can. So sometimes what they do, and what I like to do, is save some of my best arguments for rebuttal. So maybe we're going to be watching that hotel video again. Obviously, we know is the best evidence in the case because the video doesn't lie. It's horrific. And the prosecution spent a lot of their opening statement and jury selection talking about this video. So I would get up there if I'm the AUSA handling this case and saying, listen, they're saying this is all consensual. Do you think Cassie Ventura consented to being dragged and having a vase thrown at her and being punched and kicked while she was trying to leave a freak off before her premiere? Does this look like consent to you, ladies and gentlemen? So maybe we'll have a much stronger end to the rebuttal because, again, the prosecution has the burden, but one of the advantages they get is they get the first word and the last word before the jurors go back into that jury deliberation room.
We shall see. Florina, what are you expecting from the defense closing tomorrow?
I'm expecting the defense to really lean into a theme that's analogous to casual is not criminal. I'm really expecting them to focus on how the government has no business being inside your bedroom and different people do things differently in their bedroom. And whether or not you agree with that does not make it criminal. Kind of leaning into the whole, he might be a jerk, but that does not mean he committed a crime. The government has to prove each and every element specifically of the crimes that they chose to charge Diddy with. These aren't just random crimes. These are crimes that the government purposefully thought to charge Diddy with. So it's their burden to come up with the facts and the witnesses and the evidence to prove each and every element of those specific crimes. And if there's reasonable doubt about one element of the crime, that crime fails. The end. So the jury must find Diddy not guilty if there's doubt about an element. I expect the defense to lean heavily on the inconsistencies of the witnesses, both within the witness, but also one witness as compared to the other, and to argue how those inconsistencies are the reasonable doubt necessary to find Diddy not guilty. I also expect the defense to explain how and why they did not put on any witnesses, because regular people, the jurors, our viewers, will be wondering, he said, she said. Well, okay, we've heard what they had to say. How come he's not saying anything? What's their case? What are their witnesses? And the defense will need to very clearly explain to this jury that they have no burden, They don't need to put on any witnesses. That is not how the criminal justice system works. The law protects Diddy. The law protects every defendant who has a constitutional right not to testify. And that the reason this jury must find the defendant not guilty is because the government didn't meet their burden, not because it's a he said, she said, and they didn't hear what he had to say. He doesn't have to say anything. They need to prove their case. Based on that, if the defense does a good job, and I expect they will, I would expect that there would be some acquittals on some of the charges. However, there are some charges that no matter how well the defense does, I think the facts lead to a conviction, including providing transportation for prostitution, that really I just don't see an argument against. Maybe jury nullification if they really hate the government and are super into Diddy. I don't see it going that way. So I think he is going to be convicted, but I think the defense does have room to work with some of the charges for a potential acquittal.
Good stuff, Lorena. We have a question from Dr. Rose Nyako. I will answer Dr. Rose's question. She asks, where is Elizabeth? Well, I will tell you, she is hanging out with Jesse Weber right now, and they are recording Sidebar. So she will give you all of the information about what happened inside court on Sidebar later tonight with Jesse. So look out for that on YouTube later. It will post later this evening. So don't have an exact time for you yet, but just keep your eyes peeled for that. Now I'm going to go to you, Safa. What do you expect from the defense in closing?
First, I have to say both of my co-counsels here, they've done a phenomenal job. And I echo exactly what they've said. I think that the defense during their closing, what we can expect is a full-on attack on the racketeering charge. That's where they have the most to lose. And I think that that's where they're going to be spending a significant time educating the jury on how the government failed to prove each and every element of those offenses, or one or however many elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. I expect that they're going to educate the jury on how the government has to meet that burden. And I think they're going to take them back to jury selection. I guarantee you, as the jury selection commences in what we call the voir dire process, that the defense attorneys and even probably the prosecutor and the judge have said to these jurors, you know, do you understand that you have to follow the law? Do you understand that the judge will instruct you on the law? I guarantee you that the defense attorneys have asked these potential jurors and the jurors that are now sitting in the jury box, if my client makes an educated decision not to testify, will you hold that against him? And do you promise not to hold that against him? So all of those things, I think the defense is going to come back to remind the jurors of their obligations, of Mr. Combs' right to remain silent, of the fact that they don't have to present any evidence or prove anything. And if the government fails to meet their burden, they must find Mr. Combs not guilty. And so honoring that obligation that the jury promised to do once it's time for them to go back and deliberate on the case.
Great stuff, everybody. It's been great hanging out with you guys. I want to update everybody on our latest poll. Do you think the jury will connect with Mark Agnifilo over the other defense attorneys? Yes, smart choice, 50%. We've got a split result here. 50% say yes, smart choice. 49% say no, another defense attorney. I'm actually a little surprised. We don't have time to debate it. I'm a little surprised based on what I was hearing from inside court that they didn't choose Brian Steele. Because I heard that a lot of the jurors really liked Brian Steele. But that was our latest poll, 294 votes. Thanks, everybody, for voting. A couple of things I do want to tell you guys about tomorrow. We're going to have full coverage tomorrow, so join us starting at 9 a.m. I also want to tell you about our latest podcast on the Sean Combs case. You don't want to miss it. It's on Wondery Plus. This is the second season of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy. It's hosted by Jesse Weber. It's back, and the third episode drops in just a few days, so you need to be watching out for that. But in the meantime, you can catch up on the first two episodes that have dropped exclusively on Wondery Plus, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, that's where you can catch it. And we're going to give you a little bit of a teaser to check it out. So take a listen.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.